Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean historical Western romance from author Indiana Wake. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Welcome to The Brides of Russets Reach, a sweet and inspirational romance series where courage is tested, faith is strengthened, and love finds a way. Copyright Indiana Wake. Claudine and Nancy, Love Will Find You by Indiana Wake. Introduction. This is the fourth book in the Brides of Russets Reach series. The first three books follow three sisters as they make a new life on the western frontier. The sisters led a sheltered life until their father lost everything to debt. To keep his own standard of living, he sold the sisters as mail-order brides to three brothers looking for husbands. Only the brothers were not aware of the transaction. It was their ma who was looking for wives for her wayward sons. Being a true romantic, she thought the sisters were perfect. The first three books follow the journey of the sisters as they try to adapt to a new and strange life. After I had published the first three books, I received lots of requests for a story involving Claudine Carrow, the mother of the three Carrow boys, and also for one with Nancy Hopper. Claudine is a widow of many years who has looked after her sons to the detriment of her own life. Can she now find a way to love again, and how will her sons react? Nancy Hopper is an irrepressible matchmaker and much loved by everyone in Russets Reach, yet she has been hiding her heart. Having been deeply hurt, she never believes she will find love. Could the handsome stranger be just the man for the job, or is he up to something more sinister? Chapter 1. Nancy Hopper peered out of the open door of her haberdashery store as Jesse Vanhorne chattered amiably to the rather handsome stranger. While Nancy didn't know everybody in the small town of Russets Reach, she prided herself on the fact that she knew almost everybody. At least by sight, if nothing else. However, the dark-haired man talking to Jesse outside the mail office was entirely unknown to her. He looked tired and his clothes were just a little shabby, but there was something in his bearing which told Nancy that he wasn't exactly what you would call down at heel. It was something that she couldn't entirely put her finger on. Had she seen another man dressed in the same clothing, she might well have thought that he was in need of some assistance. Quite why she had made such an assumption about this man she could not tell, but she knew that she had good instincts about people on the whole, and she generally trusted them. The man was maybe just a couple of years older than she was. At perhaps 36 or so, he looked fit and healthy and had the tanned skin of someone who worked outside. He was broad and rather muscular and looked as if he had been pretty well fed over the years. His dark hair looked just a little overgrown, not by much, just enough to indicate that he had not sat down in the barber's chair for a little while. Slung over his shoulder he had a heavy-looking holdall. It was made of a very thick fabric and looked as if it would have cost a pretty penny back when it had been new. However, it was battered enough to be sure that the bag had seen a fair bit of service in its time. It wasn't really big enough for luggage, but just a little too big to be carrying just one or two items. With a tug at her heart, Nancy wondered if the man was carrying all of his possessions in that one bag. If so, it looked like there were simply not too many of them. Judging by their body language, Nancy could tell that the man and Jesse Vanhorne were about to conclude their conversation, and so she ducked back into her doorway just a little. However, Nancy being Nancy, she did not duck back out of the way entirely. Instead, she hovered, ready to give the impression that she was simply making her way out. It was a maneuver that had worked well for her over the years, and so she had done little to change it. Hearing the man's footsteps slowly make their way in the direction of her small haberdashery, Nancy made ready to step forward out of the doorway and onto the road. As far as she was concerned, she was certainly not nosy, she was simply inquisitive. That had also worked well for her over the years and was another thing she had decided to do little to change. "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am." The man apologized profusely as Nancy propelled herself at speed through the door and the two almost collided. "Not at all. It was all my own fault, I was just in too much of a hurry to get to the mail office." Nancy smiled brightly at him, unperturbed by the fact that she was clearly carrying no mail to send. "Are you new in town?" she went on when she perceived he was ready to continue on his way. "I guess so, ma'am," he said with not one hint of annoyance at her hasty intrusion into his business. "I guess you could say I was just passing through." "Well, Russets Reach is a nice little town to pass through." Nancy smiled as she wondered exactly where he was passing through to. "I guess you're going somewhere nice?" "I hope so." The man gave a chuckle so rich and deep that it unexpectedly gave Nancy goosebumps. "Well, I sure hope so too." Nancy was becoming more intrigued by the second. "So, you're going to somewhere you've never been before?" "I guess so. To be honest, ma'am, I never really know where it is I'm going until I get there." He smiled at her in such an open and friendly way that Nancy found herself already liking him. The man had a nice smile and his blue eyes stood out against his tan skin and dark thick hair. Close up, Nancy could tell that he was certainly a very clean sort of a man, despite the 2 or 3 days' worth of growth on his chin and the slightly battered look of his clothing. "You live the free life, huh?" Nancy was trying her hardest to coax just a little more information out of him. Usually she had no problem getting people talking. Being small and petite with blonde ringlets and fair skin that had some compare her to a porcelain doll, Nancy could usually charm most newcomers. It seemed this man would be a little harder. "I guess there's some would call it that, ma'am." The man gave her the sort of smile which seemed almost teasing. It was as if he knew that Nancy was being nosy and had decided to be as cryptic as possible. "But you wouldn't?" Nancy plowed on, not yet ready to give up on him. "Oh, I don't know." He gave a shrug. "I guess I like the life just fine when there's work to be had. If I land somewhere and get a few days' work here or a few days' work there, then it's a good life. Other times, I guess it's just kind of hard." "And are you looking for work here in Russets Reach? Or are you literally just passing through?" "Both, I suppose. I mean, if I don't find any work in Russets Reach, then I will be literally passing through." He smiled again and Nancy decided to abandon any pretense of casual conversation. "Was Jesse able to help you?" "Jesse?" "Yes, Jesse Vanhorne. He is the postmaster here at Russets Reach." Nancy tipped her head sideways as if to indicate the place further along the street where he had stopped to speak to Jesse. "Oh, I see." The man began to laugh and Nancy realized that she had just given herself away as having spied on them. Unfortunately not. He really didn't know of any work going in the town itself. "What sort of work do you do?" "Anything and everything, ma'am," he said, and Nancy rather thought he seemed suddenly a little uneasy. "Anything from washing dishes to mending fences and tending cattle. Fetching and carrying, repairs, that kind of thing." "Well, I'm sure there must be something of that nature going on in the town. Why don't you let me have an ask around? I mean, if you have a day or two to wait and see what happens." "That's mighty kind of you, ma'am." He smiled at her as if her offer of assistance was just about the last thing he was expecting. Studying him closer still, Nancy could see that his thick work trousers, the sort of thing that a rancher might wear, had certainly seen better days. The red plaid shirt that he wore seemed to be really faded and his boots were dusty. And yet still he seemed out of place, still he did not seem to her like a drifter. You're more than welcome. Nancy smiled brightly, pleased that he seemed ready to accept her offer of assistance. I'm Nancy, by the way, she said, hoping to elicit his own name from him. Nancy Hopper. Then I'm guessing that this is your store, ma'am? The man looked up at the neat and tidy painted wooden sign above the store which read Hoppers. It is now. Nancy smiled. It used to be my daddy's store, but it's mine now, since he retired. A man of leisure, huh? The drifter smiled. I guess so. He's been a widower a long time, and then, a few years ago, he got married again. Anyways, one day he just decided he wanted to live a little, and then suddenly there I was with my own little store. Nancy shrugged and smiled. Nancy had rather thought that parting with a little personal information might somehow encourage the drifter to at least tell her his name. When he did not, Nancy knew her only recourse would be to ask him outright. So where are you from, mister? Nancy continued. Taylor. Cassidy Taylor. He smiled. I'm from way up in the north of Idaho. A little town called Angel Springs. I don't think I ever heard of it, Cassidy. I'm guessing it's a lot further north than I've ever been. Sure is a pretty name, though. Is it a nice town? It sure is, Nancy. It's a real fine town. As he smiled at her, Nancy thought she could see a little longing in his eyes, almost a homesickness of sorts. Do you miss it? Every day, Cassidy said, looking off a little vaguely into the middle distance. Nancy could not help but wonder why it was that Cassidy Taylor was drifting about in the south of Idaho if he missed his home so much. If Angel Springs was a fine town, then why would he ever have wanted to leave it? Especially when leaving it meant roaming from place to place, stopping only if there was any casual work to be had. However, even Nancy knew that to ask him as much really would be too nosy. There would be nothing to disguise such a question as a simple polite inquiry. Well, not in their first meeting at any rate. Well, I hope we can find something here in Russet's reach to have you looking a little less homesick. Nancy gave him a warm smile, and he seemed to return it. Maybe her comment struck something of a chord within him. That sure would be good. Despite his broad and pleasant smile, there was something in his manner which made it clear that he did not intend to elaborate any further on his hometown. Tell me, Nancy, are there many big ranches around Russet's Reach? Oh yes, there are several. The biggest of them would be the Carrow Ranch, which is about 4 miles that way. Nancy stepped around him just a little and pointed in an easterly direction. And then there's the Wilson place, same distance but opposite direction. Once again Nancy pointed. There's a couple of smaller ones to the north there. Nancy turned her whole body to point again. But if you're looking for that kind of work, I guess you'd do better to start with the 2 biggest. That sure is helpful. He spoke almost as if to himself. His voice was vague as he stared off first, towards the Carrow Ranch, then to the Wilson one. Anytime, Nancy said. And I'll ask around here to see what work there is too. Why don't you call back in to see me in a couple of days? I should know something by then. Well, I reckon I'll do just that. Cassidy stopped staring out across the plains and focused his attention back on Nancy. That sure is real kind of you. Think nothing of it. Well, I'll be on my way. I guess I'll see you in a couple of days. He tipped an imaginary hat in Nancy's direction. You see that you do now. Nancy smiled as he turned to leave. As Cassidy Taylor slowly walked away, looking for all the world like he might be heading straight on up to the Carrow Ranch, Nancy watched him. He had a straight back and a confident step and was nothing like any drifter she'd seen before. Except, of course, that his clothes and stubbly chin made him look exactly like every other drifter she'd ever seen. With a sigh and a feeling that all was not as it seemed, Nancy turned and made her way back into the haberdashery. She truly hoped that she would see the man again and that he didn't just give up hope and keep passing through. Better still, Nancy hoped that the Carrow boys would be able to use him on their ranch. That would certainly keep Cassidy Taylor going for a bit. And, of course, it would keep him in town. Nancy shook her head a little and laughed. What was wrong with her, wanting a man she did not know to stay? Was she thinking of romance? He was handsome, that was for sure, but there had been something else about the man which she had found attractive. Nancy liked romance, but only for other people. As far as she was concerned, it was not something she was too interested in for herself. Chapter 2. Did you ask him in for a drink or something to eat? Claudine Carrow had called into Hopper's haberdashery the following day for some lace for the hem of a new dress. I didn't, Claudine. I didn't want to scare him off. Nancy smiled. So, you just went ahead and questioned him right there on the street? Claudine laughed, as did Nancy. The two had been friends for so long that teasing had become a great part of their conversations. I sure did. Nancy grinned as she wrapped Claudine's lace. He was kind of quiet at first, but he soon opened up. He comes from a place called Angel Springs up in the north. Why did he leave? He didn't say, Claudine, but I really got the feeling that he was missing home. Then it seems a little strange that he would leave it. Claudine squinted thoughtfully. That's what I thought. Then I wondered if it was just the fact that he needed to find work. I never heard of Angel Springs before, and I was thinking that maybe work is a little on the short side there. Nancy handed the packet of lace to Claudine, who quickly stowed it in her bag and continued to lean on the high counter. What are you using the lace on, anyways? Nancy changed direction altogether. I was just going to add it to the hem of a new dress I have. Just pretty it up a little, you know. Claudine smiled, and Nancy thought she could detect the vaguest hint of a blush. Are you going anywhere special? Nancy began to dig. No, it's kind of an everything dress, good enough for a barn dance and good enough for a card game, that kind of thing. Have you still got that card game going in town? Nancy grinned. Nancy, there's something about the way you say it that makes it sound like an evening of gambling. We only play for matchsticks, and you know it very well. Claudine began to laugh. You know me, I like to tease. Nancy chuckled. So, are you still playing every month? I sure am, Nancy. I think it keeps the brain good and active to play cards. With 3 sons, their wives, and 6 grandchildren, I should imagine that your brain is active enough already. The little ones sure do keep me on my toes. Claudine smiled indulgently. But I reckon that's what grandbabies are for. They certainly have put a spring in my step, and they're doing what they can to either keep me really very young or make me old very, very quickly. Claudine laughed. They sure are adorable. Nancy smiled. So, when is the next great card match of russets reached then? Oh, next Friday, Claudine said quite nonchalantly. Nancy knew instinctively that that was what the new lace was all about. Claudine Carrow was putting in that little extra effort, so, no doubt, Jesse Vanhorne still played cards. For years Nancy had tried her hardest to work her magic on Claudine and Jesse, to no avail. They were both in their late 50s. Nancy felt sure that they were perfect for one another, and she knew fine well that Claudine thought very highly of Jesse. Is Jesse Vanhorne going? Nancy also had a stab at nonchalant. He usually goes, Nancy, so I guess he'll be there. Once again, there came the slight blush. Nancy could not help but think that Claudine's general liking for the man had perhaps become something else, and it was about time. Her good friend had been a widow too long. She deserved to live a little, to have a bit of happiness just for herself. Well, I hope you have a real good time. Nancy decided, quite uncharacteristically, to leave it right there. If Claudine had come as far as regarding the man highly on her own account, Nancy did not want to jeopardize it by pushing her too quickly. Thank you. Claudine smiled. Now, what of this young man, anyways? Did you say he was coming back here tomorrow? Cassidy Taylor? Hopefully. I did ask him to come back to see if I had managed to find any work for him. And have you? Yes, I have managed to find him a few days' work at least. Nancy brightened. Joshua Colgan has a few repairs needs doing around his office and the buildings out back. Nancy had petitioned most of the businesses which sat on the main road through Russets Reach and had been quite dejected to find that most of them were not keen to give the drifter a chance in any way. However, Joshua Colgan, the one attorney in town, viewed him very differently. As far as Joshua was concerned, the man needed work and he had jobs needed doing, and it was as simple as that. At the end of a long afternoon of asking on behalf of Cassidy, Joshua, in just a few short sentences, had restored Nancy's faith in the generosity of the human spirit. Well, I'm sure that this Cassidy Taylor will be very appreciative of your efforts. There's not many in town who would go out of their way like that for a drifter. Claudine reached across the counter and patted Nancy's hand. You truly are one of the good ones. Well, that sure is a nice thing for you to say. Do you know, the funny thing is, he kind of doesn't strike me as a drifter. I mean, his clothes are kind of beat up, and his boots too, and he's very obviously carrying his possessions in one bag. But there's just something about him. He's out of place somehow, almost as if he doesn't fit in the life he's in. I know that probably doesn't make much sense, but I felt it really strongly. Your instincts are usually pretty good, so I would tend to go with them. But maybe he's just new to this kind of life. Maybe he hasn't been drifting for long and he's still coming to terms with it somehow. Actually, that makes sense. That would account for it all, wouldn't it? If he's fallen on hard times suddenly, then this would all be new to him, wouldn't it? I mean, going from town to town and asking for jobs. That's real tough. Nancy thought of his handsome face, his blue eyes and his dark hair, and felt suddenly very sad for him. You really like this guy, don't you? Claudine asked gently. I guess I just feel like he really needs a break somehow. Well, at least for a few days, he's got just that, hasn't he? And he has you to thank for it. Claudine reached out and gently pushed one of Nancy's springy blonde ringlets back from her face just a little. I wish I could do more. Nancy sighed. Maybe I could ask the boys when I get back to the ranch. You never know, they might need a spare pair of hands at the moment. I'll certainly sound them out for you, my friend. Well, that's real kind of you. Nancy beamed. And I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't wandered your way already. He asked specifically about ranches in the area, and I kind of got the feeling that that was the sort of work that he was used to. But then, of course, when I did ask him, he said any odd jobs. Maybe he thinks there would be odd jobs going about a big ranch. Is he young enough and fit enough for working on the ranch, Nancy? Claudine began. I'm only asking because that's what my boys will ask. Sure. I reckon he's maybe only a couple of years older than me, 36 or 37 at the latest. Anyways, he's tall and broad and he looks strong. He's real tanned, I guess he's used to being outside all the time. And he's got really dark hair and bright blue eyes. Well, he sounds ideal for work on the ranch. Although, what the color of his hair and eyes has to do with it, I could not begin to say. Claudine smiled mischievously, her own pale blue eyes twinkling with mirth. Am I to take it this young man is kind of handsome? He's a handsome enough man, Claudine, Nancy said simply. But you know me, it doesn't matter how handsome they are, romance is not for me. Well, maybe it's time it was for you. I'm not talking about Cassidy Taylor particularly, I'm just talking about romance in general. You're always working things out for everybody else, making sure everybody else is happy and settled down with just the right person. When does it come time to see to your own happiness? It was a speech that Claudine had made before, but she made it with earnest sincerity. I know you just care for me, but believe me, I really am happy. I'm just fine the way I am. I mean, it's not like I need anything, is it? I have this place. Nancy smiled and raised her arms to indicate the well-stocked shelves of her little store. And I have all my friends and wonderful neighbors here in Russet's reach. I truly do not want for anything else. But I am so appreciative of your loving kindness. I know you have everything just as you like it, but there's always room for a little romance, isn't there? Claudine persisted. Well now, ain't that just the pot calling the kettle black? Nancy boomed with laughter and Claudine joined in, laughing heartily. These last 6 years I've been trying to edge you towards Jesse Vanhorne and you will have none of it. And now, here you are, trying to marry me off to a drifter. You'll be pleased to know I do see my own faults. Claudine, still laughing, leaned heavily against the counter and dabbed at the tears of mirth which had formed in the corners of her eyes. And I too am appreciative of your loving kindness. But you're so young and you deserve to have a taste of married life. I know my Harlan died young, but I had years of happiness before that. If I could wish for anything for you, it would be just that. And there was a time when I would have wished it for myself. Nancy stopped, almost mid-sentence. It was as if she could not continue. For a few moments, Nancy simply concentrated on her breathing. Even after all these years, still, she could not think of that awful day without tears of pain and humiliation clouding her vision. Nancy had known at the time that she would never give her heart to anybody ever again. It did not, of course, turn her against romance altogether. Nancy had a natural talent for matchmaking and she thoroughly enjoyed the whole idea of romance. But romance was for other people, not for Nancy Hopper. I didn't mean to upset you. Claudine reached out and took Nancy's hand. Really, I didn't. And you haven't, I promise. I really am fine, see? And with that, Nancy gave her customary broad and bright smile. Obviously, I'm not fooled by that big smile, but I'm not going to keep pushing. I'll let it go. For now, at any rate. Claudine squeezed Nancy's hand before releasing her. In the meantime, I'll see what I can do about finding some work at the ranch for Mr. Taylor. That sure is nice of you. Seems like you and I always have somebody to work on, doesn't it? Claudine smiled. We just can't seem to help ourselves. And anyway, I think we both enjoy it, don't we? I just about believe the very same thing myself. But maybe one day we'll work on us, huh? Maybe one day, Nancy said, but for once her voice was flat. Chapter 3. Claudine sat in a comfortable rocking chair in her own small sitting room, expertly stitching the lace to the hem of her new dress. It was a very simply cut floor-length dress in a nice shade of dark blue. There were buttons leading up the high neckline which ended in an upright and slightly frilled small collar. Claudine had already decided to wear it only with dark blue petticoats instead of the white she might have worn in years gone by. These days, as she began to approach 60, Claudine very much wanted her petticoats to blend in rather than draw the eye. In truth, she had always been a sensible dresser, generally tending to favor long straight skirts and neat and crisp white blouses, rather than dresses. Dresses were simply something that she wore to barn dances and very occasionally to the monthly card game in Russets Reach. Hearing a little murmur coming from the small crib at the side of her chair, she looked down at baby Julia. At 18 months, Julia was the youngest of Claudine's grandchildren, the child of her youngest son, Whit, and his wife, Amelia. The remainder of her 5 grandchildren were out either in the barns or around the vegetable plot with their mothers. They would be either helping or hindering as the 3 women got on with their chores. Julia was just a little too young to be out with the rest, and Claudine had to admit that she truly loved the time she had caring for the little baby. It had been a little more than 7 years since the 3 young women had arrived from England and, despite a few initial bumps in the road, things were wonderful. Claudine could hardly believe how life at the ranch had changed for the better. She had gone from having 3 much adored but somewhat uncommunicative sons to having the hustle and bustle of a large family all living in the same place, if not all under the same roof. As the families had grown larger, Claudine's boys had set to and built extra accommodation. While Ashley and Annabella had stayed in the main ranch house with Claudine, Evelyn and Joss and their 2 children lived in the small and neat wooden house that the boys had built on just the other side of the stables. Whit and Amelia had continued to live in the small and pretty little wooden guest house just yards from the main ranch house which the 3 girls had lived in when they had first arrived from England. "Now you just go right on back to sleep there, baby. Your grandma still has a fair bit of work to do on this lace, d'ya hear?" Claudine cooed soothingly, and the child very quickly fell back into a deep sleep. "That's my good little girl." Claudine could not help but smile. There was nothing better in life than a contented baby. As she straightened up in the rocking chair, her attention wandered through the great window and out across the plains. It was late spring and they had had some very good rains, leaving the grass thick and green and so juicy that the cattle grazed with a new fervor. Claudine left her sewing in her lap for just a few moments while she enjoyed the view, musing to herself that it had not changed in all the years she had lived in the ranch house. She had married Harlan Carrow just weeks before her 18th birthday and had lived on the ranch ever since. As she squinted out to the northwest towards the mountains, she felt that she knew every contour and every sharp ridge which seemed to pierce the sky. They had been the backdrop to her life since she had been a very young woman, and she could not imagine being anywhere else on earth. In the minutes that she spent staring contentedly, Claudine had not noticed her boys coming down from the plains and making their way home again. Joss and Whit were on horseback some way off, but Ashley was on foot and was almost as close as the stables by the time Claudine realized he was there. Watching him in silence, she thought how very much like his father he looked. At that age, Harlan had the same sun-lightened fair hair, blue eyes, and deeply tanned skin. Although all 3 of her sons were tall and rather broad, her husband had been yet taller. Claudine was quite a small lady herself and had always felt so proud and protected to stand at Harlan's side. That had never changed in 32 years of married life. It had never changed even when Harlan had been bedridden and she had nursed him through the illness which had finally carried him off into the arms of the Lord at just 49 years of age. 9 years later, Claudine could not think of her loss without tears and, before she could pick up her sewing once more, she had to dig into the pocket of her skirt for a handkerchief to wipe them away. "Don't you worry none, baby Julia. It's just your grandma being silly and sentimental, same as she always is," Claudine sniffed as she spoke to the sleeping baby. Now I am going to finish this bit of sewing before I get up out of his chair, you see if I don't. And then I'll go and see about helping Annabella with the meal. Feeling grounded and composed once more, Claudine picked up her sewing. Just thinking of the evening meal made her spirits soar, and she pushed her sadness a little further behind her. Despite the large family being spread about on little buildings on the ranch lands, they always ate meals together in the big ranch house. It was the hub of the Carrow family. It's just about done, Claudine. Why don't you take a rest for once and let me just finish it? After all, the table is already laid and I'm only giving 5 more minutes to these potatoes. Annabella laughed. I would have been along sooner, Annabella, but I just wanted to finish my little bit of sewing. And this baby was sleeping so well I did not want to wake her. Claudine smiled and carried the baby over to one of the kitchen chairs where she sat herself down and jiggled the child on her knee. I must admit, I've never known a baby to sleep as much as Julia. I wish mine had been like that. Annabella laughed. All 3 of my boys slept like logs when they were babies. I had a real easy time of it when they were small. Claudine chuckled. It must be your influence, that's all I can say. Annabella laughed as she turned to peer into the pan of boiling potatoes on the stove. Here come the boys. I guess they put the horses away for the night, Claudine said as she heard the heavy footsteps approaching the kitchen door. They seem to have finished awfully early tonight. Still, they won't mind waiting for a few minutes. Annabella turned to look at the door in anticipation. I wonder where Evelyn, Amelia, and all the babies are, she went on, vaguely. As the door swung open, Annabella's question was answered. Not only did the 3 Carrow boys saunter into the kitchen, but they were closely followed by Evelyn, Amelia, and the remaining 5 grandchildren. The kitchen went from calm and sedate to busy and bustling in a heartbeat, and suddenly, baby Julia was excited and wiggling on her grandma's lap. Everybody in at once, huh? Claudine said over the din. The boys must be early, Evelyn called back to her. Amelia and I are normally here before them and I don't think we're late. Don't worry, girls, you're not late. We are down early. I guess we've had a strange kind of a day. Ashley had to speak loudly over the sound of so many chairs scraping back as everyone took their places around the kitchen table. What was so strange about it? Claudine looked over the top of baby Julia's head and down the long wooden kitchen table to where her eldest son was sitting. I reckon we've got rustlers again. As soon as Ashley had spoken the words, the entire room fell silent. Cattle rustlers? Amelia said quietly, breaking the silence. I'm sorry, of course it's cattle rustlers. Forgive me, I was just a little shocked. Of everyone in the house, Amelia and her husband, Whit, had suffered the most at the hands of cattle rustlers in the past. Almost 6 years before, Amelia had disturbed some in broad daylight at the far end of the ranch lands and, before they had a chance to hurt her, Whit had arrived on the scene. However, he had been severely outnumbered and even more severely beaten and had taken a very long time to recover. It's all right, Amelia. I can entirely understand why you're so shocked. But I reckon this is something on a much smaller scale this time, so don't you go worrying until we know a little more, huh? Ashley smiled reassuringly at his sister-in-law. How many have gone? Claudine asked, all business. I reckon we're down by 6, Ashley said, but shrugged. At least we think it's 6, Ma, Joss added. We've had some real fun today trying to count them up. Yeah, pesky little critters keep on moving, Whit added in the most jovial of all responses, almost as if to inform the entire room that he was stable and steady and none of it was bothering him unduly. They did not need to tread carefully around Whit Carrow. But after about the third count, we are quite sure it was 6. And you're sure it was rustlers? Amelia said nervously. I mean, there isn't any chance that 6 of the cattle have managed to squeeze out through a gap in the fencing anywhere? No, honey, we found the gap in the fencing and it was cut quite deliberately. Whit, who had yet to take his seat, walked around the table and placed his hands on his wife's shoulders, rubbing them reassuringly. But it's a real small gap. I truly do not think this is a big operation by any stretch of the imagination. Might even just be one guy. What do you say, Ashley? Whit looked down the table towards his brother. I must admit, the thought has crossed my mind. Ashley leaned back in his chair just enough to allow Annabella to reach through and lay a rather large serving dish of boiled potatoes in the center of the table. Mine too, guys, Joss added. I don't think a big gang would just ease them out one at a time like that through a small gap. They wouldn't be happy with just 6. And anyway, there's no telling over how many nights the cattle have been taken. For all we know, they might have just taken one at a time over several nights. Then we really could be looking at a one-man outfit, Whit said, unable to hide the telltale relief in his voice. However many rustlers there are, be it 1 or be it 20, I think we need to at least inform Harvey Wilson tonight. He's got the next biggest ranch in Russet's reach and has nearly as much to lose as we all do. We can get around to the others in the morning, with Harvey's help, Evelyn said, and everybody nodded in agreement. As a matter of fact, I shall eat a few potatoes and take that task upon myself. If I set off shortly, then I shall be back before we lose the light, Evelyn said. There is no need for that, honey, I'll do it. Joss said hurriedly. No, Joss, not if you, Ashley, and Whit are going back out there tonight keeping an eye on things. You'll need a proper rest, all of you. She's right, Joss. Ashley said as he nodded vigorously at Evelyn. And we are going to need a rest. We've got work aplenty to do tomorrow as it is, and we're going to be doing it on very little sleep. I haven't got enough men on at the moment for us to be able to take the day off, or even lay in bed a while. Immediately, Claudine thought of Cassidy Taylor. Hadn't Nancy thought that he had been looking more particularly for work on a ranch? Surely he would come in handy and at least give her boys a chance to take a rest in turn while this terrible business was going on. Just as Claudine was about to speak out, something stopped her. Cassidy Taylor, although she had never met him, the man was a drifter. If only 6 cattle had gone missing and her sons thought there was a likelihood that it could be a one-man operation instead of a full gang of rustlers, then might this Cassidy Taylor fit that bill? And even if he didn't, her sons would surely be suspicious of him. Until she knew more, Claudine decided that she would wait it out. She would not bring up his existence there and then at the dinner table for fear that her sons would fix upon the man as the likely culprit when, in all truth, he was very likely to be innocent. However, she could not know for sure either way, so in the meantime, she would simply quietly find out what she could. She would wait a while and meet with Nancy to find out what else she had discovered about the young man before she made any inquiries for work on his behalf. All right, I'm going to head out. Evelyn, who had been filling her mouth with potatoes as if she hadn't eaten for a week, spoke and rose to her feet all at once. Well, I never thought I'd live to see a fine young English woman speaking with a mouthful of food, Claudine said and let out a burst of howling laugh. Having seen the faces of all the young people around the table, Claudine knew that they very much needed a little levity at that moment. I am so sorry, Claudine, Evelyn said, her eyes shining with mirth and her hand over her mouth as she spoke. I really am so terribly embarrassed. She even blushed. I'll come with you, Evelyn. I'll keep you company on the ride over to Harvey Wilson's place." Amelia also began to rise to her feet. "As long as you promise to face the other way. I don't want to see what you just subjected Claudine to." And once again, all present began to laugh. "Well, you take care, my girls," Claudine began, her motherly instincts taking over. "And don't let Harvey Wilson keep you talking. You just tell him that it'll be getting dark and you need to get yourselves home again. He can call over first thing in the morning if he likes. Tell him I'll have some breakfast on. We can all talk about it then and see if we're going to get Sheriff Hal Clayton interested." "We will do, Claudine," Amelia said as the two sisters left the room. "What would we do without these women?" Joss said as he looked from Whit to Ashley and back again. "They sure know how to get things organized and fast." "They sure do, and no mistake," Ashley agreed. "All right everybody, let's eat up while it's still hot," Annabella said, and everybody began to eat again. "And let's save some of the pork and potatoes for the girls when they get back." "Good idea," Claudine agreed. Claudine could not help but feel terribly proud of her entire family, blood kin and in-laws alike. They really did work together as a team, and her home was always filled with love, laughter, and cooperation. However, as warmed as she felt simply watching her family eating their meal and making their plans, Claudine could not help but think of Nancy and the drifter she had already gone out of her way to help. Was he truly deserving of it, or had the tiny young woman bitten off more than she could chew? For some reason Claudine felt a shudder run down her spine. Chapter 4. As much as Nancy would have denied it to all around, even to herself, she knew that she had gone to a little effort that morning. She was wearing a dress so deeply bottle green in color that it would only have ever suited someone of her own coloring. Nancy was small and her hair was the lightest, brightest blonde. Her skin was pale, creamy, and smooth, and her large round eyes were blue. The dress had a rounded neckline which was not quite as high as the fashion was becoming, and yet could not be described as low either. It was made from a lovely lightweight fabric with long sleeves which puffed out just a little on the shoulder. There was a very pretty little button detail from the waist to the neckline, and Nancy wore bright white petticoats underneath which showed up fresh and crisp at the very hem of the ankle-length dress. She had taken a good deal of trouble with her hair too, winding the thick and shiny tresses into an immaculate bun at the back of her head and yet leaving her face framed with bouncy golden ringlets. All in all, Nancy felt very confident and extremely pretty. Whenever she wore a dress instead of a skirt and a blouse, her good friend Annabella Carrow always said she reminded her of a little porcelain doll she had when she was a child back in England. As far as Nancy was concerned, there was no greater compliment. However, despite the rigorous preparations, Nancy would still have pointlessly argued that she had gone to no trouble whatsoever. It was simply another day in Hopper's haberdashery, and the fact that Cassidy Taylor might well appear that day was neither here nor there. At least that is what she told herself. The truth of it was, however, that she had not been able to get the man out of her mind ever since she had spoken to him. She really could not shake the feeling that he was very out of place. Not in Russet's reach, but in his own life. Still, at the very bottom of it all, Nancy knew that there was just a little more to her actions than simply a determination to help a man who needed it. There was something about Cassidy that had drawn her to him, and, sooner or later, she would have to at least admit it to herself. It seemed so strange that after all these years, without wasting time on the possibility of romance for herself, that Nancy could hardly believe how captivated she was after just a few moments of conversation with a complete stranger and self-proclaimed drifter. As the morning drew closer to midday, Nancy began to fear that Cassidy would not show after all. What if he had simply moved on? Perhaps, even as she stood there in her pretty green dress, her hair more neatly assembled than it had been in years, that Cassidy might already be in another town. In truth, she had not seen nor heard of him at all in the 2 days since they had spoken, and that was certainly enough time for him to be many, many miles away. Nancy was so lost in her own thoughts that, when the door finally did open into the shop, ringing the bell loudly as it went, she almost jumped out of her skin. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to startle you." Suddenly, the very object of her thoughts was standing there before her. Cassidy Taylor, no longer carrying his heavy-looking bag, walked tentatively into the shop and closed the door behind him. He was wearing different trousers and a blue plaid shirt. They were equally as worn and battered as the clothes she had seen him in 2 days previously. However, the very fact that he had changed and seemed to have also shaved meant that he was, at least, able to look after himself wherever it was he was staying. In truth, Nancy could not help but wonder quite where that would be. As far as she was aware, there were no new boarders in town at any rate. "That's not your fault. I was in a little world of my own." Nancy regained her composure and smiled at him. "And I have some good news for you." Cassidy seemed to relax a little and walked further into the shop until he was on the other side of the counter from Nancy. "Have you really? Because I could use a little good news today." He smiled at her, and Nancy's heart was beating so fast that she almost forgot what it was she was about to say. He really was a very handsome man, and Nancy could have stamped on our own foot for noticing it. That was not the point of asking him to come and see her, after all. She was supposed to be helping him. "There is an attorney in town, Mr. Taylor. His name is Joshua Colgan, and he has quite a big office and a lot of smaller buildings out back. Anyways, he is looking for somebody to do quite a few maintenance jobs for him in the office and the outbuildings. Is that something that you might be interested in?" "It sure is, ma'am." Cassidy smiled brightly. "When does he want me to start?" "Whenever you're ready. I'll introduce you in a while if you like. And it's Nancy, not ma'am." "Thank you, Nancy." "Well, I was about to take some lunch in the back here. It's getting on for midday, and I usually warm up a little soup and have some bread and butter. Can I interest you in a bite?" Nancy did her best to sound completely offhand in her offer, not wanting him to realize that she had made the soup particularly for him. After all, drifter or not, nobody likes to be made to feel like a charity case. "That sure is nice of you, Nancy, and please call me Cassidy." "I'd like that very much." "Then you just turn that sign on the door around to closed for me, and we can go out back where I have a little kitchen." As Nancy warmed the soup on the stove, she and Cassidy chatted happily about russets reach. For the first time in a long time, Nancy was finding small talk hard to find. She had so many important questions that she wanted to ask him, and yet she knew that she must not. She had prodded just a little too hard on their first meeting and had almost overdone it. If she pushed too hard, she could drive him away. Nancy was getting the impression that Cassidy was a man you came to know by degrees. That you could not know all on him in the first 5 minutes. She would have to curb her ordinarily impatient tendency. Most of Russet's reach were used to her, but for a stranger, she understood that her ways could be a little overbearing. The man was a drifter after all, and that may mean he had something he didn't want to remember. This time, Nancy Hopper would tread carefully. "It's just vegetable with a little chicken in it. Is that all right for you?" Nancy looked back over her shoulder at him and smiled. "It sure is all right. It smells great and I'm real hungry." "Me too." "Good job, I have plenty of bread and butter to go with it." "You've been just about the nicest person I've met since I arrived here, Nancy." "That's real nice of you to say so." "Not that anyone has been mean, don't get me wrong. It's just that most people have viewed me with a little suspicion, to say the least. I guess that's just the way it is everywhere. Well, I guess that opinion does ride high in most towns, but just as long as you know that not everybody feels the same way. You sure are proof of that, ma'am. Nancy, I mean. He laughed, and once again Nancy found herself unable to concentrate. The moment she saw the first bubble appearing in the soup, Nancy stirred it vigorously and then poured it into 2 bowls. She had already cut the bread in readiness and had buttered it while she was waiting for the soup to boil. In truth, Nancy did not ordinarily devote quite so much time and attention to the meal she took in the middle of the day. She had simply wanted to fill his belly, assuming that he had not eaten too well. He was a drifter after all. However, he certainly did not seem gaunt or undernourished in any way. In fact, he looked very fit and healthy. Once again, Nancy found herself wondering just how long he had been a drifter. Tell me, Cassidy, did you have any luck with the ranches? Again, Nancy tried to make the question appear like simple small talk. The last thing she wanted was to make him think she was interrogating him. Assuming you found them from my vague directions. She gave a little laugh. No luck as yet, Nancy. He laughed also. And your directions were just fine. Nancy did not know if he meant that he had not been at all, or that nobody had been hiring. The fact that he had chosen not to elaborate made Nancy think that perhaps she ought not to question him any further. After all, she would be seeing Claudine soon and would be able to ask her instead if Cassidy had yet made his way along to the ranch. How do you like my soup? Nancy asked with a smile when she saw that he was already halfway down his bowl. It's real nice. I guess I was kind of hungry. He grinned. Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Nancy paused for a moment before plowing on. Whereabouts are you staying? Oh, nowhere special. Just out on the edge of town. Are you getting food there? I mean, do they start you off with a breakfast or what have you? No, it's not that kind of place. Cassidy said and seemed purposefully vague about it. I've been getting meals in Mrs. Denton's dining rooms along the road apiece. You know it, I suppose? Oh yes, Mrs. Denton sure does make a nice meal. I eat in there myself now and again. Nancy wondered what kind of place Cassidy could be staying in where they did not provide at least one meal. She knew Russet's reach like the back of her hand, and she knew fine well that there was not one boarding house in the whole town that didn't provide at least one meal. Maybe in other towns there were boarding houses which were not so nice, but in Russet's reach that was not the case. It had been on the tip of Nancy's tongue to ask about his laundry, for if a boarding house was not providing food then they certainly wouldn't be providing laundry services. And, although his clothes were kind of beat up, they were always clean. And he was always clean, growth on his chin or not, the man was clean. Well, if you ever need anything doing, laundry or what have you, just pop it in and I'll see to it. Nancy smiled but felt herself blush a little at the same time. In truth, she was not sure if she was blushing because she felt sure he must know she was questioning him or if it was something else altogether. She was beginning to find herself attracted to this strange and evasive man, and she just didn't know why. Common sense ought to have told her that a drifter who plays his cards as closely to his chest as Cassidy seemed to, well, maybe he was bad news. Nancy was by no means naive. She had pretty much seen it all in her life at Russet's Reach and had competently given advice to more than one of the townsfolk. In short, Nancy Hopper was nobody's fool. She could spot a liar or a cheater a mile off. Still, she could not find an ounce of mistrust regarding this handsome dark-haired drifter, not even 1 ounce of suspicion. Sure, he was not telling her everything. The man had his secrets and he was guarding them well, but the keeping of a secret did not make a person untrustworthy in and of itself. "That's real nice of you." He smiled at her. "But I'll manage just fine, and you've been kind enough already." "Well, it's no trouble." "So, is somebody taking your laundry for you?" "You sure do ask a lot of questions." Cassidy let his spoon rest in the soup bowl and paused to look up at her. His bright blue eyes locked with hers for a moment, and Nancy suddenly thought she could not judge his mood at all. "I'm sorry. I guess I'm just concerned is all. I have to admit I'm kind of nosy too. Folk have told me as much in the past." Nancy could think of nothing else to tell him but the absolute truth. He continued to look at her, but the earnest demeanor was softening into something else. "I must say, I've passed through a lot of towns since I left Angel Springs, but have never met anyone like you in any of them. Sure, I've picked up work here and there and I've got by, but nobody ever bothered to try to find out about me. Not even a nosy person or two." He smiled at her and winked before retrieving his soup spoon and starting to eat again. "Well, I'm just glad you're not mad at me. I guess I do ask too many questions." Nancy flushed. "Thank you for the meal. I'm real appreciative of it." "You're welcome." Nancy smiled. There were so many more questions she wanted to ask him, but she knew that she couldn't. Cassidy was going to be hard work. It was going to take time and effort to win his trust and to get him to open up a little. Still, if she wanted to help him, then she'd have to be prepared to put that effort in. Not only that, but Nancy was going to have to exercise something that was very hard for her. She would have to be a little patient. She was used to being able to sweetly interfere and solve folks' problems with them making little fuss. Undoubtedly, this time would be different. Chapter 5. "Just a letter today, Claudine?" Jesse Vanhorne smiled at her over the counter in the mail office. "Just the usual, Jesse, a letter to my sister over in Tucker Falls." Claudine smiled back. "Seems it's been a while since you last went out that way to see her." "I guess it is, Jesse. Must be getting on for a year now." Claudine paused, her eyes squinting as she tried to think of the last time she had seen her sister. "Too long, Jesse." She sighed. "Family life takes over, and your family sure has grown these last few years. It's not so easy to keep up with visiting, I guess." Claudine nodded her agreement, but suddenly felt a little guilty. Not guilty because she had not seen her sister in almost a year. In truth, the visits went both ways, and both of the women had suddenly found their lives overrun with numerous beautiful grandchildren. No, Claudine felt guilty because she had sighed. Her sigh had signified a certain resignation to her situation when, in truth, her situation was both enviable and wonderful. Her life was full to bursting with love and laughter, and there was something happening all the time. Jesse Vanhorne, on the other hand, had been widowed even longer than she, but for him, there was no such diversion of the love and bustle of a large family. Jesse and Margaret Vanhorne had not been blessed with children, and so Jesse spent much of his time alone. For the most part, Claudine did not spend her days pitying the man. In truth, pity was not something that would have served him well or even been fitting. Jesse made a life on his own account, with many friends and many interests. He had been the postmaster at Russets Reach for so long that it had made him just about the most well-known and much-talked-to resident in the whole town. And in all the years that Claudine had known him, Jesse had never complained once about his circumstances. He lived alone in immaculate rooms above the mail office and did for himself. He cooked for himself, cleaned for himself, and sent his laundry out once a week. All in all, he was a very self-sufficient man. Claudine tried to imagine her husband, Harlan, managing to do for himself about the house and almost laughed. As wonderful a man as he had been, and as perfect a husband, Claudine had never once seen him prepare a simple meal for himself. Not even a sandwich. Harlan's talents had lain elsewhere. He had been an exceptional rancher and a very hard worker, and Claudine had never gone without, not once in all their years of marriage. In the home, Harlan had never expected anything as his right. If his meal was late, it was never a problem. If a pie was a little burned, it was simply an opportunity for some gentle, loving teasing. They had worked well together, they had been a team. It's true that so many grandchildren do make for a full day, Jesse, but I cannot really excuse myself for letting things get away from me. After all, I only have one sister, and I ought to treasure her a little more than I have done of late. I reckon you expect a little too much of yourself, Claudine Carrow. Jesse smiled as he reached out and took the letter from her hand. I'll see this one gets out today. Maybe. Claudine began to laugh. I should probably remember that I'm getting older and things don't happen as fast or as efficiently as they used to. My sister is getting older too, so with any luck she won't have noticed the lapse. I guess so. Jesse laughed heartily, his pale blue eyes seeming to shine just a little. We're all getting older, Claudine, but I reckon you don't have to pay too much attention to things like that. You don't have to give them too much space in your world, or you'll start to believe them. Believe them? Claudine laughed and shook her head, but she knew what he meant. You start to think you're old, then you start to feel old. Jesse leaned on the counter, their faces just a few inches apart. Jesse was a nice-looking man. His once brown hair had faded to a salt and pepper which suited him very well. His eyes were kindly, as was his whole demeanor. Jesse had a gentle knowing and a lot of very clever common sense. Although Jesse and his wife had lived in Russets Reach for many years, before her husband died, Claudine had only ever really known him in passing. They had been acquaintances rather than real friends. It was not until some time after Harlan had passed that Claudine had begun to search for a little more life and company in the wider community of Russets Reach. Her boys were grown men who had more than met the challenges of running the ranch their daddy had left them, and Claudine had felt a little lonely. It was then that she had taken to occasionally eating in Mrs. Denton's dining rooms when she was in town, and there she had become closer to the townsfolk. In no time at all, Claudine's friendly outlook and kind heart won her many friends, of whom Jesse was but one. Say, are you going to the card game this time? Jesse broke across her daydream. I sure am. Claudine laughed, she never missed one of them. The card game had been a lifeline for Claudine for many years. It was a friendly affair without real gambling and was made up of a group of townsfolk, men and women all about her own age. That had been important to her. She had youth at home with her hard-working sons, and it was nice to be with a group who understood you without you having to explain too much. Even when the Quinton girls had come over from England and finally, one by one, married her boys and started raising kids of their own, still Claudine had never missed a game. Her life at home was filled with youth, hope and vitality, and it was truly wonderful. But there was something so very important about the group of friends she had found when her life had taken the saddest turn of all. It's good to get out for the evening. I sometimes wish our little group met up more than once a month. Jesse shrugged. So do I, Claudine agreed wholeheartedly. Don't get me wrong, being at home with the kids and the grandkids are wonderful, but the little group we have is something different altogether, isn't it? I mean, I can talk about what life was like growing up for me, and I know my kids are listening, but they don't understand. It's nice to be with people who remember, if you know what I mean. People who truly understand. It sure is. especially in the years since Margaret died. It doesn't replace her, but it certainly makes a difference. Maybe we could have a word with them all on Friday and see what the feeling is about having a game once every 2 weeks instead of once a month. Claudine felt suddenly enthused by the idea, keen for Friday to come so that they could put forward their plan. In truth, she would love for them to meet twice a month instead of once, and she particularly liked the company of Jesse. "I think that's a fine idea, Jesse. I for one would attend, and I'd be glad to take my turn hosting it. I would banish all the kids for the night, for one thing. After all, there's enough little buildings on the land to see them safely housed elsewhere for the evening." Claudine laughed heartily. She could feel herself becoming quite intent on the idea, and her spirits were lifted just a little on account of it. Claudine wondered if, in part, her enthusiasm was just that bit higher because of Jesse, rather than the rest of the group. She was no fool, and she knew that they had been getting closer and closer, but both of them were a little reticent to move on beyond the point they seemed to have been at for the last 2 years. Claudine knew that the reticence, on both of their parts, was likely to be very much due to them both being out of practice as far as romance went. And then, of course, there was the guilt of the widow or widower, which only one in that particular position could ever understand. Claudine knew that she was not the only one of the two of them who felt it, for she had heard Jesse say many a thing which mirrored the way she felt herself about Harlan, even almost a decade after he had passed. Some days, Claudine wanted to get to know Jesse better, and, on others, she found herself a little afraid of it all. For that reason, she had never pursued anything beyond their monthly meetings at the card game and a conversation or two a week in the mail office. That was safe, and there was no pressure in it whatsoever. To suggest anything further would be almost as if she were painting herself into a corner that she could not get out of. Above all things, Claudine did not want to hurt Jesse. He really was too sweet and kind and precious for that. However, an extra card game a month seemed almost like a golden opportunity. She would get to see more of him, but there would not be the added pressure of something that had been a little more formally arranged between the two of them. For all her doubts, Claudine knew fine well that Jesse felt the same way. More than once he had been on the very verge of asking her to go out with him somewhere. She had known it and had been thrilled and afraid by it all at once. But always, just at the last moment, Jesse did not go through with it. Not once had Claudine felt herself disappointed in him in any way. After all, they were not children. They were grown adults who already had history building up behind them as they each approached their 60th year. They had reached a stage where one person's fear or reticence did not come as an insult to the other. In many ways, they had a perfect understanding, albeit an unspoken one. "I'd be happy to take my turn as well, Claudine. Although, if I'm honest, my eats probably wouldn't be as good as yours." Jesse chuckled. "There's nothing to it, my dear friend, and well you know it." Claudine smiled. "You'd only need to make a few sandwiches. And I'd bring out a nice apricot pie or something you could keep warm in the oven, and the night is set. Simple, you see." "I do see," Jesse said, laughing. "I also see that it would be simpler still if you brought out the sandwiches as well. I mean, if you're doing the pie, you might as well." Jesse laughed harder still. Jesse had the sort of crow's feet around his eyes that Claudine adored. They spoke of many years of smiling and laughing, and, knowing him as she did now, she knew well what a lovely sense of humor he had. "Well, I'm sure that's exactly what you do see, Mr. Vanhorne. But let me tell you, what you see in your head and what you see on your plate are two very different things." Claudine laughed and shook her head. "But God loves a trier, Jesse, so I'll give you full credit for that." "I'll take what I can get," Jesse said, still chuckling despite the mock telling off he had just received. Chapter 6. Cattle rustling? Nancy said, her eyes wide with astonishment. I'm afraid so. Claudine had barely settled herself down at the table for two in Mrs. Denton's dining rooms when she embarked upon her story. But we haven't seen anything like that for years. Not since Whit and Amelia were attacked. I know, Nancy, and it has hit Amelia really hard. I mean, she's trying to be brave and she's already done so much to organize the local ranchers, but I can see in her eyes. That day when they surrounded her is a day that she shall never forget. But I think what gets her worse, what eats away at her very soul, is what they did to Whit. You remember how beaten he was? Claudine blinked rapidly at the barely forming tears. Even after 6 years she could not entirely control her emotions when she talked about what the last gang of cattle rustlers had done to her son and daughter-in-law. I do. He was in real bad shape. Nancy winced and reached out to take Claudine's hand in her own. So, how many have you lost? The boys think it's about 8 now in total. Another couple have gone overnight, even with the boys patrolling. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it wasn't all in one go. The boys think that our ranch has been hit for several nights running and that the rustlers are only taking 1 or 2 at a time. It doesn't sound like a big operation by any stretch of the imagination. Claudine paused for a moment and looked down before speaking again. Ashley thinks it might even just be one man out on his own. You never hear of it though, do you? Cattle rustling always seems to be on such a grand scale and so well organized. I never heard of a solo cattle rustler stealing them one at a time. It doesn't make sense. In some ways, it does make sense, Claudine said. Especially around the bigger ranches. I mean, what rancher notices that one of his cattle is missing? On a ranch the size of ours, you don't even really notice until you hit double figures. It's only that Ashley is so observant that they knew anything was wrong at all. He'd picked the whole thing up by the time we'd lost 6, or thereabouts. Has anyone else been hit? Nancy asked at the same time as she swiveled in her seat and looked about the place for Mrs. Denton. Yes, Harvey Wilson reckons he's lost 4 or 5. And it's the same thing at his place, the smallest gap in the fencing, but it's been done deliberately. Harvey said he would never have noticed it was there unless he had gone looking for it. Just big enough to get one of the cattle through at a time, same as our place. Really, and what about the other ranches? Nancy said and smiled as she saw Mrs. Denton making her way over to them. The smaller ranches have lost nothing as yet. If we're lucky, maybe they will not be hit at all. Perhaps this man, or men, think they will go unnoticed for a while if they only take from the bigger ranches. I guess, from their point of view, that kind of makes sense. But it's very hard on your boys and Harvey Wilson, that's for sure. Good afternoon, Claudine. Mrs. Denton, as much a part of the russets reach scenery as Jesse Vanhorne, smiled broadly at both women. And Nancy, it's nice to see you too. Are you well? Good afternoon, Mrs. Denton. Nancy said brightly. I'm real well, thanks. I see you're as busy as ever. Nancy cast a look about the almost full dining rooms. I cannot complain. Mrs. Denton chuckled. I guess I'm lucky to be in a town full of hungry folks, huh? And today you have 2 more, Claudine said, flowing with the spirit of the conversation. What fruit pie do you have on offer today, Blanche? You've got a choice today, ladies, Mrs. Denton said with a flourish. I've got peach pie or apple pie. Both hot. They're both my favorites, but I think I'll have peach pie today please, Nancy said, smiling up at the older woman as she herself looked as small and neat as a child in the large wooden chair. "Sure thing, Nancy." Mrs. Denton scribbled in her little notebook. "And for you, Claudine?" "Apple for me, please, Blanche." Claudine sighed with the agony of indecision. "And a pot of coffee, please, just to wash them down with." "Coming right up." Mrs. Denton made to turn and then turned back again. "Are you at the card game on Friday, Claudine?" "You know me, Blanche, I never miss." "I bumped into Jesse Vanhorne outside the mail office yesterday. He mentioned to me about maybe making the whole thing a twice-monthly affair instead of once." Mrs. Denton raised her eyebrows as if to get Claudine's opinion on the subject. "Yes, he mentioned something similar to me. I must admit, I'd be game. I look forward to our little gatherings." "So do I, Claudine. I told him to count me in." "Oh, that is good news, Blanche." Claudine smiled. "And I said that, since we'd be making it more regular, I'd be happy to take my share of things. You know, have it up at the ranch here and there. Clara Clayton is a great hostess, but it seems a little hard on her to expect her to do that twice a month. But I guess we'll see what she says. The sheriff sure will be pleased." Mrs. Denton began to laugh again. "Why is that?" "Because Clara makes Hal Clayton wash up the eats dishes after we've all gone home." "Now that I did not know." Claudine laughed hard, unable to control herself. "I sure would like to see our town sheriff washing a few dishes. I will leave you with that happy thought while I go and get your pie, ladies." Blanche Denton wandered away, still laughing as she went. "You really enjoy that card group of yours, don't you?" Nancy asked happily. "I sure do. And I have to say, twice a month would be a real treat." "Jesse Vanhorne obviously thinks so." "Meaning?" Claudine lowered her eyebrows comically. "Meaning that he is obviously suggesting an extra meeting a month so that he can spend more time with you. Surely you can see that?" Nancy looked as mischievous as an elf. "I guess maybe I do see it." "Well, that has me taken aback, Claudine Carrow," Nancy said as she leaned back in her chair and looked comically aghast. "You normally argue with me when it comes to our dear Mr. Vanhorne. I have come to realize that it is pointless arguing with you on the matter of Jesse because, my sweet child, you are like a dog with a bone. You are not going to let it go anytime soon, and so I am just going to take the path of least resistance and let you have your day." Claudine laughed and tapped Nancy's hand playfully. "Finally," Nancy said with a laugh. "Because you know I only want what's best for you. You only ever want what's best for everybody. It's part of your charm." "Why, thank you." Nancy performed a mock curtsy as she sat in her seat. When Mrs. Denton returned with their pies and coffee, silence reigned for a few moments between the two women. They both tucked into the golden pastry and nothing could be heard but the occasional appreciative sigh. "Have you had the sheriff down to see you about the rustlers?" Nancy broke the silence when they were about halfway through their fruit pies. "Yes, Hal Clayton came down just yesterday. Harvey Wilson had come over to make a report on his losses for the night, and Evelyn had gone into town to let the sheriff know what was happening. Poor Hal, he's real disappointed that we've got rustlers back in town. I think the last time rustlers were here it caused such a furor for many towns across that rustlers were put off for a while. I guess Hal had been hoping they'd been put off for good. I guess we all were. Especially since the last lot went to jail for it. They were lucky not to be hanged. Whit and Amelia were so brave, and Russets Reach certainly have much to thank them for. You know, I feel worse for the two of them than anybody." "I can understand that," Nancy said, shaking her head sadly from side to side. "And poor Amelia is a bag of nerves night after night when the boys go out patrolling. I know they have the ranch hands to help them out, but it's still not enough. Whoever this rustler is, he still managed to get a couple more out of our land without any of the patrolling men seeing them. And if your ranch hands are going out at night, who's working throughout the day?" "Mostly just the boys, Nancy. They really are so tired that I don't think they'd have anything left in them to confront the rustler if they found him. Maybe Ashley needs to take on a couple of extras?" Nancy said hopefully. "Tell me, did Cassidy Taylor make his way up there yet?" Nancy was still keen to find out if he had even approached any of the ranches. "No, he hasn't. He hasn't been anywhere near," Claudine said thoughtfully. "Did he come back to see you?" "He sure did. In fact, I made him some soup and then took him down to meet Joshua Colgan. As we speak, Cassidy is fixing up all kinds of things for him. I reckon he'll get a week's work with Joshua, maybe even 2. Well, that sure is good news. How does he seem? Have you been able to find out any more about him?" "He's a real private sort of a man, Claudine. I keep trying to ask a little question here, a little question there, but he knows what I'm doing. He said as much." "Oh dear," Nancy Hopper finally got caught out. Claudine laughed. "I know, and I used to think myself so good at this." Nancy laughed too. "But he really is a tough nut to crack. I can't help feeling that he has some kind of secret. There's just something behind those blue eyes and I just wish I knew what it was." "What makes you say that? Why do you think he has a secret?" "There's just something about him. Cassidy just doesn't feel like a drifter, I'm sure of it." Nancy chewed at her bottom lip. "I just can't explain it, but he does not fit the mold." "So, what do you think he's doing here?" "Honestly, I don't know." Nancy shook her head a little. "I'm really not sure if he is just passing through. After all, had I not stopped him outside my store and petitioned most of Russet's Reach to find him some work, the chances are he wouldn't even be here anymore. I just don't know, but I reckon that he has a secret." "A bad secret?" "I mean, do you think the idea that he's a drifter looking for work is simply a cover-up for something else that he is doing?" Claudine seemed to be framing her question very carefully. "You mean, do I think he's the cattle rustler?" Nancy said without rancor of any kind. She and Claudine had been friends for a lot of years and they did not really need to skirt about one another too much. "I suppose that is what I mean," Claudine said thoughtfully. "But at the same time, I'm not accusing him, you know that." "Yes, I know that." Nancy smiled warmly at her friend. "But to answer your question, no, I don't think he is. I don't think he's a dishonest sort of a man. I know that sounds ridiculous, especially when I just said that I am so certain he has a secret, but still I don't think it makes him dishonest. Well, not in the way that a thief needs to be dishonest. Cattle rustlers are, at the end of the day, just thieves." "But has he said any more about where he comes from?" "Angel Springs, didn't you say it was?" "I didn't ask him. I can't help but think that whatever it is he's doing out here, whatever has led him to become a drifter, has something to do with home. His home, I mean. I can't shake the look on his face when he talked of Angel Springs on the first time I met him. He was homesick, Claudine, no doubt about it." "Nancy, I have yet to mention the idea of taking him on as a ranch hand to the boys," Claudine said with determined honesty. "I understand," Nancy said with a smile. "It's not that I distrust the young man. I'm just worried that my boys will. Something like this, especially after what happened to my family the last time, brings up a lot of excited emotion, and I can't help but think they'll jump on the idea. After all, the rustling started at the same time as Cassidy arrived, and he is the only man out of place at the moment in Russet's reach. And what with the cattle going in such small quantities, Claudine tailed off. I know. It doesn't look good, does it? You know that just because a thing doesn't look good doesn't mean anything. These things could simply be coincidence and nothing more. Cassidy Taylor might be the only man who stands out as new around here, but there's nothing to say that there isn't another man out there, or even a band of 2 or 3 just lurking on the outskirts of town with no intentions of making themselves known about the place. I suppose if Cassidy really was a cattle rustler, it would be a foolish thing to make himself known in the town as he has, wouldn't it? Nancy said a little hopefully. That would be my thinking. The problem is, I reckon men think a little differently. They won't be reasoning it all through as you and I have just done. They'll leap on any small idea that drifts by them. I think it best not to mention this newcomer at all. So, you haven't told them anything about Cassidy then? No, Nancy. I couldn't see the sense in it. They talk of nothing else but patrols and cattle rustlers at the moment, my daughters-in-law as well as my sons, and I do think that Cassidy might come under some suspicion. That sure is good of you to think of him and his welfare. Nancy seemed a little sad. That's the thing with age. Claudine smiled broadly. It usually comes with the wisdom to know that you ask questions first. You get your full facts before you set off. The younger you are, the more inclined you are to set off at a canter before you've thought the whole thing through. Believe me, Claudine, if I ever have a suspicion that he is not as good a man as I believe him to be, I will not hold back. If I find out something which suggests that he is the cattle rustler, you'll be the first person to know. I know that. Claudine smiled. You finish your pie, it's getting cold. Chapter 7. It was only just coming light when Cassidy rose from his makeshift sleeping place and stretched his stiff and achy body. He was not used to sleeping rough, and he laughed as he thought himself a little softened by the comfortable life he had always led in Angel Springs. As he did every morning when he first woke, Cassidy silently made his way up to the door of the decaying old barn and peered out through a crack. There was no sign of life, nor any sign that anybody had been in the area. No flattened grass, no footprints anywhere, there was nothing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Already the sun was starting to show itself, and Cassidy felt sure they were in for a nice warm day. Despite the fact that it was early summer, the nights were still very cold, and the derelict barn he had been hiding out in was more holes than substance. As well wrapped as he had been in his many blankets on the makeshift straw bed, still Cassidy felt cold on the inside from his uncomfortable night. Still, a good breakfast at Mrs. Denton's dining rooms would soon put that right. Cassidy was eating there more and more and knew that he would have to be just a little careful. After all, what drifter has enough money in his back pocket to continually eat well in a diner, albeit a reasonably priced one? He would need to be a little more careful. Perhaps he could overorder now and again and wrap up his leftovers to serve him as his next meal. That would certainly make his eating look a little more sporadic and simply a result of whether or not he had work. When he had first set out, Cassidy had never considered the sort of day-to-day things he had found himself having to think about. Even laundry could find a way to trip him up in the end. After all, even Nancy Hopper had asked him about it. He could hardly tell her that, although he had only brought 2 changes of clothing with him, one was always in the process of being washed up by a young woman called Katie who lived right on the edge of the town. Once again, what drifter cares so much about his laundry? Cassidy finally realized that there was more to his new persona than simply a few days extra growth on his chin. 3 days' worth of stubble did not a drifter make. Despite the cold feeling in his bones, Cassidy stripped down to take a wash in the old barrel of water that he had filled fresh from the stream the night before. He truly could only take his disguise so far and had no intention of abandoning washing altogether. As he scrubbed at his hair and scalp, his thoughts drifted to Nancy Hopper and all of her kindness. When he pulled his head clear of the cold water with a loud groan and an involuntary shudder, Cassidy could not help thinking of the argument they had had just days before. In truth, she had been so kind to him and had known him for such a short space of time that an argument should never have occurred between them. They simply were not close enough for such a thing to happen. However, Cassidy had much on his mind, and none of it that he could talk about with her or anybody. That being the case, all his cares and concerns had built up and seemed to have created a certain amount of pressure within him. But of course, there was no way he could explain why it was he seemed so distracted or why he would not answer her questions. Nancy had called by Joshua Colgan's offices on some pretext or other. Although, he knew fine well that she had called to see how he was getting on. In any other town and any other life, Cassidy would certainly have dismissed somebody like Nancy Hopper as a busybody or a nosy Parker. And yet, there was so much more to her. Her nosiness had a quality about it which made her even more adorable and he guessed, on occasion, a little feisty. Her offer of soup and bread, when it came, was no surprise to him. In truth, had she not made her way along the road to see him and casually offer him midday refreshments, he would have found himself a little more disappointed than he truly cared to be. Something about the tiny and sharply aware little blonde woman had affected him rather deeply. On and off, Cassidy wondered if it was simply his circumstances which had made him warm to her so. He was a man out alone on a solo mission with no home comforts nor any friends or family about him. He wondered, just a little, if Nancy had simply filled the gap that had opened up in his world. And yet, at the same time, there was more to it than that. The little blonde whirlwind had intrigued him in every way and he found himself constantly thinking about her. However, none of that had stopped him making the biggest mistake he had yet made since arriving in Russet's Reach. None of it had stopped him blowing up at her so unnecessarily. "I've made a lamb broth today, Cassidy. I hope you like lamb." Nancy had, once more, been standing at the little stove in the kitchen at the back of her store, stirring soup and occasionally looking back over her shoulder at him. Although he had only been in the back of the store and eaten a couple of times, he found himself beginning to feel a little at home there. There really was something so very kind and welcoming about Nancy Hopper. "I sure do love lamb." Cassidy had smiled at her. "And I haven't had lamb broth since my ma last made it." He knew that he had said too much. Nancy, as kind and as caring as she was also incredibly inquisitive and seemed to have to almost bite her tongue to hold back her questions when she was in his company. On the whole, that had simply amused him and made him like her all the more. However, the closer he came to giving himself away, the more frustrated he felt by it. "Does your mom make a lot of broth?" Nancy was a true professional, instantly there with just the right question. Or just the wrong one, if he looked at it from his own point of view. "Yes, she used to." "I'm sorry, Cassidy. Has your ma passed?" I don't really want to talk about it." Cassidy looked down at the top of the wooden table. He knew that he was giving the impression that his own mother had passed away, but only because he did not want to give away too many details about himself. After all, he'd already openly admitted to coming from Angel Springs, and the place really was his hometown. As soon as he had parted with the information, Cassidy had known that he should have come up with something else. He should have claimed to come from another town, or simply said nothing. However, Nancy had a way of getting him to open up, and he had to watch himself like a hawk at all times. There was something irresistible about her. Something which made him simply want to tell her everything. "Forgive me. I shouldn't have pried." Nancy gave him a simple smile, neither wounded nor insulted. She really was such a nice young woman, and that smile made him want to smile back. It was like the sun on a cloudy day. Cassidy was beginning to find it very difficult to keep lying to her, or at least to keep giving her a false impression of himself. If only they could have met under different circumstances and he could have been entirely himself with her. He could not help but wonder what on earth she must have thought of him and his curious secrecy and unwillingness to talk. Maybe she thought that he had served time in prison or was on the run from his hometown for some reason or other. And yet, even if she did think him a criminal of some sort, still she did not turn him away. Cassidy could not help but think that there was really something quite special about a young lady who could offer so much assistance when she did not truly know the character of the man she was helping. "You weren't prying," he managed. "There are just some things I can't really talk about." "I understand, and you don't have to talk about them." Nancy placed a steaming and extremely full bowl of lamb broth on the table in front of him. "You just have to eat up, that's all." "You have no idea how good this smells," Cassidy said, hungrily. However, he had already eaten very well that morning and wasn't truly that hungry at all. Still, he could hardly tell Nancy Hopper he'd had a large breakfast. She was just too curious. "Eat up, there's plenty more where that came from." She smiled as she placed a loaded plate of bread beside his soup bowl. Cassidy almost laughed. He must have been the best-fed drifter in all of Idaho. "Thank you. How's it going over at Joshua Colgan's place? Are you getting plenty of work?" "I've got enough to see this week out and put me into next week. He's a real decent man to work for." "I know, and that's just great." Nancy had smiled at him, but he knew there was more coming. "I was thinking." She began to sound just a little nervous. "I could use some help to fix a few things up around this place if you can do that when you're done at Joshua Colgan's place." The emotions which overran Cassidy were confused and conflicting. His first instinct had been to rail up against what he ridiculously saw as charity. He knew there was no way Nancy would have been searching for someone to do a few fixing-up jobs about her place if he hadn't been there. There was no doubt in his mind that she was inventing tasks just to help him out. That was charity, plain and simple, and yet had he not tried to sell himself as a drifter about Russet's Reach? There was something else eating away at him. This beautiful, kind and caring woman was making herself uncomfortable by fabricating tasks that did not need doing, simply to help a man who, for all intents and purposes, was down on his luck. In truth, he was anything but down on his luck, and the guilt which came at him when he realized how badly he was manipulating Nancy hit him like a collision with the mail train. Cassidy found himself suddenly angry, with himself, not her, but he had no way of expressing it truthfully. However, he seemed unable to control the anger, and it grew a life of its own. "That won't be necessary," he said flatly. "But I could really use the help." "No, you couldn't." Cassidy knew that he had snapped at her, but still he went on. "You're just coming up with things because you know I run out of work next week." "Well, that's just the way it is. I work for a day's pay, Nancy. I don't want or need charity." "I didn't mean to." "Patronize me? Humiliate me?" Cassidy knew he had gone too far when the tears began to roll down her face. "Hey, look, I didn't mean to." "Say nothing more about it," Nancy said hurriedly as she turned from him and hastily dried her eyes. There's some more bread here if you've run out. Nancy was thinking of anything on earth to say, and Cassidy knew it. Not only did he know it, but he felt suddenly terribly guilty. His anger had subsided completely, and he knew just how ridiculous it had been. He had deflected his anger at himself and aimed it directly at her. He knew her intention was not to patronize or humiliate him, and he knew how awkward she had felt in trying to offer him work in the first place. After all, as far as Nancy was concerned, he was a drifter and she was acting accordingly. She was doing everything she could to help another human being she assumed to be in the gravest trouble, and he repaid her by yelling. Cassidy knew that he was the pretender. He was a man living as a drifter, quite unnecessarily, but he could not explain why. The fact that Nancy had offered him such kindness only showed how well he had played his part. And yet he did not want to play a part in front of her of all people. Cassidy had traveled through many towns in just such a way in the last month, and never had he felt as he did at that moment. He had even accepted a little charity along the way for the sake of appearances, and not once had he found himself annoyed by it. Not once had he found himself made guilty by his own manipulations. Nancy had done nothing wrong and he everything, and yet he had no way of explaining himself, no way of apologizing truthfully. "I think I'd better be going." Cassidy rose to his feet, his soup bowl still half full. Nancy stood with her back to him, and he knew that he had upset her dreadfully. But how could he apologize properly? How could he say what he needed to say without giving the whole thing away and drawing her into a world that she would be better off knowing nothing about? "Thank you for the soup," he said quietly when still she said nothing. "Thank you for everything." As she continued to stand with her back to him, a tiny little blonde woman with an enormous heart, Cassidy felt his mouth go a little dry. At that moment, as he stood ready to turn and leave, he wanted nothing more than to walk up to her and put his arms around her. She had deserved so very much better than he had served her, and yet he could not think of a way to make things right. After some moments of complete stasis, he turned and silently made his way out of Hopper's haberdashery. Chapter 8. Gentlemen, as an attorney, I am advising you that you may not stride into my property and question a man who is working for me. Joshua Colgan stood as firmly as he could against several of the townsfolk of Russets' reach. Rumors had begun to fly around the town about Cassidy Taylor, the drifter, and people very soon made the link in their minds between him and the idea that a solo cattle rustler was at work in the area. "We just want to speak to him, that's all. I think we have a right to. There are cattle disappearing left, right, and center." Archie Carter, seemingly the spokesman of the group, spoke up. Nancy, her store just a few doors away from the offices of Joshua Colgan, had heard the hubbub of the gathering crowd and had made her way outside. The moment she saw the group of townsfolk gathered around the door of attorney's office, her heart sank and she felt a little hot and nauseous. "But none of you have cattle," Nancy spoke up as she slowly approached the small crowd. "Not one of you here is a rancher, so why are you doing this?" Nancy spoke as steadily as she could and in as friendly a tone as she could manage, despite the fact that she was firstly afraid and secondly incredibly angry. "You just get yourself back inside your little store, Nancy Hopper. There's no need for you to involve yourself in this." In truth, Nancy had never particularly liked Archie Carter. If there was trouble to be had anywhere, he always seemed to be at the very front of it. He rather struck Nancy as a man who was always looking for an opportunity for a justifiable outrage of any kind, and she often wondered quite what it was that had happened to him to make him so very bitter and confrontational. "Really," she said, "it would seem to have even less to do with you, Archie Carter. As far as I know it, you were always a carpenter. Have you suddenly got yourself a ranch?" Despite her tiny stature, Nancy had never been a woman who would cower in the face of a bully. I'm just here looking out for the interests of the whole town, and I've every right to. Mr. Carter, you do not have a right to enter my property and question a man who is working for me. I think I've already mentioned that. Joshua stood as firm as Nancy, and, at that moment, she could not be more grateful to him. I have every right to question him, Archie said, clearly not about to back down. No, you don't. Joshua was steadfast. The only person who has a right to approach this door and demand to question Mr. Taylor is Sheriff Hal Clayton. Now, as I look about me, I do not see the sheriff here. And you, Mr. Carter, have not been deputized as far as I am aware. If you have, of course, please accept my apologies and show me your badge. Perhaps I ought to shut up shop and ride over to the sheriff and get him out here, Nancy added, keen to support Joshua as best she could. As a matter of fact, I think I'll do that very thing. Nancy made a very good show of turning and preparing to leave. Now, there's no need for that, Miss Hopper, Archie barked at her. And there's no need for your tone, Archie Carter. Nancy spun around, her hands on her hips. It's any excuse with you, isn't it? You plant yourself on what you assume is the side of right and you start shouting and yelling. What on earth is wrong with you? As Nancy spoke, the entire crowd went silent. You need to watch your mouth there, Missy. Archie turned to stare at her. No, she doesn't. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, Cassidy appeared and walked past Joshua and out of the attorney's offices. If you need to speak to me, then you speak to me. If you think I'll stand here and watch you try to bully this wonderful young woman, then you are very much mistaken. Despite being just about the smallest person in all of Russet's reach, barring children, Nancy had never truly realized how tall and broad Cassidy really was. It was not until she saw him facing the crowd in front of him that it became apparent. He certainly stood head and shoulders above Archie Carter, whose face suggested that he had, by no means, been expecting so strapping and well-nourished a drifter. Once again, Nancy had that little niggle at the back of her mind. There really was nothing of the drifter about him, and, as she compared him to her fellow townsfolk, Nancy realized just how big, fit and healthy he really was. So, ask your questions. Cassidy was not addressing the crowd. He had taken another step towards Archie and, looking down, he addressed him personally. Well, see now, the thing is there's been a bit of cattle rustling going on in these parts. Archie was definitely on the back foot and Nancy could have cheered. Even with a great crowd of people behind him, the bully was beginning to crumble. So I believe, Cassidy said flatly, never once taking his eyes from Archie's face. And the talk is that it's just one man doing it. Talk? Cassidy shook his head in disbelief. You came all this way and gathered a crowd around you just because of some talk. Well, you're the only new face in town, Archie spat, almost as if he had suddenly provided enough information and evidence to close the case entirely. And therefore, that makes me the obvious choice? Cassidy was still shaking his head. You don't think that that is just a little bit too obvious? If I was a cattle rustler, I most certainly would not have introduced myself about this town. I would have just stolen the cattle and moved on anonymously. That's what cattle rustlers do. How do you know so much about cattle rustlers? Archie was rocking up onto the balls of his feet, almost as if to make himself taller. Everybody knows about cattle rustlers, you fool. This is Idaho and there is not a town anywhere in Idaho without a ranch somewhere around it. Cassidy sighed and then looked at the crowd. If this man is your choice of leader, I really do not know what to say to you people. I suppose, at least, you didn't come here with lit torches. Cassidy laughed without mirth and began to shake his head from side to side again. Much to Nancy's surprise, the rest of the crowd began to look a little shamefaced, almost as if Cassidy had single-handedly made a fool of each and every one of them. As far as Nancy was concerned, there were two things for absolute certain. Firstly, Cassidy was perfectly well able to look after himself. Secondly, a man as eloquent and confident a speaker as he was, with a ramrod straight back and a deep, booming voice, had never truly known a moment's drifting in his entire life. Cassidy Taylor was not the man he had claimed to be, and Nancy was going to find out who he was in whatever way she could. Slowly but surely, the crowd began to dissipate amidst much mumbling. Nancy was pleased to hear one or two of them quietly discussing Archie Carter in disparaging tones. At least they had stopped talking as if Cassidy truly was a cattle rustler at any rate. "Are you all right, Nancy?" Suddenly Cassidy was at her side, his face full of concern. "Yes, Nancy, you did very well there." And in a heartbeat, Joshua Colgan was at her other side. "Yes, thank you both, I'm just fine." Nancy smiled. "You sure are full of gunpowder, make no mistake." Seeing that she was perfectly all right, Cassidy smiled broadly at her. "Oh yeah, Nancy has always been that way, haven't you?" Joshua smiled, clearly appreciative of the solidarity of her presence and the courage it must have taken to provide it. "Well, I guess I have a good deal to be thankful to you both for." That crowd certainly were real intent, and they thought they had their man. If it hadn't been for the two of you, they'd have taken a hell of a lot more convincing. Cassidy spread his arms wide. "Thank you," he said, most sincerely. "You're welcome, Cassidy." Nancy smiled back. "Anyways, I guess I better get back to my store." Nancy nodded politely at both men before turning to slowly make her way back into the haberdashery. "Maybe I'll take a break now, Mr. Colgan," Nancy heard Cassidy say to Joshua. "Sure thing," Joshua responded, and Nancy heard the front door of his office close, Joshua clearly having gone back inside. Nancy felt sure Cassidy was following along behind her but did not want to turn and look. Instead, she simply continued on back into her own store. "Nancy?" As she had suspected, Cassidy had followed her into the store. "Yes?" Nancy smiled, although the upset of their last meeting was still very fresh in her mind. For a few moments, while things looked bad for him out there, Nancy had pushed her hurt feelings to one side. However, now that everything had calmed down and Archie Carter and his crowd of sheep had dispersed, their last conversation came back at her with full force. "I just wanted to thank you again for wading in on my side just now." "It was nothing. Don't mention it." Nancy smiled and shrugged. "Well, I reckon it took some guts," Cassidy stated, looking a little forlorn in the middle of the store, almost as if he dared not take another step but did not exactly want to leave. Nancy felt herself softening just a little. "And I reckon I don't deserve to have someone as good as you coming down on my side." "Oh, well, that's just not true," Nancy said, and suddenly she felt sorry for him. He was trying to apologize and she wanted to help him out. "It is true, Nancy. The way I behaved the other day. Don't worry about it." "No, I was wrong. I know you were only trying to help me and I let all sorts of things get in the way of that. I'm real sorry, Nancy." "Well, you can consider your apology accepted." Nancy smiled brightly. She was not a person to hold a grudge, and if an apology was truly meant, she always accepted it and moved on. "Did I hear you tell Joshua you were taking a break? Do you have time for some tea?" "I thought you'd never ask." Cassidy seemed to suddenly exude relief. They were friends again, and she could tell that he was really pleased about that. He seemed almost to uncoil just a little, but Nancy was not going to make the same mistake twice. If he wanted to tell her anything about his life, she would be more than willing to listen. But she would stop asking questions. If she wanted to find out more about him, she would find another way to do it. Nancy had more than one string to her bow, after all. Cassidy was wearing the thick dark trousers and red plaid shirt that he had been wearing the first day she'd seen him. Once again, they were fresh and immaculate, despite their age and wear. Nancy knew that he must be getting his laundry done somewhere. There was no other explanation for the drifter's extreme cleanliness. Not the first time, Nancy wondered exactly where it was he was staying, but was determined not to mention it. That was not to say that she would not find it out by other means, for Nancy was now determined to do just that. "And there's some bread and butter if you're hungry," Nancy said simply as she headed off in the direction of her small kitchen with Cassidy trailing along behind her. "I ate real well this morning, Nancy." Cassidy made himself comfortable at the small wooden table. "What with getting paid and all, I've been eating a lot these last days." "I'm pleased to hear that." Nancy, who was busy setting the water to boil on the stove, looked at him over her shoulder and smiled. She successfully stopped herself short of asking him where he took his meals. "Yes, I've had a meal or two at Mrs. Denton's diner again. She makes a real good meal and you get a lot for the money." "She's the best cook in town," Nancy agreed and smiled to herself when she realized that the moment she had stopped asking questions, Cassidy had offered the information for himself. Maybe there was a lesson in that for her somewhere. "Nancy," Cassidy began, his voice low. "There are things I really would like to tell you but can't." "Then I won't ask." Nancy smiled as she spooned tea into the pot. "I really wish that I could, but you would just be better off not knowing, believe me. You don't owe me any explanations." Nancy smiled, but the pressure of keeping her tongue still was making her feel a little clammy. Not only was she not asking him any questions, but now he was giving just snippets, little teasers of information that were going to keep her awake all night. "I don't want to put you in any sort of situation." Cassidy was picking his words carefully. "What I'm trying to say is that I don't want to put you in the middle of something that you don't need to be in the middle of." "Well, that sure is kind of you." Nancy was struggling badly. She would find out more about this man if it was the last thing she did. "I reckon you've realized there's a little bit more to my story than simply drifting from town to town, and you'd be right. But one thing I can tell you is that I am not a cattle rustler. Of all things, I am not that." Cassidy's brows knitted together and his countenance seemed to darken a little. "I never suspected you for a moment." Nancy poured the boiling water into the pot. "If I did, I wouldn't have come down on your side out there." "Then I guess you trust me a little, huh?" He looked up at her hopefully. "Yes, I do trust you. You don't strike me as a thief, and I wouldn't believe it if someone spent all day trying to convince me. Maybe someday I will be able to explain it all to you." Cassidy leaned his elbows on the table and rested his chin in his hands. "Of all people, I would really like to be completely honest with you, but I can't right now. I hope one day you'll come to know why that is and understand why I am as I am." "Well, I'm here whenever you're ready to speak," Nancy said simply. "And whatever you tell me stays with me." "I like you a whole lot," Cassidy said, and Nancy was curiously startled by it. "I like you too." "I mean, a whole lot. I mean, you make me wish I could stay here in Russet's reach." With his head still rested on his hands, Cassidy followed her every movement with his bright blue eyes. "But you can't stay?" Finally, Nancy allowed herself a question. She simply couldn't help it. the idea that Cassidy would sooner or later leave Russet's reach gave her a low feeling that their brief acquaintance could not really account for. How was it that she felt so very strongly about a man she had known for such a short space of time? And how did she feel so strongly about a man that she really didn't know because there were things that he could not tell her? It was like falling in love with a ghost. Falling in love? No, Nancy could not let herself do that, not again. No, I can't stay, Cassidy said with a sigh which seemed quite final. Nancy quickly gathered that this part of the conversation was over. I dare say that now half the town thinks that I am the solo cattle rustler. I won't be getting any more work here. Well, don't be defeated on that count just yet. You just carry on doing what you're doing for Joshua and wait and see what turns up. Sometimes it doesn't hurt to just have a little faith, you know? Nancy grinned. You kind of strike me as someone who always has a little faith. Cassidy straightened up in his seat and reached for the tea she had just poured him, his sad expression suddenly being replaced by a smile broad enough to match Nancy's own. There's no sense in not having faith, trust me. But don't you run the risk of being disappointed? Of course you do. But that's what life is all about. Nancy shrugged as if she was surprised he didn't already know this little fact. If you don't have a little hope and a little faith, there's a good chance you don't have anything. Life takes its twists and turns, and oftentimes those twists and turns are in a downwards direction. Sure, if you'd been hoping for something and you didn't get it, you'd be disappointed. But if you hadn't even allowed yourself to hope, allowed yourself a moment's faith, then you had nothing at all, not the thing you were hoping for, sure, but not even the happy anticipation of it. All would be nothing. Do you see what I mean? As long-winded as that explanation was, it actually does make a lot of sense. Cassidy began to laugh and he winked at her before taking a sip of his tea. That wink set her heart a-pounding and brought heat to her cheeks. What was she doing? Well, that's just what I like. Faith, hope, and long-winded explanations. Nancy winked back before picking up her own cup. Chapter 9. So, we are the first two out of the card game. Jesse chuckled as he sat down on the couch beside Claudine. He had a small plateful of savory pastries and he held the plate out so that she might take one. We sure are. Claudine took one of the pastries and nodded her thanks. I guess I just wasn't concentrating this evening. And as for you, Jesse Vanhorne, you're normally the last man standing. I guess I wasn't concentrating too well myself either. I was hungry too, and that wasn't helping. I could smell these fancy little things and it was making my belly rumble. That's enough to put any man off his game. Jesse looked down at the plateful of pastries and popped one into his mouth. These sure are good. Yes, if anyone knows pastry, it's Clara Clayton. Claudine bit into her own. And I thought she seemed real pleased at the prospect of an extra game every month, with that one taking place in someone else's home for a change. Yes. I guess I never thought about it before now. You know, giving Clara a break from the hostess thing. Although I know you ladies always bring something along too, I suppose there's still that bit of work to do every month. There sure is. A woman likes to give the place a little clean before she has guests, so it will be nice for Clara not to have to do that now and again. I'm real glad that everybody is so keen to meet up more often. Jesse paused and cleared his throat. But mostly because that means I get to spend a little extra time with you. Jesse looked back down at his plate. It's mighty nice of you to say that, Claudine said. And I must admit I also look forward to the opportunity to spend a little more time with you. Claudine could hardly believe what she was saying. She had never been a particularly shy woman, but she had found her growing feelings for Jesse rather difficult to deal with. The worst of it was that she knew that her reticence had nothing to do with Jesse himself. He was a good man and she knew she had great feelings for him. In truth, it was another man altogether who was holding her back, and she knew it all too well. "I sure am glad to hear that. It's taken me all evening to get up the guts to say that out loud." Jesse sighed heavily and broke the tension of the moment. Both he and Claudine laughed heartily enough to draw a few brief looks from the remaining card players around the table. "Well, it's a good thing you found the guts because I never would have." Claudine felt flushed and a little thrilled by the few simple words passing between them. When did all this get so difficult? As Jesse spoke, he hurriedly brushed some crumbs from the front of his shirt. "Some things get easier with age, Jesse, and others just get more difficult. It's likely to be that we're just a little rusty, that's all. It's funny, I remember the first time I asked my Margaret to the barn dance right here in Russets Reach. You remember the old barn? The one they took down before putting that nice new one up?" "I sure do. Harlan and I danced our hearts out in that old barn. We were probably in there at the same time as you and Margaret." "Sure is a possibility. Or even a probability." Jesse chuckled. "I guess we both have some good memories of that place. Believe it or not, Jesse, it was in that old barn where Harlan finally proposed to me." Claudine smiled warmly. "No kidding." Jesse brightened with interest and Claudine found herself suddenly almost relieved to discover that he was keen to hear a little something about her life with her husband. Claudine remembered it as if it had been just yesterday. Harlan Carrow had been courting her for some months and the two of them had got along like a house on fire. Despite the both of them being only 17 years old, they had never had a cross word in their entire courtship. All their time together seemed to be spent in fun and laughter and kissing, and Claudine couldn't imagine her life with anybody else. Harlan was handsome and fun and just about the most self-assured boy in all of Russets Reach. But it wasn't an arrogant sort of confidence, it was more of a comical, cheeky confidence. Whatever it was, Claudine had fallen for him hook, line, and sinker. However, on that night in the old barn with Wesley Weymouth and his band playing their fiddles for all they were worth, Harlan was not quite as confident as usual. He had something on his mind, and that was for sure. As the night wore on and his face had become more serious, Claudine began to fear the worst. Without a doubt, her handsome, amusing young beau was about to tell her that he'd fallen for another girl. If he wasn't, then he was about to tell her that he didn't want her anymore. Nothing else could account for the look on his face and the fact that he hadn't laughed once all night. "Do you want to dance this one, Harlan?" "We haven't danced a step all night," Claudine said, her young voice wobbling with uncertainty. "No, Claudine. I'm not in the mood for dancing." As he spoke, Harlan sat himself down on a gingham-covered hay bale and stared out across the dance floor. "Something's wrong, isn't it?" Claudine asked the question without really wanting to. There was a tiny, childish part of her which thought that if she didn't ask the question then he couldn't answer it. Nothing would change because he wouldn't get the chance to tell her that he didn't want her anymore. They would just carry on as they were until he finally found that he liked her again. "No, nothing is wrong." Harlan looked down at the floor. Claudine's heart had sunk way down into her small, lace-up ankle boots. She had no doubt that life as she knew it was about to end right there and then at the barn dance. There, amongst the hay bales covered in pretty red gingham with the fabric streamers hanging from the wooden beams, Harlan was going to tell her that he didn't want to see her anymore. Wesley Weymouth's band were becoming more and more frenetic and Claudine found herself staring at them. For men all playing the fiddle at the same time, their elbows moving in and out as if they were somehow connected to each other. Everything was in perfect time and perfect step, and it seemed wrong, somehow, that things could come to an end for her in so perfect a setting. "Are you sure?" Claudine heard her voice and didn't recognize it as her own. It sounded so full of fear. When he didn't speak, Claudine felt her head drop. She found herself curiously looking down at the pretty dress she had picked out especially for the dance. Her ma had made it for her, but she was a real good seamstress and she had done a real good job. The fabric was in such a pale green check and her petticoats gleamed so white and frilly at the ankle-length hem that it made her feel light and summery just to wear it. And that is exactly how she had felt as she waited for Harlan to call at her parents' home and pick her up for the barn dance. She had felt like a lucky young woman with everything to look forward to. A young woman who was in love for the first time and had never dreamed that it would all come to an end. In truth, Harlan had seemed a little on edge from the very moment he had picked her up. She had opened the door to him herself and smiled as she drank in his handsomeness. As he stood in the doorway, Claudine admired his thick brown trousers, clean boots, and well-fitting brown plaid shirt. Brown always suited Harlan so well because of his tan skin and sun-lightened hair. As far as Claudine was concerned, Harlan Carrow was just about the most handsome boy in all of Russet's reach. So many of her young friends had been a little jealous when he first asked her to go out with him. After all, many thought him to be a great catch. He was the son of the biggest ranch owner in the area and considered quite a prize. But that was not how Claudine saw him. Claudine simply loved him for his laughter and his sense of fun. She loved him for his handsome face and kindly ways. Although he was but 17, Claudine knew that she was looking already at the man he would be, and she would have loved him if he'd been the poorest man in all of Idaho. "Harlan, if you don't speak to me, I'm just going to turn right around and leave this barn this minute. If you don't have the guts to tell me that it's over, then I'll just have to assume it." Claudine spoke almost without thinking, but her heart could not take any more. She knew what was coming and she couldn't simply stand there and wait for the final blow to be delivered. The only thing that was left to her was to take matters into her own hands. "Claudine," Harlan said on a deep outward breath. Still he did not look at her. "All right, that's it." As angry as she sounded, Claudine simply felt devastated. Tears were already beginning to roll down her face and she knew that she would need to get herself out of the barn as soon as possible before anyone saw her. It was one thing to have your heart broken and quite another to have it broken in front of everybody. If she could save herself at least that much, then that was what she would do. Hurriedly swiping at the tears which rolled down her face, Claudine turned on her heel and began to march out of the barn. She had taken no more than 5 or 6 steps before she felt her arm gripped tightly. She spun around to see that it was Harlan who held her. "Don't go, Claudine. You've got it all wrong." "Have I?" Claudine blinked hard and fast, determined that she would not cry again. "But why don't you tell me just what it is that's troubling you? What am I supposed to think when you won't even speak to me?" "I've not been silent on purpose." Harlan gave her a little grin which made her heart leap almost into the sky. It was a tiny gesture, but it was enough to let her know that her Harlan was still there. The man standing in front of her was still hers. "I guess I've just been a little quiet while I try to pluck up the courage to ask you something." "Ask me something?" Claudine said, hardly able to put 2 and 2 together since her own fears were only just beginning to settle themselves down before dispersing entirely. "Ask me what?" she said in a tone that was just a little demanding. However, Claudine's emotions had gone wildly up and down in a matter of a few moments and she thought that just a little demanding was perfectly acceptable. "Look, just come back and sit down, will you?" Once again Harlan seemed nervous. He took her hand and began to lead her back to the hay bale. Claudine could feel his palm was just a little clammy. "Just sit down for a moment," Harlan said, and Claudine did just that. With her own sense of equilibrium returning, Claudine busied herself by straightening out the beautiful checked green fabric of her dress so as not to crease it where she sat. She continued to fuss over her skirts for a few moments and only stopped when Harlan let out a great sigh. "Well, what is it?" Claudine looked up at him. Harlan's handsome tanned face was showing signs of turning a rather deep shade of red, and he had a little look of fear in his eyes. Suddenly, Claudine realized that whatever he was about to say was truly serious, and she stopped fussing with her skirts and held his gaze. "Harlan?" Claudine's eyes were wide. Finally, as if he had come to some conclusion or other in his own mind, Harlan dropped down to one knee in front of Claudine where she sat on the hay bale. In that instant, she realized the source of his nerves and understood everything perfectly. "Oh, Harlan." Claudine smiled broadly, and once again the tears began to flow. This time they were tears of joy. "Now don't go jumping the hedge before we get there." "I haven't even asked yet." Harlan grinned at her and Claudine laughed. "Sorry, honey." "You go ahead and ask me your question," Claudine said breathlessly, pressing one hand firmly over her heart. "Claudine Gray," Harlan began somberly as he reached out and took her free hand in his own. "Would you do me the great honor of becoming my wife?" "Are you sure, Harlan?" Claudine said, suddenly keen to get firm reassurances from him. "I mean, well, neither one of us is 18 just yet, and there are lots of other pretty girls out there. Could you not just have said yes?" Harlan said, laughing and shaking his head from side to side. "Because if I keep to my knees for much longer, I'm going to start drawing a crowd, and I'd hope to keep this just a little bit private." "As long as you tell me that you're sure, I'll say yes," Claudine said belligerently. "Claudine Gray, it doesn't matter to me how many pretty girls there are out there. You're the only pretty girl that I can see, and the only one that is in my heart, and the only one that ever will be. Now then, will that do you?" Although Harlan finished with his customary comical twist, Claudine had known that every word he had said to her had been the truth. So much so that she began to cry in earnest. "Oh, Harlan. Is that a yes?" he said, becoming more and more keen to get up from the floor of the barn. Finding herself entirely unable to speak, Claudine just nodded vigorously as she sobbed. As Harlan had feared, a crowd had gathered. Despite the noise of the fiddlers and the whoops and squeals of the dancers, the body language of the two young lovers could mean only one thing. What was more, Claudine's vigorous nodding could also only mean one thing, and, finally, there came a great cheer. After a few moments' general confusion in which the dancers stopped to look and the fiddlers ground to a halt, finally there came a general understanding in the entire barn that Harlan Carrow had just proposed to Claudine Gray, and she had accepted. Almost without words, Wesley Weymouth's fiddlers all began to play the wedding march on their fiddles, and the crowd cheered and clapped wildly. "Oh, Harlan, I'm so happy." Finally able to speak, Claudine leaned over from her seat on the hay bale and threw her arms around his neck. "Me too," he roared into her ear over the sound of the furor going on all around them. "This is just the first hurdle for me. Don't forget, I still have to ask your daddy for your hand." "Oh, he'll say yes. Believe me, he will." By the time Claudine had finished telling the tale to Jesse Vanhorne, she could feel the little tears pricking her eyes. They were not really big enough to fall, and she successfully blinked them away and hoped they had gone unnoticed. It was hard to tell which emotions were causing them, for there were so many. A part of her felt a little of the great spark of happiness that she had felt that very day when Harlan had proposed to her. Another part of her was feeling the sadness at his loss all these years later. But there was something else in amongst it all, and Claudine rather feared she knew what it was. It was guilt. The very act of remembering the wonder and beauty of her husband's proposal had reminded her more keenly of her vows to him. She could not help but think that sitting there, side by side with Jesse Vanhorne, telling him everything, was somehow a betrayal of her Harlan. Of course, her sensible self knew that wasn't true. After all, till death us do part was their marriage vows. But then, it wasn't her sensible self who was drawing tears to her own eyes. It was her emotional self, and Claudine knew that her emotional self was going to be very much harder to convince that life really did go on. Chapter 10. Forgive me for saying, Nancy, but it rather sounds to me as if you have quite fallen for this Mr. Cassidy Taylor. Amelia Carrow smiled, seemingly enjoying herself. I am just concerned for him, and that is all, Nancy argued back, but, seeing the look of amusement on Annabella's face, she knew there was little point in doing so. Yes, Claudine did say that you were very concerned for his thick dark hair and his bright blue eyes. Annabella continued to tease. You're just enjoying yourself, aren't you? At my expense, no less. Nancy grinned. Lest you forget that you have long since been tantamount to the town matchmaker. Annabella looked down into the pan as if the water would boil quicker for doing so. At least you were for my sisters and I, were you not? Annabella laughed. I didn't realize that it would come back to bite me on the behind, Nancy said with good humor. Tell me more about him, Annabella asked, her face a mixture of curiosity and excitement. Well, what has Claudine told you already? I don't want to bore you by going over the same bits. That his name is Cassidy Taylor, that he is a drifter, whatever that means, that he has dark hair and blue eyes, and that you are getting to know him. I think that's about it. Annabella, you are still so very English. Nancy chuckled. Surely you know that a drifter is a man who has no home and wanders from town to town picking up bits of work here and there where he can. Oh, I see, Annabella said as if a light had truly been thrown upon the subject. I wondered why it was that you had sent him to Joshua Colgan to do some maintenance work. Yes, I was just trying to help him out. He hadn't had a lot of luck in town trying to pick work up, you see. What sort of work does he do? I think he'll turn his hand to just about anything. I mean, he's doing a lot of fixing up for Joshua Colgan, and Joshua seems real pleased with the work he's done. I guess Cassidy is quite a handy man. So, that's what he does? I don't think that's entirely what he does. When he first arrived, he asked about the ranches in the area, and I got the feeling that he might be used to that sort of work. You mean he might have worked as a ranch hand somewhere? I'm only guessing, really. You mean you haven't asked him? You, Nancy Hopper, have not found out every detail of his life from birth to this point? Is that supposed to be funny? Nancy said, but could not help but laugh herself. Yes, I thought it was rather good. Annabella smiled and poured the boiled water onto the tea. Just open that big tin there, Nancy. Evelyn has made some little rock cakes. Oh, how lovely, Nancy said with a smile. I should reserve your judgment initially. I rather fear that Evelyn has taken the name rock cakes a little too literally. I will tell her, you know. Nancy chuckled as she took the lid from the tin and put a cake on each of their plates. Here you go. Annabella placed the cup of tea down in front of Nancy. Thank you. Nancy took a bite of the cake and found it truly delicious. These are real good, she said with her eyes closed to fully enjoy the sweet, weedy taste. I suppose if he has had any experience as a ranch hand he probably would have come along and asked one of the boys for work, wouldn't he? Annabella said thoughtfully. That's what I thought. He did ask me for directions when he first came to town. Nancy's voice dropped to a low key. The problem is, half the town, led by Archie Carter, have decided that Cassidy must be the cattle rustler, so I guess he's steering clear of the ranches for now. Oh, that Archie Carter. He just likes a fight, doesn't he? He's always looking for trouble. And I get the feeling that he's not so much of an angel himself. He just judges everybody else. Annabella sounded outraged on Cassidy's behalf, and something about it made Nancy feel a little better. Cassidy stood up for himself though, and the little crowd that Archie confronted him with soon dispersed. He told them that if he really was a cattle rustler he would never have come into town in the first place. He wouldn't have made himself stand out as the only newcomer and a drifter to boot. Which makes perfect sense. Surely the people in town didn't really need to be told that much. Annabella shook her head from side to side. Nancy had always enjoyed the company of Annabella and her sisters. They were so very bright and intelligent and extremely logical, and had never fallen into the ways of gossiping and assuming the worst that a good deal of the russets rich townsfolk seemed to enjoy. They just weren't the there's no smoke without fire type of women. Nancy just hoped that their husbands felt the same way. I'm afraid they did. I think they were all set for a hanging. Nancy knew she was being a little dramatic, but, at the same time, remembered the little stab of fear she had felt when the crowd had hounded him right to the door of the attorney's office. Oh, were they that bad? Really, that people can behave in such a way? Annabella seemed quite annoyed. She had very little sympathy for people who were so very easily led by the groundless opinions of others. The poor man, he must have felt simply dreadful. To be quite honest, he seemed to take it on the chin. I suppose, as a drifter, he's used to people suspecting him. Suspecting him of what? As clever as Annabella was, there were still great gaps. Despite her years in America, still there was just a little something of the fine English lady about her. Of any small thefts and what have you that happen in a town. I guess people always turn their suspicions on the local drifters first. That hardly seems fair. No, I don't think it is fair either. Where does he come from? I mean, Claudine said something about somewhere or other Springs. Angel Springs. He says it's a town in the north of Idaho. Well, we can very quickly check that. Annabella rose efficiently to her feet and disappeared from the room. She returned in no time at all with a great roll of thick paper which Nancy immediately recognized as a map. You have your own map of Idaho? Nancy said a little incredulously. Yes, I bought it years ago. The moment my sisters and I began to earn a little money from the vegetable plot, I invested some of it in a map. How is a map of the place you live in an investment? Nancy asked, chuckling. Tease me all you like, Annabella said as she began to unfurl the great map across the wooden kitchen table. But for a long time, I could not quite get my bearings and work out exactly where in the world I was. And now you know? Indeed, I do, Annabella said with comical primness. Now then, concentrate on the north area and surely we will find Angel Springs between us. For some moments, both women leaned heavily across the table with their noses just inches from the thick waxed paper. There it is. I have it. I have it. Annabella almost yelled at her excitement. Where? Where is it? Nancy found herself equally excited, and just a little bit relieved that the town truly did exist. In truth, although she did trust Cassidy and had told him as much, she knew that there were things that he was not telling her. Of course, he had told her as much himself, but it had left her wondering how much of his initial conversations with her had been fact and how much had been fiction. At least now she could be quite certain that he did, indeed, hail from Angel Springs. Just there. Annabella prodded the map with her index finger. How far away is it? Nancy looked at Annabella quizzically. Well, it's to scale. Annabella chewed at her lip and began to plant her thumb time and time again over the map between their town and Angel Springs. So, that's 6 thumbs, she said, vaguely. 6 thumbs? Is that even a proper measure? Nancy giggled. Shush, Nancy, I'm just working it out in my head, Annabella scolded. Sorry, Nancy whispered as she tried hard not to laugh. It is approximately 30 miles. Are you sure? Nancy was entirely surprised. She had imagined that Angel Springs was miles and miles away. It's not exact, but it's thereabout. And you haven't got your sums all wrong? No, it's around 5 miles per inch. I am only using my thumb as an inch marker from tip to knuckle. Annabella held up her thumb and wiggled it in front of Nancy's face. 6 thumbs, 5 miles per thumb, that makes it 30 miles by my way of reckoning. Oh, I see. That's real clever. Nancy grinned. So, Angel Springs is only 30 miles away. Did you think it was more? I thought it would be a lot more. When Cassidy said that it was way out in the north of Idaho, I thought he meant all the way up at the top. I thought it would be 100 miles away or more. Perhaps he simply meant north of here when he said north? Annabella added helpfully. Perhaps, Nancy said, and tried hard to think back to the original conversation. Although she could not remember it in detail, Nancy felt sure that her initial reaction had been right. Cassidy had suggested that his home was, perhaps, further away than it really was. Not an outright lie, but certainly not the full truth. Did you ask him why it was he left Angel Springs in the first place? Annabella went on. No, I didn't. You didn't? Annabella's surprise was by no means insulting. Nancy knew fine well that she was an inquisitive woman and it was no secret to those around her. He is such a private man. Nancy shook her head little. And I'm finding it real hard to get to know him. It's kind of piece by piece, you know? And you really are putting the work in, aren't you? Annabella said, not teasing in the least. I guess so. I get the feeling he needs a friend. And what about more than a friend? Annabella spoke so quietly that Nancy could hardly hear her. In truth, matchmaking was rather more Nancy's territory than Annabella's, and it very much showed. I'm not looking for romance, Nancy said with a sad smile. Why not? Annabella was not keen to let it go, clearly. It's just not for me, that's all. No, I'm afraid that's not going to be good enough, Annabella said with a smile as she busied herself with re-rolling the great map. For one thing, you would never have let me get away with that. You would have pushed and found out more and convinced me otherwise. You know me too well. I would have pushed and tried to convince you otherwise. Nancy grinned. And so, that is what I fully intend to do myself. So, why is it that Nancy Hopper contents herself with sorting out the romantic lives of others and not her own? I suppose the short answer is that I was hurt real bad in the past. Nancy felt a lump already forming in her throat. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Annabella seemed suddenly awkward. You couldn't have known. It was before you and your sisters ever came here. I was no more than 22 at the time. It was more than 12 years ago. 12 years? Annabella said, her eyes widening. But that is such a long time ago, Nancy. What could have happened to put you, the most romantic person I have ever met, entirely off romance in terms of yourself? I was let down, Nancy began in a tiny voice. I thought I was getting married, I'd been asked and everything, and it never came to pass. And you really loved him? Annabella looked down into her teacup. Yes, I loved him more than anyone in the world. Nancy swallowed hard. Please forgive me, Annabella. I find it very hard to talk about even now. I guess it's because I never even think about it. Perhaps you need to, Annabella said, thoughtfully. Perhaps you need to think it through and let it go. It's too hard. I just can't do it. Is he still here? In Russet's Reach, I mean? No, he left. He left 12 years ago, and I haven't seen him since. Do you know where he went? No, he just up and left and that was that. But surely there is a chance for happiness with somebody else? Just because things did not work out between you and your young man doesn't mean that it wouldn't work between you and another man. It feels too sad for you to simply give up on love in that way. To be honest, I never really found anybody after that I had a chance of falling in love with. And if there wasn't going to be any love, I wasn't interested in being married. Especially since Daddy was always going to give me the store, with it, and a way to look after myself. I didn't need to be married. But what if you did find somebody that you knew you could fall in love with? Would you be able to think about it then? No, I don't think so. But why, Nancy? Annabella suddenly seemed quite determined. My heart was so broken, Annabella. I had never known pain like it and I know that I couldn't live through it again. I know there are never any guarantees in this life, but isn't there a very good chance that it wouldn't happen again? Not every love ends in disaster, after all. I just don't think I could risk it. Nancy was battling the images of that last day, the pain and humiliation of it all. She was fighting it back into the dark and unused recesses of her memory where they belonged. I'm so sorry. I really don't mean to pry, I promise you. I won't ask you what happened because I can see that it is affecting you greatly. But allow me to ask you just one question. Of course. Nancy smiled and blinked hard. This man, whoever he was, do you still love him? I really try not to think about him. In fact, I very rarely do think about him or about the life I thought I'd have with him. It just doesn't come up in my day-to-day life because I busy myself with everything else. You busy yourself with everyone else, Nancy. You're so keen to see that everybody around you is happy and that all the outcomes are the right ones. What about you? And you haven't answered my question. Do you still love him? I suppose there is a part of me that still loves him, yes. Nancy sounded thoroughly miserable. Please forgive my intrusion, but I really do think that you perhaps need to face this. If you do, you might be up to clearing it away. To sweeping it right out of the door, so to speak. And then what? Nancy sounded doubtful. And then look to the future. Start thinking about a different man. A tall man in a plaid shirt with dark hair and blue eyes for a start. Annabella smiled a little mischievously and Nancy was glad of the respite. Are we back to Cassidy Taylor again? Nancy asked, shaking her head comically from side to side. I thought we'd already done this bit. I can tell you that I have not even begun in earnest. Annabella rose to pour them both some more tea. And I'm not going to give up, because you never gave up on me. You worked and worked to get me to trust again and even believe in love. Now, as you know, that ended terribly well for me. I feel sure I would never have married Ashley had you and Claudine not done your very best to help me break free from the chains of the past. Now, what sort of a friend would I be if I didn't at least try to do the same for you? We are not our pasts, Nancy. Yes, what happens in the past can often shape your future, but that is not a foregone conclusion. It is not truth, do you see? Not really, but I think it's just because you're so posh. Nancy grinned and Annabella burst out laughing. What I'm trying to say is that we do not have to be slaves to the past. Of all the bad things that happen, and they do happen, we do not have to let them hold us in their grip forever. We can break out from that grip and choose to take a different path. I really don't know why I'm explaining all of this to you, since it was you who first made me see the truth of it. Annabella sighed in a somewhat exasperated fashion. I guess I just said it in simpler terms, Nancy teased. Oh. Nancy Hopper, I just know that you know exactly what I am trying to say to you. I do know it, Annabella. I'm just not sure I'm brave enough to step out from under the shadow of the past. I'm better at giving advice than taking it, you know? Oh yes, I know. Annabella smiled. But maybe it's time to learn. Take a leaf out of your own book and read it from top to bottom. Maybe my advice is not what you need to hear. Maybe you need some of your own advice because, honestly, I have never heard better than yours. You could certainly do a lot worse than listen to yourself. Not the self who is afraid to look at the past, but the self who would advise a close friend to do just that. What do you say? Well, I guess my advice is always pretty good, huh? Yes, it certainly is. Well, maybe I'll just try it and see. Just be patient with me. Chapter 11. Nancy leaned against the frame as she stared out of the window and down into the main road of Russets Reach. She had closed the shop up more than 2 hours ago, although the sun was not yet ready to give up and still glowed a little weakly as it began to go down. It had been some years since her father had married again and decided to retire, leaving Nancy one of his 2 thriving Russets Reach stores. His other store, the general grocery, he had sold to Mr. Pulver, and he had invested the proceeds widely enough to give himself and his new wife a little income in their retirement years. Bill Hopper and his wife, Mariel, had moved out of Russets Reach when Bill had given the haberdashery to Nancy. They hadn't gone far, but, still, Primrose Plains was almost 10 miles away and Nancy did not see them anywhere near as regularly as she would have liked. The haberdashery store, which Nancy had loved dearly since she was a child, came with very spacious and pleasant living accommodation on the floor above. She had a proper kitchen with everything in it that she needed, it being far better appointed than the little kitchen she had out the back of the shop downstairs. She also had a nice, big, square drawing room and a bedroom of almost equal size. Being a lover of fabric and sewing, Nancy had made the most beautiful drapes and soft furnishings which she changed with alarming regularity. Still, every time Nancy changed the fabrics, she felt like she had moved into a brand new home. Currently, her drawing room boasted a mixture of neat checks and tiny florals. As Nancy continued to stare out through the pretty nets at the window, she wondered how much longer Cassidy would be working. He certainly did put in a full day, and it was little wonder that Joshua was so pleased with him. In the end, Joshua had found a lot more work for him to do, deciding that he might as well get each and every little job done while he had a good and honest hard worker at his disposal. Nancy had been very pleased to hear it and made no secret of the fact when he had come into the store to tell her earlier that day. "Nancy? Are you in here?" Nancy had been out the back setting some water to boil when Cassidy had made his way into the haberdashery. "I'm out the back, Cassidy. Come on through," Nancy had called, more pleased than she could say simply at hearing his voice. "I hope I'm not interrupting you," Cassidy said as he leaned against the door frame and smiled at her. "Not at all. I was just going to make some tea if you'd like some." Nancy smiled at him and marveled at the way he almost filled the doorway. Cassidy really was so very tall and broad, and Nancy could hardly believe that the rest of the town really did think he would pass as a drifter. He was just too healthy and too well fed, not to mention too clean, to be any such thing. Of course, Nancy had yet to discover his reasons for living the way he did, but still she knew that the life Cassidy Taylor was living was not his own. "Yes, I have 10 minutes or so. I just wanted to let you know that I have at least another 2 weeks' worth of work with Joshua Colgan. Every time he opens a door he finds something else that needs fixing." Cassidy laughed, his handsome face split by a broad smile and his blue eyes squinting as his face wrinkled in mirth. "Not that I'm complaining, obviously." "Obviously," Nancy said, also smiling. "Well, I reckon that's just about the best piece of news I've had all morning. I am so pleased for you and pleased you will be sticking around for at least a little while longer." On the whole, Nancy had tried hard not to think too much about the fact that Cassidy might not be around for long. After all, he really had more or less told her as much. Still, any little job that would keep him in Russet's reach was a good thing. It would give her just a little more time to find out more about him. "I'm pleased too," Cassidy spoke softly as Nancy finished making the tea. As she set the pot and 2 cups onto the table, she knew that Cassidy was watching her every move. He'd gone silent and she felt sure that there was something else he wanted to say to her. As tempting as it was to fill the silence, Nancy decided that, for once in her life, she would stay quiet. "I'm real pleased, Nancy." Instead of taking a seat at the table, Cassidy took a few tentative steps towards her. "I don't think I'm ready to leave you just yet." They stood for a few moments in silence, just inches apart from one another. They had never stood quite so close before, and Nancy found herself having to tip her head back some way to look up into his face. It was true that just about everybody in Russet's reach was taller than Nancy Hopper, but she had never felt quite as tiny as she did at that moment. "You're just too tall and well-fed to be a drifter," Nancy said with a grin. "Do you think anybody else has noticed?" Cassidy grinned back at her and Nancy felt a warm glow. It was an admission of some sort, a confidence shared. Nothing had ostensibly changed, and yet it seemed to her that everything had. Sure, he hadn't told her exactly who he was and why he was there, but he also hadn't blindly claimed to be a drifter anymore. It was as if a door had opened just a little wider, almost wide enough for Nancy to sneak through. "Funnily enough, no, I don't think they have. You seem to be quite safe," Nancy spoke with a knowingness that she did not really feel. "One day, I promise, I'll tell you all of it." Cassidy reached for her hands and took them both in his own. Nancy held firmly to his hands and looked down at them. How tiny her hands felt in his, and how safe she felt all of a sudden. "In the meantime, you'll just have to trust me." "I do trust you." Nancy meant what she said. She did trust him as a human being and even as a man. What she did not entirely trust was what the future might hold for either or both of them. Cassidy had made her no promises and therefore she could do no other than trust him. Mistrust, true mistrust, could only creep in once promises had been made, that much she was sure of. "Thank you." Cassidy bent forward and kissed the top of her head. As brief and as sweet as the kiss had been, Nancy felt it as keenly as if she had been struck on the top of the head with a hot iron. From anybody else, this would have been a simple thing. But from Cassidy, for whatever reason, it felt like the end of one world and the beginning of another. "Now, how about that tea you promised me?" Cassidy released her hands and seemed to become himself again. "Sit yourself down," Nancy said with a smile, relieved that the intensity of the moment had passed. Nancy knew that she was continuing to stand and stare out of the window for one reason and one reason only. She wanted to catch a glimpse of Cassidy as he left Joshua Colgan's offices for the day. She wanted to see what direction he took. It wouldn't tell her anything about where he was staying, just the direction. Still, it would be one more thing that she knew about him, however small. Had Nancy really fallen for this man? To be searching for one tiny detail about his life, just the direction in which he lived, would have spoken volumes to her had she been witnessing the behavior in another. It would have told her, without the shadow of a doubt, that the young lady in question had very much fallen in love with the young man she was hoping to see from her window. And yet, Nancy felt sure she could not truly fall in love again. Even if Annabella was right about Nancy facing up to the past and breaking free of it, did she really want to put herself through the pain of reliving it all for a man who had a secret? As much as Cassidy seemed to return her feelings, could his secret be so big, or of such a nature, as to keep them apart? If that was the case, then wouldn't Nancy's heart simply be broken all over again, just in a different way? "I can't answer any of this without finding out more about him." Nancy spoke through a great sigh. How could she know if Cassidy Taylor was truly a man worthy enough for her to risk confronting her past and giving her heart away if he didn't tell her more? What if he didn't tell her anything until it was too late? Too late for what? Nancy, growing bored of asking question after question and getting nowhere, decided to cut some bread and sit in front of the lightly stacked fire for a while with a toasting fork. It would take her mind off things, and she was getting hungry after all. The moment she made the decision, her eyes flew to the dusty road below. There, heading away north on the road out of Russet's reach, was Cassidy Taylor. His working day was finally over. Hardly knowing her own motives, she suddenly seized her dark blue shawl from the back of the armchair where she had left it and wrapped it loosely around her shoulders. Wasting no time at all, she raced down the stairs, knowing that she had finally decided to find out more about the man she was falling in love with. If nothing else, she could find out where that handsome dark-haired man was laying his head at night. Nancy had been following at a distance for some 20 minutes when she realized that he was truly heading out of the town. The entire time that she had followed him, Nancy fully expected him to turn into one of the many side roads which contained the odd boarding house here and there. Still, if he was trying to keep up the pretense of being a drifter, perhaps a boarding house would not have worked out too well for him. Although Cassidy was walking at an even pace, his legs were so very much longer than Nancy's that she found she had almost to walk at double pace to keep up. Furthermore, she knew she would have to ease back quite a bit more as they came out of town, for fear he would turn around and see her quite clearly behind him. The further out of town they got, the less cover she would have. With any luck, he would take the left fork in the road out towards Wellet Bray. At least that way there was much by way of overgrown grassland, and there were trees enough for a small woman to hide behind. Dusk had begun to fall just a little, and Nancy pulled her shawl up to cover her bright blonde hair with it also. If anything would give her away, it would be her golden ringlets. Although the evening was cool, Nancy felt overheated and just a little clammy. She had not walked so fast for as long as she could remember, not to mention the fact that her overexcited nerves were likely adding to her state. She hung back a little as Cassidy approached the fork in the road, pleased to see that he finally took the small and dusty road to Wellet Bray. The very moment he had set up on the path that she had hoped for, Nancy began to speed up. However, The road coming out of Russet's Reach had a steep incline, and her little legs now had to break into a trot to maintain the equal distance between her and Cassidy. She did not want to risk him breaking away from her now and suddenly disappearing out of view. If she was going to get hot and sweaty, she would at least get a little information for her efforts. Nancy could hear her own breathing coming hard and fast, and she began to nurse a small panic that Cassidy had actually taken lodgings in a boarding house in Wellet Bray itself. If that was the case, then she had another 2 or 3 miles to cover, and, at her current speed, she doubted she would manage it. Of course, there was nothing at all between Russet's Reach and Wellet Bray, so the thought she had imagined a little irrational began to look more likely. After all, he looked so clean and well rested that he just had to be staying in a boarding house somewhere. At that moment, Nancy almost gave up. If he was going that far, it would surely be full night by the time she had followed him there. Then, once she had discovered his lodgings, Nancy would have to walk the long and lonely road back home to Russet's Reach in the dark. She stopped for a moment, her heart telling her to keep following and her head telling her to go home. She walked on the spot for a while in an agony of indecision. Just when she had finally decided to abandon her pursuit, Cassidy turned sharply off the road and began to cut across the grassland. "What?" Nancy said to herself. "Where can he be going?" The grass was long and the foliage thick, and Nancy knew that she would lose him if she didn't make her mind up soon. Fastening her shawl tightly about her and gathering up her skirts, Nancy began to run. It was no mean feat for Nancy to run uphill as she was doing, and she found herself gasping for air before she was even halfway. Still, she had come this far, and she was determined that her overexertion would not be in vain. Finally reaching the point at which Cassidy had departed from the road, Nancy found a well-trodden little pathway through the long grass. The ground was not hard, however, but rather the grass there had been flattened. This was not a long-standing pathway, but one that had been newly formed. Likely it had been newly formed by none other than Cassidy Taylor. But where was he going? Taking a deep and steadying breath, Nancy began to make her way along the path. Being so short, the grass was a good deal taller than she, and, when she was a few minutes in, Nancy began to feel a little claustrophobic and a little panicked. However, she knew she must keep going. After some minutes, she could see that the trodden-down grass, if she followed it, would take her off towards a gentle slope down in the general direction of Wellet Bray, if still some couple of miles from that little town itself. As she began to descend, Nancy finally caught sight of Cassidy once more. Stopping for a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just the very sight of his departing back was enough to calm her nerves and make her feel less alone in the rapidly descending dusk of the evening. A part of her wanted to call out to him, to tell him to come back for her, to tell him she did not want to be alone. However, she simply stayed where she was and continued to watch him. Cassidy was walking towards a derelict barn, and Nancy could hardly believe it when he hastily opened the door and disappeared inside. Taking a few steps further down the slope, Nancy peered at the barn and wondered how anybody could get a good night's sleep in there. Although it appeared to have much of its roof, it wasn't entirely intact, and many of the panels were missing from the walls of the barn. There would, no doubt, be somewhere inside that ruined building that would be dry at least, but, in the middle of the night, it must surely be terribly cold. Nancy looked up at the darkening sky and knew that she must turn to go sooner rather than later. She at least wanted to be on the edge of Russet's Reach by the time darkness truly fell. As much as she would not particularly relish walking through the town at night, at least there were people there, albeit they would be inside their homes. However, something else was tugging at Nancy's heart. How could she turn and go back towards the comfort of Russet's Reach and her own warm home, knowing that Cassidy would be out there all night, open to the elements for all intents and purposes? As Nancy began to wonder what on earth his secret could be that it led to him to sleep night after night in such a place, she felt the first prickle of hot tears forming. What was Cassidy running from? Or what was he running to? Surely only a person who was running would consider such a disguise and live in such a way. Nancy turned and hurriedly made her way back along the flattened grass path. With nobody to watch her, she allowed her tears to fall. Cassidy might very well be a man she could trust, but it was becoming clear to Nancy that his life and his circumstances might be quite another matter altogether. The thought was like an anvil on her back. It was too late for her, for she knew she already loved him. Pushing the thought from her mind almost before it could firm, Nancy set off back towards Russets Reach and hoped she would make it before dark. Chapter 12. So, when can we expect to be hosting one of your card games here, Claudine? Annabella asked. The two women had placed a great pile of potatoes and root vegetables in the center of the kitchen table and were, between them, slowly peeling them, all ready to cook for dinner. Claudine always enjoyed spending time with the girls getting meals put together, and was pleased that they had never barred her from the kitchen or shunned her help. In truth, she knew herself to be very lucky indeed in the daughters-in-law she had. And peeling the enormous pile of vegetables that was needed to feed a family of 10 was no mean feat, albeit a wonderful opportunity to sit at the table and chatter. Just 2 weeks from now. Clara Clayton sure was relieved when she realized that we weren't expecting her to take the extra night a month on board as well. She works hard enough as it is. But I'm sure she must enjoy it, otherwise she wouldn't have kept at it for so many years. I imagine, and she does have help. Claudine began to chuckle as she remembered that Blanche Denton had told her how Clara Clayton made the sheriff wash the plates at the end of the night. I believe her husband washes the dishes. Really? Annabella looked amazed. Somehow, I just cannot imagine Sheriff Clayton with his sleeves rolled up and his arms plunged into soapy water up to the elbows. Neither can I. Claudine was still chuckling. But it is an image which keeps popping into my mind ever since I heard of it. Oh Lord, and now it's going to pop into my mind whenever I see him. He's coming out here tomorrow, isn't he? I mean, to talk about the cattle rustling and whatnot. He sure is. Claudine nodded. So, I guess we'd better just get all our laughing out now. What sort of eats do you have at your card night? I know you cook up a pie occasionally and take it over to Clara's, but what else will need doing? Maybe a few sandwiches and a few little pastries. Claudine shrugged. Well, you just let me know and I'll help you get it all ready. That sure is kind of you. Not at all. And we will clear out of the way as well, so you needn't worry about that. I'll take Ashley and the children over to Amelia's or Evelyn's for the evening. Claudine could hardly believe that she had never once had to approach the subject herself. Annabella really was a most intuitive young woman, and she could not have felt closer to her had she been her very own daughter. You know, Nancy rather thinks that Jesse Vanhorne suggested an extra card game a month just so that he might spend more time with you. Annabella's sudden change of direction caught Claudine off guard for a moment. Oh, you girls. Claudine chuckled. I should have guessed that we would get around to Jesse sooner or later. Especially since you had Nancy here for tea the other afternoon. Am I so very obvious? Annabella smiled. I'm afraid so. Claudine sighed. But nowhere near as obvious as Nancy. And with that, both women began to laugh. Nancy always wears her heart on her sleeve, Annabella said. But her heart is so full of other people that you cannot tell what she feels herself. You've seen that too, huh? Yes, although I have only just recently realized it, Annabella said thoughtfully. I think, perhaps, I had never really thought about it before. I think it is just this little friendship that she has with the drifter that has made me suddenly wonder why it is that Nancy is alone. After all, she is so tiny and so beautiful and such a tender-hearted and funny woman that I cannot imagine her ever having been without offers. I think there's many a man in this town who would give his eye teeth to have Nancy on his arm. And they would offer, sure enough, but they're afraid to. Afraid of Nancy? But why? Not afraid of Nancy herself, but afraid of being rejected by her, I suppose. Claudine paused and thought for a moment. I think they all assume, quite rightly, that she would refuse them. Because she was let down before? Annabella said in a low voice. She told you about it? Only a little. As much as she would say is that she had been engaged to be married but that it did not come to pass. But it was all such a long time ago, I feel dreadfully for her that she cannot seem to get over it. I think that has only become a habit, Annabella. Fear often becomes a habit, doesn't it? Even when the thing you fear does not hover in your mind constantly, the actual fear of it is ever present, silently eating away at your insides. The only way to stop it is to look at what it is that's frightening you and realize that, in the end, you probably have nothing to fear in the first place. I tried to say something similar to Nancy. And she didn't listen? Claudine laughed. She did and she didn't. I mean, she listened, but I do not think she had any intention of taking my advice. Oh well, that's our Nancy. She might be just about the smallest person in Russet's reach, but she's tougher than a man and more stubborn than a mule. Yes, I have rather gathered the same thing myself over the years. Annabella laughed. But she is so kind and caring and I think so much of her. I just wish that there was something more I could do. There is, Claudine said hopefully. You just keep trying, and that's all. You just do what Nancy does to others. Every time you see her, try to gently break down another part of the wall. It's the secret of her success, so there's no reason why it cannot be the secret of your success also. Claudine winked. You really are very good at this, aren't you? I sure am. And, like Nancy, you do a very good job of avoiding all conversation on the state of your own heart and romantic matters. Just when I thought I had gotten away with it. Claudine chuckled as she reached out for another carrot to peel. You really do like Jesse Vanhorne, don't you? Yes, I like him very much. He is such a nice man, and still handsome. He looks after himself, which is a bonus not to be overlooked. Not like Ashley. Annabella said, and laughed in a comically scandalized way. I'm afraid Ashley is very much like his father. Neither one of them could do so much as put a simple sandwich together, and I often used to think that if it wasn't for me my husband would have starved. He would have just sat there looking at a loaf of bread, wondering what on earth to do with it. I can believe that. Annabella laughed heartily. But Joss and Whit are different, at least that is what Evelyn and Amelia tell me. Oh yes, very different. I'm afraid that Ashley is literally just a chip off the old block. You know, he even looks like his daddy did at that age. You must miss Ashley's father very much. I miss him every day, Annabella, for one reason or another. Claudine stopped peeling for a moment and looked at her daughter-in-law. But even though I miss him every day, the intensity of it is less and less as the years go by. I can miss him now without being devastated by it. Now, the things I miss have become more and more of the funny things, the things that used to make Harlan and I cry with laughter. What sort of things? Annabella wriggled in her chair as if to settle in a little more and make herself more comfortable in anticipation of one of Claudine's wonderful stories. "Oh, just the other day I thought of something that made me laugh and laugh." Claudine did not resume her peeling but simply stopped, looking out into the middle distance, a carrot in one hand and a knife in the other. "It was a long time ago. We were still young, not even 22 years old. We were expecting Ashley at the time and I was only weeks away from giving birth to him." "Ah," Annabella said with a smile. "Anyways, we never really argued, Harlan and I. There never really seemed to be a good enough reason to. But this one night, quite out of character, Harlan had been down in Russet's Reach and had taken himself just one drink too many at the bar. Oh dear. You know, it was something that he had never done before. Harlan wasn't a drinking man and he always said that he found conversations with men who'd had one too many was a boring way to spend your time. I would tend to agree with that." Annabella nodded. "Not that I have known too many men who drink." "Well, you just should have seen the state of him when he got back to the ranch. I had spotted him from the window trying to drive the cart along the driveway. He was pulling that poor horse this way and that and the cart was zigzagging its way towards me. To begin with, I thought he'd fallen ill and I went waddling out there, clutching my big old belly, to see if I could help him." "Did you realize he was drunk?" "When I got within a few feet of him I could smell it. Well, like any young woman, I stopped dead in my tracks and my hands seemed to fly to my hips as if God himself was pulling my strings." "Oh, Claudine." Annabella began to laugh so hard that she had to put down the potato she was peeling and search for a handkerchief with which to dry her tears of merriment. "Yes," Claudine went on. "He sure was in big trouble and he knew it. Even as drunk as he was, I could see by the look in his eye that he knew he'd made a big mistake that day. I was never a fan of the drink, you see, because I'd just seen too much of it in Russet's Reach. Just one man too many who drank away the money he should have been giving to his wife for food. Harlan knew how I felt, that was for sure." "What did you do?" "Nothing. Sometimes it's the biggest weapon we have in our armory." Claudine nodded vigorously and Annabella set off laughing again. "I just turned on my heel and marched back into that house so hard that my ringlets were bouncing." "Claudine," Annabella reached for her handkerchief once more. Claudine adored to make her daughter-in-law laugh and always put a good deal of effort into it. "I didn't speak to him for the rest of the night. Right through the night, right through breakfast the next morning." Claudine shook her head from side to side. "Still, he was unconscious for most of the night. I could have whiled away the hours yelling at him and he'd never have known. Anyway, the following morning I was still as mad as a hungry bear and I wanted him to know it. I didn't want to pick at him forever. I just didn't want him falling into that kind of a life. I mean, I know it was only once, but if you turn a blind eye it gets to be a habit. You might want to write that one down. It's sound advice." Annabella, still chuckling, picked up her potato and began to peel again. "I made him just about the greasiest breakfast you have ever set eyes on, I can still remember it now." "Oh, Claudine," Annabella squeaked. "I'm not kidding, it was swimming in it." Claudine laughed at the memory. "You should just have seen his face. He was suffering a hangover real bad and that face of his turned a horrible fish belly white. How I kept from laughing I do not know." "So, you'd gotten over it by then?" "Oh yes. Still, I had a message to send him that morning and I was sure going to send it." "Did Harlan eat his breakfast?" "Just a couple of mouthfuls, and I reckon they were just about the hardest mouthfuls of his life. He didn't even chew, he just swallowed the stuff whole." "Oh, that's just too funny." In the end, he looked pleased to get away from me and go out and start his work. He decided to leave the ranching to the ranch hands that day and just hover about the place making some small repairs on the stables. It had got to about mid-morning when I thought it was probably time to forgive him. Well, not forgive him, just be nice to him, you know? Yes, I know. Well, I thought I'd take him out a nice hot cup of coffee, see if it would settle his stomach a little bit. But I just couldn't find him anywhere. In the end, I took another look inside the stable. It was clear to me he had been working in there because he had a ladder up and a few tools scattered about the place. So, where was he? Well, on my second look, I saw his feet sticking out from a pile of straw right next to the ladder. My heart nearly stopped. I thought that husband of mine had fallen clean off his ladder and killed himself. Oh no. Oh yes. Claudine nodded vigorously. I raced into that barn clutching my belly and squeaking like a baby bird. Harlan, Harlan, I squawked. Anyways, there was no sign of movement, so I dropped down to my knees at his side. He had landed hard on the straw and had sunk in a good way. He was lying on his back, not moving a muscle. Oh, Harlan, I said. Harlan, forgive me, honey. I didn't mean to be so hard on you. Please, please don't be dead. I went on for some time, and that's the truth. Oh, my goodness, you must have been terrified. That I was. Claudine peeled one strip off the carrot she had been holding for several minutes, let the peel fall, and paused in her activities once more. I couldn't believe Harlan had died right there, and the last thing I'd told him was to eat a greasy breakfast that he couldn't stomach. I felt just terrible. Claudine shook her head slowly from side to side. Anyways, just as I had given him up for dead, that man let out just about the biggest snore I had ever heard in my entire life. He was asleep. Annabelle's eyes were wide. He sure was. He hadn't fallen off his ladder into the great pile of straw. The cheeky man had buried himself in it to hide from me and sleep his way through his hangover. Claudine looked scandalized and Annabella laughed even harder. Oh, Claudine. What a wonderful marriage you must have had. How many wonderful memories. We certainly did, and a good portion of them are just like that. Claudine resumed peeling with gusto. He was a lot of fun, my Harlan. You must have made a wonderful team. You know, we did. Claudine finished peeling the carrot finally and picked up another. I have to say, I miss his company. Even after all these years, she found herself blinking back tears. There certainly are a lot of different sides to marriage, aren't there? Ashley is such good company. In many respects, he's my best friend. I think that's what I miss most of all. I miss having a best friend. Claudine nodded slowly. Not that you girls aren't my friends, but a friend who is also your partner. That is something special. They are there for life. It doesn't really have to be the end, does it? Annabella said, her awkwardness very apparent. Forgive me, I should not interfere. It isn't interfering of you, it's caring. I thank you for that. Thank you for thinking about me. Do you think you would ever consider marrying again, Claudine? Strange as it might seem, these last 10 years, I never really considered it. Until now? Annabella ventured nervously. Until now. Claudine, finished with peeling, pulled the carrots towards her and slowly began to chop them. I must admit, it's been on my mind a little bit lately. Because of Jesse? Yes, I couldn't really imagine myself with anybody else. I mean, if Jesse didn't live in this town, I reckon I'd be settled as a widow for the rest of my life. But he's a real nice man, Annabella, and I like him a great deal. I know he is. When I first came here, I remember being so very amused that his name was Vanhorne. There just aren't names like that in England, and it sounded so unusual to me. I even wrote to my governess and mentioned it, laughing at the funny names that people had here in America. How strange it seems now that it doesn't sound at all unusual to me. Jesse in the mail office is so much a part of my life that I can hardly remember not knowing him. I guess everything felt strange to you back then. Claudine laughed. I reckon Jesse would be highly amused that you thought him so unusual. Oh, you mustn't tell him, Claudine. Annabella's eyes were wide once more. Don't worry, I won't. But I think that's one of the things that really draws me to Jesse. He has a good sense of humor, and that's a good thing for the man in your life to have. Harlan had a big sense of humor. He was loud and raucously funny. Jesse's humor is a lot gentler, but every bit as funny. I reckon he's just that little bit sharper than my Harlan was. Claudine smiled broadly and tapped her temple with her forefinger. And he has been widowed for some time himself, hasn't he? Yes, Margaret died a few years before Harlan. It was such a shame, really it was. The poor woman was only 45 years old and she'd been ill for such a long time. Jesse nursed her, you know, just as I had nursed Harlan. I remember once, just a few months after Harlan had passed, heading off into Russets Reach to send a letter to my sister. Jesse was so kind to me, and I knew right there and then that he understood exactly what I'd been through. Things like that are a great comfort. That sort of understanding. It rather strikes me that that sort of comfort is something which goes both ways. No doubt Jesse finds a sense of relief in being able to talk to another person who understands his life equally. Well, I guess we shall just have to wait and see what happens. Forgive me, Claudine, but haven't you and Jesse rather been waiting to see what happens for the last 5 or 6 years? Annabella smiled mischievously. You really are spending far too much time with Nancy. Claudine laughed. You know as well as she does that I don't like to be rushed. Rushed? Annabella began to laugh in earnest. Rushed? I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. I must say that you and Nancy had a very much easier time of it matchmaking for my sisters and me than I am going to have matchmaking for the two of you. Well, I've heard you like a challenge. Chapter 13. Cassidy wrapped his blanket tighter around him and stared, a little mesmerized, at the glow of the oil lamp he had managed to buy at the Russets Reach hardware store. It really was small and very cheap, but it would be something that he could travel with quite easily, and he was tired of endlessly spluttering candles. It was setting out to be another cold night, and Cassidy could not wait for the summer to move on just a little. He longed for a night of laying on top of the straw, overheated and wishing it was cold again. He'd been on the road now for more than 3 months, and more than ever he was missing Angel Springs. He wondered how his ma and 2 younger brothers were managing on the ranch without him, and he wanted more than anything to hear from them. However, in the very brief letters he had sent from Russets Reach, he had implored them not to write back care of the mail office, unless they urgently needed to speak to him. Jesse Vanhorne was a good and discreet man, but Cassidy had come too far to excite suspicion in the town. He'd already created enough suspicion as it was, not least in the mind of poor Nancy Hopper. Worse still, Cassidy knew that he was falling for her. The longer he stayed, the more he ran the risk of getting himself in too deep. The beautiful and strong woman had completely captivated him, and if it went on much longer, he'd be unable to deny his own feelings. Yet, as long as the rustlers were in Russets Reach, Cassidy would have to remain. Of course, on the other hand entirely, if he came to realize that they had moved on, Cassidy would have to move on with barely a moment's notice to the tiny blonde woman. Although, at least then he would be able to tell her everything. More than ever he wanted to confide in her. He was carrying a heavy load, and a heart full of grief, and he was doing it alone. Without any sort of two-way communication with his family back home, Cassidy had never felt lonelier in all his life. Still, until they were caught, Cassidy would not rest. Cassidy would drift from town to town tracking them if it took the rest of his life, and he would never be convinced to do otherwise. It had been no easy task tracking them from Angel Springs to Russets Reach. They had taken such a convoluted route, first east, then back west, and then east again. They were zigzagging their way down through Idaho and, because of it, they had made the 30 short miles between Angel Springs and Russets Reach more like 90 or 100. His tracking skills had, if nothing else, improved greatly. When he had first started out, Cassidy had ended up in the wrong town more than once. In the end, he had realized that to follow them he simply needed to look for the wide open spaces that almost always had ranches on them. And, of course, the little towns in between which had suffered minor crime sprees, a theft here, a theft there, were a very good indication that his quarry had passed through on their way to the next cattle rustling opportunity. Along the way there had been a few red herrings. Tracking men he had never set eyes on certainly wasn't an easy business, and he had, once or twice, confused their cattle rustling activities with those of another gang. However, he had very quickly come to learn their method of operation, and it had made them just that bit easier to follow. Every place they hit was the same, a small and barely noticeable gap in the fence and just 1 or 2 cattle per night. But they worked every night, and that was how they kept things going. Cassidy was certain that there were 2 of them, just by the vague sightings that had been reported in Angel Springs before that awful night 3 months before. The sheriff and his deputies didn't stand a chance. The rustlers had quit Angel Springs that very night and had not been heard of for many miles. Cassidy had set off almost immediately, keen that they should not get away with what they had done. Still, it had taken him the first 4 weeks to finally pick up their trail, and he had stuck to it like a hunting dog ever since. The closest he had got to them had been a few towns back. That had been when Cassidy had found his biggest clue to their operation. Sure, they kept things small and they kept things moving, but he had discovered something else. It was almost the secret to their success, he reckoned. Anyways, in every town they had a new accomplice. Somebody with local knowledge and low morals who would give them the lay of the land, tell them the habits of the local ranchers, and even do a little bit of surreptitious fence wrecking on their behalf. They were obviously very good at what they did, always picking just the right sort of man was the key to their operation. But, back in Talbot Ridge, they had very nearly slipped up. They had picked the wrong man, a man they had met in a bar. A man who could not hold his tongue once he had been drinking. Cassidy could hardly believe his luck when he happened upon him at the end of a hard day's fence mending in Talbot Ridge. He decided to get just 1 beer before turning in for the night and had found himself somewhat trapped in the company of an aging drunk. "I don't suppose you have it in your heart to buy an old man a beer, do you?" On closer inspection, the man was not nearly as old as he first appeared. Rather, he had spent too many years propping up the bar and sampling its delights, and it had taken its toll on his body. "Are you down on your luck, fella?" Cassidy sighed. He was, of course, completely in character, once again pretending to be every bit the drifter who knew hard times of his own. "Most of the time, son, most of the time." His voice had a creaky quality to it, and Cassidy could not help but feel sorry for him. Without argument, he had bought the man a beer. "It's a hard life." Cassidy agreed. It will get easier by the end of the week. How so? I'll be getting me a little pay. He leaned his elbows heavily on the sticky, beer-soaked table. You've done a little work this week, fella. The smallest little bit of work I ever did for money, son. The man began to chuckle drunkenly. What was it? Cassidy could hardly tell why it was that he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. There was something in the other man's eyes which told Cassidy most clearly that he had been up to no good. Whatever he had been doing, it was likely something that he should not be talking about with a complete stranger. But that was the drink for you. I reckon I said too much already. The man tapped at the side of his nose repeatedly with his forefinger. Do you want another beer? Cassidy had asked, rising to his feet. It had taken just 2 more beers and very little time to get the full story out of the drunk. The man only drank in the evenings, and was able to conduct himself reasonably well throughout the day. Anyway, he'd met 2 men who could see that he was down on his luck, just as Cassidy had seen it. They bought him a few beers, sweet-talked him, and convinced him to part with a little information here and a little information there. Of course, the man had lived in Talbot Ridge his whole life, and he knew the ranches and the lay of the land very well indeed. He knew which the biggest ranches were and which of them wouldn't miss a couple of cattle here and a couple of cattle there. They had even asked him if he wanted to sneak about in the day and make some handy little gaps in the fencing for them. But the man had had to decline. While he could conduct himself quite normally in the daytime, his body was still far from being in the sort of condition that that kind of activity and many miles of walking would require. However, they had been pleased enough with the information he provided and were going to pay him at the end of the week. That was the day that Cassidy thought he finally had them. The very next morning, he made his way to the sheriff's office and told him everything he knew. He told him what had happened to him back home in Angel Springs and everything the old drunk had told him the night before. He gave as much information as he had about the activities of the 2 men as he had followed them from town to town. Despite being very obviously dubious of Cassidy's capabilities in tracking, the sheriff had agreed to keep a close eye on the old man and lay in wait for the 2 men when they came back to pay him. Unfortunately, they must somehow have gotten wind of what was happening and had skipped town without ever paying the old drunk for his services. That was as close as Cassidy had ever gotten to them. But still, at least he left Talbot Ridge with a very distinct idea of how it was the men worked, and a very clear indication that they really must be just a small gang of 2. He'd been through several towns since then, but Cassidy had never been as close again. He had scoured Russet's Reach for an ideal candidate as the accomplice. He'd even spent a night or 2 in the bar trying to talk to the most down-at-heel men he found there. However, there had been nothing doing, and the men he had found seemed almost too far gone to have been any help to anybody, particularly 2 cattle rustlers in want of information. So, if their accomplice was not a man so down at heel he would do anything, he had to be a man who was perfectly willing to betray his fellow townsfolk. So far, Cassidy had found nobody who would fit the bill. And he knew, deep down, that the key to finding the 2 men he had never met but hated more than anyone on earth would be finding their accomplice. That was why he had made himself known about the town, looking for work and getting to know people. Still, the nighttime excursion skulking around the 2 ranches being hit by the rustlers was beginning to take its toll. Working day after day to keep up his identity as a drifter and several nights a week walking great distances, every one of his senses on high alert, was finally exhausting him. Sometimes all that kept him going were the thoughts of why he was here in the first place. Every time Cassidy found himself flagging, that was more than enough to keep him going. It was almost like fuel. That was how he had come to be befriended by the beautiful and tender-hearted Nancy Hopper. Cassidy knew that he was thinking about her more and more and, while he was thinking about Nancy, he wasn't thinking about the two men he had tracked so doggedly for 3 months. He needed to focus, and yet he found his mind continually drifting to thoughts of her. On the day that she had marched out into the road and stood her ground in the face of the dreadful little bully, Archie Carter, Cassidy had realized that she was not just very beautiful but also very brave. The sort of person who would always stand up for what was right, even if they risked their own safety to do it. That was the day he had fallen for her. Before that, he had simply been attracted to her pretty face and amused by her almost shamelessly inquisitive nature. It was, no doubt, Nancy's inquisitiveness that had led her to follow him all the way back to the barn just a few nights before. Cassidy had felt sure that he was being followed as he began to head out of Russet's reach, but had not known it for sure until he had made his way up the hill towards the barn. For such a tiny person, Nancy sure was noisy and, for one so inquisitive, she had not 1 ounce of stealth about her. As he had reached the grassy path across the field that dropped down to the barn, Cassidy had clearly heard the clopping footsteps of somebody running some distance behind him. The moment he had gained the cover of the long grass, Cassidy had peered back down the dusty road and had seen Nancy, wrapped in a shawl from her head to her waist, gripping her skirt and running like the devil was chasing her. At that moment, Cassidy realized that it was Nancy who had been following him, and he almost laughed out loud to see her careening up the hill, clearly thinking she had lost sight of him. In the end, Cassidy had waited for her. He had given her the chance to catch up. As soon as he had heard her footsteps quieten, he knew that she had turned onto the grassy pathway and was hot on his heels. Smiling to himself, Cassidy had sauntered his way down to the barn, purposely slowly so that Nancy might be able to see exactly where it was he was going. Cassidy didn't really think that Nancy would follow him all the way to the barn and confront him. In truth, he had the idea that she simply wanted to know that he had somewhere to stay. She was just that kind of person. No doubt she wondered how he was keeping himself clean and getting his laundry done, for those were the sorts of details that Nancy had clearly paid attention to. Cassidy had waited in the semi-darkness of the barn, almost willing Nancy to keep coming. In those few brief moments, he wanted her company more than anything in the world. If she had come to him that night, he knew that he would have told her everything. In the cold light of day, of course, Cassidy just wanted to keep her far, far away from the dreadful business. After all, he knew just how dangerous these cattle rustlers were, and he didn't want Nancy anywhere near them. Chapter 14. A parcel for Primrose Plains this time, huh? Jesse smiled warmly as he reached out and took the small square parcel wrapped in brown paper from Claudine's hand. It sure is, Jesse. You know, I got to thinking about my sister the other day after you and I talked, and I decided to make her some cookies and mail them over to her. That sounds like a fine idea. And there's a little card in there which tells her I shall be over to see her a week from today. Well, I'm pleased to hear that. You know, the idea of cookies has made me a little hungry. Jesse's eyes wrinkled pleasantly as he smiled. What say I shut up shop for half an hour and we take a trip down to Mrs. Denton's, see if she has any apricot pie and cream going. Now that sounds like a fine invitation. Claudine nodded her agreement, and Jesse hurriedly came out from behind the counter and turned the sign around to close on the front door of the mail office. As they strolled down the road together on their way to Mrs. Denton's diner, Claudine could hardly believe that she had not felt at all wrong-footed or panicked by Jesse's impromptu invitation. Instead, the whole thing had seemed so very natural and, more importantly, comfortable. The truth of it was that Claudine, who had thought greatly of Jesse down the years, had spent even more time thinking about him of late. As much as she protested when Nancy, and now, Annabella, spoke to her in romantic terms of her dear friend Jesse, in truth she had been rather glad of it. Their keenness to see her happy again, even married to another man, had been something that Claudine had found strangely comforting. If she was honest with herself, it was the idea that she had their approval that had given her the most comfort of all. In truth, Claudine had never realized that a large part of her reticence in continuing with a romantic relationship was the idea that people would not approve. The idea that it may hurt those closest to her. Claudine had not even realized that that had been of the least importance to her. Rather, it had been something of a subconscious fear. However, with the girls talking to her so candidly and positively about the situation, she had found herself feeling a little more confident in the matter. Perhaps their acceptance might be a small indication of how her 3 boys would feel. At the very thought of her sons, Claudine almost froze. She knew she would have to put them out of her mind if she was to enjoy the pie and coffee together with another man. It was fair to say that she had absolutely no idea how her sons would truly react to the notion that she might possibly be falling in love with another man at last. "You're chomping your way through a lot of apricot pie these days," Blanche Denton teased. "If you're going to start coming this regular, I'm going to have to start baking more." "Don't you do that, Blanche. I don't want to be getting fat." Claudine laughed and found herself feeling grateful for such a wonderful attitude. That dear woman had made the appearance of Claudine and Jesse together seem like an everyday occurrence, something that did not require noting. How very kind she was. "Apricot pie for you too, Jesse," Mrs. Denton said lightly. "Sounds good to me, Blanche." Jesse smiled. "And a little coffee too, please, if you have the time." "If I have the time." Mrs. Denton shook her head and laughed. "Jesse Vanhorne, I never know whether or not to take you seriously. The safest thing for you to do is to always assume that I'm joking." He winked at her. "Well, having seen your performance at the card table the other night, I would tend to agree." And with a loud chuckle, Mrs. Denton sauntered away. "Now she has a sharp tongue," Jesse said and laughed. "More like a sharp wit than a sharp tongue." Claudine laughed also. "She had you there." "She sure did. I never learned my lesson." Jesse grinned and Claudine felt the warm glow of a sense of humor shared. "So, how are things at the ranch? Have any more cattle gone missing?" Jesse, although still smiling at her, looked a little more serious. How nice to have such kind and caring friends. Claudine felt herself to be truly blessed. "Another 4 have gone." Claudine smiled up at Blanche Denton, who had suddenly appeared with their tray of food. "Thank you, honey." "Enjoy," Blanche said as she wandered away and over to another table of diners. "From the same gap in the fence?" "No, Ashley tells me that as quick as they mend one section, another gap appears and a couple more cattle are gone. It's almost as if the rustlers are always one step ahead. If the boys patrol the south and west of the ranch, the rustlers go to the north or the east. They must be just about the luckiest thieves that ever were." "And does it still look like a one-man gang?" "Well, if it isn't just one, it can't be too many more. The amount they're stealing wouldn't keep more than 2 or 3 of them in money. I see the town has eased up on that drifter. Cassidy Taylor, is it?" "Yes, and I'm glad they have. I don't believe he's the one. After all, he works wherever he can and all day long when he has the chance of it. I don't see that boy working all day and still having the cunning left to outwit the men on the 2 biggest ranches in the area all night. It doesn't make sense. He seems like a nice man. I know it's hardly proof of innocence, but I like him. He always stops to pass the time of day. Nancy thinks so highly of him. She's nobody's fool, however big a heart she has, it doesn't rule her. I think that's why I've been keen to believe in the man from the start. Nancy Hopper is a very good judge of character. I agree. Jesse nodded thoughtfully before taking his first forkful of apricot pie. He closed his eyes and smiled. Blanche's pie is as good as always. The woman certainly can bake, Claudine agreed wholeheartedly as she plunged her fork into the golden pastry. I know I cook for myself, but I reckon this is beyond me. You don't bake, Jesse? Just the essentials. Nothing fancy. Jesse chuckled. But I cook meals just fine. Maybe I could cook one for you one evening, if you'd like. Can I have a little time to think about that? Claudine hardly knew where her sudden reticence had come from. Of course you can, Claudine. Jesse smiled and took another forkful of pie. Although I ought to accept because I've never had a meal cooked by a man before. Claudine chuckled. To be honest, I was never much good at that sort of thing. Well, I guess it was because I'd never tried. Margaret always saw to it. She looked after me real well. Jesse reached for his cup of coffee. It wasn't until she started to get sick and I started to blunder my way through making some of the worst meals known to man that Margaret stepped in and began to teach me a thing or two. Jesse laughed. So, Margaret taught you to cook? Claudine was keen to hear a little something about Jesse's former life. She sure did. As sick as she was, she somehow managed it. I used to wrap her up well and sit her by the fire in the kitchen and she would talk me through every meal I made. It wasn't always perfect but, little by little, I came to get the hang of it. There were some disasters along the way, of course, but even they served their purpose. Margaret used to laugh at me sometimes, and she always seemed a little better for it. Still, they do say that laughter is the best medicine, don't they? They sure do, and I believe that. Claudine smiled. And it sounds like Margaret taught you well. She sure did. I think she always knew, from the moment she got sick, that she wouldn't truly recover. You know, it wasn't about her teaching me to cook so that I could feed her. Margaret wanted me to be able to look after myself in every way when she finally passed. She said she needed to know that I would be able to do for myself until I was able to find another wife. That is a conversation you had? Claudine was riveted by such a revelation. More than once. Jesse nodded. Especially towards the end. Margaret made me promise to keep living and not to let my life grind to a halt because I didn't have her by my side any longer. Sounds to me like Margaret was quite the woman, Claudine said in open admiration. For they are not easy words to say. I guess they were not easy words to hear at the time. But when I look back on it through clearer eyes that are not quite so clouded by grief, I'm so grateful for those words. I realize more than ever exactly how much Margaret loved me and that it was a love that was completely unconditional. We didn't have as long a life together as we should have had, but I will always be grateful for all that I got. And I guess, in the end, that's the whole point. Maybe, instead of seeing only what we lose, maybe we should see only what it was we had and what it is we still have. In the end, those are the things that are important. I wish I'd had a similar conversation with Harlan. I guess neither of us ever openly accepted the fact that he was going to pass. We just clung to each other in our fear and sadness, never really talking about the future. It was as if we thought if we didn't talk about it, it wouldn't happen. I understand that. If it hadn't been for Margaret's determination to look at it all, I would have buried myself in just the same way. There's no right way to cope with that kind of grief. Claudine sat in silence for some moments. She was saying things she'd never said before. They weren't earth-shattering or even particularly secret, but they were unspoken. For all the friends and family she had, all of whom cared about her so much, Claudine knew that she could only ever have spoken to Jesse about her final months with Harlan. She knew she didn't have to say much to make herself understood. "Tell me, what are you planning to cook for me when I come for dinner?" "You mean, you'll come?" "I sure will, Jesse. I'll bring a pie." Chapter 15. "So, what night are you going?" Nancy felt extraordinarily excited on Claudine's behalf. "Next Wednesday. Jesse is going to cook the meal and I'm going to take a fruit pie over." "Well, that's what I call real progress." Nancy's smile was so broad and so bright that it was almost painful. "Come on, let's go out into the back and make some tea." Claudine followed Nancy into the back of the store. "But won't your Cassidy be coming in sooner or later? Seems to me like he's coming every day now." "You know, he does come in most days. But not until around midday. I make him a little soup and some bread and butter, you see." "That's nice. He obviously feels very comfortable with you. You obviously feel very comfortable with each other." "Yes, I guess that's true." "Have you got any closer to finding out this secret of his?" "Not really." Nancy sat at the table to wait for the water to boil instead of hovering over it as was her custom. "Although, I did follow him to find out where he is staying." "You didn't." Claudine's mouth dropped open. "I most certainly did." Nancy grinned. "I just needed to know more about him. I think I need to know if my heart would be safe in his hands." "Oh, Nancy. You really care for him, don't you?" "Yes, I do. But that does not mean that I'm about to hand him my heart. I would rather let him walk away than act in haste and panic and make the same mistake I made before." "I understand that, honey. So, where's he been staying?" "In a derelict barn on the road to Wellet Bray." "Then he must truly be a drifter. No man who had the means to stay elsewhere would choose to live like that. Unless he needed it as a cover." "A cover?" "Kind of a personality, an invented one, to hide behind. I can't help but think that he has something he needs to do that he just can't do as himself. He can't just be Cassidy Taylor. It's as if his plan somehow wouldn't work if everybody knew him for exactly the man he is." "Really, what on earth could that be?" Claudine shook her head from side to side. "Well, one thing I'm absolutely certain of, and that is that Cassidy is not the cattle rustler. No, I do not believe that for one moment either. You've been so kind about that from the word go, really you have. Nancy, I know you as if you were my very own daughter, and I trust your instincts. They're good instincts. Maybe you should trust them too." Claudine raised her eyebrows significantly. "That water is boiling, Nancy. Even though it is you and your family suffering at the hands of these cattle rustlers, you still have the kindness and the reason not to wildly blame another. That takes some doing." Nancy smiled at her friend. "It's not an easy thing to let the head rule the heart. It's easier than you might think. It's just a case of taking a bit of time over your thoughts and not rushing to put 2 and 2 together and come out with 5. Sooner or later, these rustlers will come to light and be caught, or move on and become somebody else's problem. Although, I do pray they get caught, for I should not wish this continual loss upon another in another town." "How are the boys doing, Claudine?" "They're just tired more than anything else, and that's the truth. We've lost around 15 cattle now over these last weeks. To be perfectly honest, the last time we had rustlers, we had more than that going in a single night. I take a little comfort from the fact that it is nowhere near the size of operation that the last one was. But you're still losing. A thief is a thief, whether they take 1 or take 100, they're still taking, aren't they? That's true enough. I just wish it would come to an end, because they're all so tired. The boys are tired of patrolling through the night and working through the day, snatching sleep here and there where they can. And the girls are tired with worry, because I know not one of them sleeps while their husbands are out at night. They see only the dangers, even though they say nothing of it and know that it must be done. That's a terrible strain on all of you. And it's not just the family, it's the ranch hands as well. They're putting in some long hours too. One of them, Kane Bartlett, rolled in real late yesterday and the poor boy looked so guilty about it. But surely if he'd patrolled the night before. He hadn't, that's the problem. He'd taken himself off to the bar and had ended up having one too many. Claudine smiled indulgently and shook her head. But to see him you'd have thought it was the end of the world. Were the boys mad? No, not really. They appreciate all his hard work and the extras that he's been doing to help them patrol. He is such a young man, it's just one of those things. Still, Ashley did have a word with him nonetheless. Not to scold him but to warn him about the turn his life could take if he gets too intimate with the drink. Oh dear, is he having a problem? Not yet, but I think it needs keeping an eye on. He really is so young and easily led. He doesn't need somebody like Archie Carter, a man old enough to know better, encouraging him to take just one more. I hadn't realized that Archie was a drinker. No, neither did I. But you know Archie, anything to stir up a bit of trouble. Ashley is not going to finish Kane, is he? No, he wouldn't dream of it. The boy has had something of a tough life as it is and he works real hard. I think Ashley takes a kind of fatherly approach with him. Well, you sure have raised boys to be proud of, Claudine. I really am proud of them. But I can't take all of the credit. Claudine smiled. Ashley really is his father's son in almost every way. He's handsome, he's caring, and he's confident and funny. All in all, he's a real handful. Luckily Annabella handles him very well indeed. What do the boys think of Jesse? They've known him for years, I think they like him well enough, Claudine said with a shrug. I didn't mean what they think of Jesse as a man, what I'm trying to say is what do they think of Jesse and you? Well, they know we both go to the same card game. Nancy could tell that Claudine was putting her off. You haven't talked with them, have you? It's a bit of a tough conversation to have. After all, Harlan was their daddy. He always will be. Nancy laid tea and some hastily buttered bread on the table. I get the feeling that you're scared they won't approve. Well, that I cannot deny. The thing is, you're not really giving them a chance here, are you? You think I should give them a chance to disapprove of me? What on earth makes you think they will disapprove? They love you, Claudine, and I feel certain that they will want only what is best for you. It's my guess that all they would want is for you to be happy. I think I've got a lot of courage to find before I can have that conversation. I think it's a conversation worth having. I think it will go some ways to helping you to move forward. It's like you're stuck in glue. You've got so far but you can't get any further. It's all true, Nancy. But not just for me, for both of us. I guess. Nancy had decided not to argue. You know, Annabella said I should start taking my own advice. Apparently, it's very good. Why don't you tell him how you feel? Cassidy? Nancy took a sip of tea and wondered how the conversation had been flipped in her direction so quickly. I don't really know how I feel. Well, I know how I feel about Cassidy, I just don't know how I feel about Cassidy and me. I know you're scared. I really am. Annabella said I ought to face the past so that I can break free from it. That it's time to forget it and live a better life. That sounds like good advice. She says that it was the advice I gave her all those years ago when the girls first came over from England. It does have a certain Nancy-ness to it. Claudine laughed. Do you think that's what I should do? I think you should do it regardless. Claudine ran a hand through her neat and fading hair. For you. Not to make room for Cassidy Taylor or marriage or anything else, but just to clear it away and have the peace of heart and mind you truly deserve. I know you have a good life and sound judgment. I know your past doesn't affect you day to day. But it's there just waiting to turn you upside down whenever you think you might change things just a little. That's when it comes into its own, that's when it becomes your boss and tells you what to do. You know, I don't like the sound of that one bit. I don't want fear being my boss. I don't want anything being my boss. Nancy chuckled. I think we both know that you don't like being told what to do by anybody. Maybe it's time you put this thing in its place? Yes, maybe it is. I think you could be right. It's something for you to think about, at any rate. And if you promise me that you will think about it, I'll promise you that I will think about talking to the boys about Jesse. What do you say? Because I think, maybe, the time has come for you and me to put some of that energy into sorting out our own lives and hearts for once, don't you? Yes. Nancy nodded. I'll drink to that. And with that, she raised her teacup and clinked it against Claudine's. Chapter 16. In the end, Cassidy had not turned up at Hopper's haberdashery at midday. Nancy had felt a little disappointed, but, at the same time, Claudine Carrow had left her with much to think about. Business had been pretty good for the rest of the day and, as a result, Nancy had been just a little too busy to worry herself about the reasons for Cassidy's absence. After all, they had no firm arrangement, it was simply a little habit that had developed. The following day, however, Nancy began to get a little more worried. Fully assuming that Cassidy would come to her at midday to partake in some refreshment, she had prepared the food and even cut the bread ready. Only midday came and went, and Nancy, too concerned to touch a mouthful of food, had gone hungry. Once again, a steady flow of customers had kept her busy in the store for a good deal of the afternoon. She had begun to find herself longing for a little peace and quiet that might afford her a few minutes to run along the road a piece to Joshua Colgan's offices and find out if Cassidy was all right. It had been almost close of day before Nancy found the opportunity. Good afternoon, Nancy. How are you? Joshua looked up from a great pile of paperwork with a smile. He really was a very decent sort of a man, and certainly not one who would let somebody else's interruption of his daily work show upon his face. I'm well, thank you, Joshua. But I must admit that I am a little worried. I haven't seen Cassidy either today or yesterday, and I reckon I just got myself a little concerned about it. You see, he tends to come along to the store and have a little something to eat at midday. Not that we had anything arranged, you understand, it's just that I sort of expected to see him. I haven't seen him either, Nancy. I'm real sorry. Joshua looked as if he would have liked to have helped if he could. You mean he hasn't shown up today? He hasn't shown up for work? I wasn't expecting him to. He has finished all the jobs I asked him to do, so he's not working for me at the moment. He isn't? Nancy could hardly believe what she was hearing. Why on earth wouldn't he have told her? I'm sorry, I thought you knew. I wonder where he is. Well, maybe he's tried the ranches for work. I doubt it, especially after that scene with Archie Carter and the rest. Then maybe he's just moved on. Maybe he's trying for work in another town. Joshua looked as if it gave him pains to say it. Clearly, he had perceived a little of Nancy's feelings for Cassidy. I guess that's just the life of the drifter. Joshua spoke so softly and Nancy could tell that he was doing what he could to soothe her. However, her heart had plummeted into her boots and she knew it could not be soothed. Nothing would soothe her now but the sight of Cassidy Taylor's dark hair, blue eyes, and handsome tanned face. He wouldn't have just gone without saying goodbye, Joshua, I just know it. Nancy stood for a moment almost as if paralyzed. She could feel tears of worry and sadness begin to well in her eyes, but she knew she had no time for that. She blinked hard and took a breath. I'll find him. She nodded vigorously at Joshua, who simply smiled back at her a little sadly. You take care now, Joshua said as Nancy turned to leave. Thank you. You've been real kind throughout everything. And with that, Nancy began to head back to her store. The moment she regained the haberdashery, Nancy began to shut up shop. She knew it was early, but she could not risk another steady influx of customers holding her back, keeping her there. She needed to be on the move. She needed to find him. With the storefront closed, Nancy raced upstairs to get her thick shawl. It was warm enough, but she did not know how long she would be out of the house. Next, she took the back way out of the building and across the pathway to the field where she and many other local business owners kept their horses. She raced into the stable and grabbed everything that she needed. She had Barney saddled and ready in no time at all, and, before 10 minutes was over, she was already on her way. This time, Nancy had no intentions whatsoever of running hot and breathless up the hill out of town towards Wellet Brae. When Nancy reached the top of the hill and the start of the grassy pathway which turned off towards the barn, she jumped down from her horse, pulled his reins over his head, and gently began to lead him along the track. Barney could be a little temperamental, and Nancy knew fine well that a narrow path with tall grass on either side of him would unnerve him a little. But with his mistress, as tiny as she was, leading him forward, the enormous horse found the courage to follow. Here you go, Nancy said reassuringly when the pathway opened out a little and the barn came into view. Not far now, Barney. As Nancy led her horse down the slope towards the barn, she began to feel incredibly nervous. It wasn't the thought that Cassidy would suddenly become very aware that she had, at some point, followed him to his place of rest. Any annoyance on his part in that regard would be something that Nancy would simply have to face. No, it was rather the idea that Nancy was about to walk into the barn and find that Cassidy had gone. The very thought of it made her mouth go dry and her hands begin to shake just a little. Nancy tethered Barney right outside the barn and, taking a deep breath, opened the ragged door and made her way in. The barn was huge and the floor littered with bits of it that had fallen off and inward over the years. There were planks of rotting wood here and there, old nails, and rusting horseshoes. Quite how Cassidy had managed in these last weeks was entirely beyond her. Almost in the center of the barn there seemed to be the remains of just one stall, likely intended originally for a horse. Peering into it, Nancy could see a thick covering of dry straw. No doubt that was where her dear Cassidy had rested his head night after night. But of the man himself, there was no sign. There was no bag, no candles, no clothing. Nothing to say that he had even been there at all, barring the straw bedding. At that moment, Nancy's heart almost broke. Why, oh why, had she not done as all who cared about her had advised? Why had she not broken free of the ridiculous chains of the past and moved on? And why, above all things, had she not told Cassidy Taylor that she had fallen in love with him? In the end, it had not been another person or other circumstances that had torn Nancy's heart out once again. In the end, it had been Nancy herself. Her own actions had served to hurt her. In truth, she felt too devastated to even cry. She simply stood there, frozen and mute. Did you find what you were looking for? Nancy spun around sharply and shrieked as she saw Cassidy standing just feet away from her. Oh, I have now. And with that, Nancy raced to close the gap between them. Almost taking flight, she leaped into the air and threw her arms around his neck. By instinct, Cassidy put his arms around her waist and held her, her little feet way off the floor. Hey, hey. It's all right, Nancy. Everything is all right. I thought you'd gone. I thought you'd moved on and were already in another town and another barn. Why didn't you tell me you had finished working for Joshua? I thought you'd left without saying goodbye. I would never do that, he breathed into her hair. Maybe in the beginning I would have, but not now. I wouldn't just walk out on you. You don't even have your things here? Not your bag, not even a candle. Cassidy gently extricated himself from Nancy's curiously strong grip and wandered towards the big pile of dry straw. Grabbing great handfuls of it, he cleared it out of the way to reveal his meager belongings spread about underneath. I know nobody really comes here, Nancy, but I always reckoned on it being safer to hide my few things. Oh, I see. But what about the last 2 days? Where have you been? Oh, Nancy. You always have questions. Cassidy laughed and she could almost feel its resonance rumbling in her own body. I guess you already know that I have a nosy side. Well, I'm not going to try and hide it anymore or pick my way around things. I've got questions for you, Cassidy Taylor, and I'm going to ask them outright, do you hear? I hear, Nancy. And you'll tell me the truth? All of it? I'll tell you the truth, but you have to hold it to yourself. I'm here for a reason. I've slept rough here, on the nights I have actually slept, for a reason. And I can't tell you that reason unless I know you'll keep it close. Too much rides on me keeping hold of my drifter identity for now. I told you before that whatever you tell me stays with me. I stand by that. Well, all right then. Let's you and I take a seat here on the straw. I've got a lot to tell you. Cassidy took Nancy by the hand and led her into the little stall. He held on to her hand until she had comfortably seated herself, then he joined her. They sat for a few moments, each of them trying to nestle into the straw and find a comfort that would last throughout their conversation. Is your name really Cassidy? Yes. My name really is Cassidy Taylor. And I do come from a town called Angel Springs. Which is just 6 thumbs away. 6 what? Cassidy screwed up his face in confusion as he looked at her. Thumbs. Or 30 miles. Nancy offered no explanation. Yes. I guess you looked it up, huh? On the map, yes. It's not as far away as I thought. I guess I kind of gave you the impression it was way up north. Cassidy looked a little chagrined. I panicked, I'm sorry. You have to understand that it was our first conversation and I knew I'd told you too much. I don't know why I just blurted out my hometown like that. I guess there's just something about you. You have a knack of getting right inside a person, you know. It is a skill I have worked long and hard to achieve. Nancy smiled. It's a great skill. I reckon the town sheriff could make great use of you if he thought about it. You ask just the right sort of questions, things that nobody else would even think of. But why did you need to keep that a secret? What would it hurt for me to know where you'd come from? Because it was the start of things. The more I told you, the more I would come to tell you, and I knew it. And with Angel Springs only 30 miles away, it might have been easy enough for you or someone else to do a little digging, maybe even find out what had really happened there. So, what happened in Angel Springs is the reason for you being here? Making out like you're a drifter? Yes. Cassidy looked down at the straw. Nancy realized that the moment for him to tell her everything had come, and he knew it as well as she did. In many ways, this was the point of no return, and she rather thought that she probably felt as nervous as Cassidy himself did. Would what he was about to tell her change things forever? Tell me, she almost demanded, for she needed to hear it. Well, as you probably very well know, I'm not a drifter. I have a home in Angel Springs, and a real good one. I'm a rancher. A rancher? It had been just about the last thing Nancy had been expecting. My family has just about the biggest ranch up that way for many miles, and has done for generations. When my daddy died some years ago, the ranch came to us. Us? Nancy said, her mouth going dry again. For all the world, she suddenly expected that he was about to tell her that he was a happily married man and that he and his wife worked the ranch together. My brothers and I, he said hurriedly, and Nancy let out the breath she had been holding. The four of us shared it equally, you know. You are the eldest? Yes. Cassidy had paused for some length of time before answering, and, when he finally did, he looked suddenly devastated. Cassidy? I am the eldest now, Nancy. For the first time in my life, I am the eldest son. What happened? Cattle rustlers is what happened. The very same cattle rustlers that I am hunting down now. You are hunting the cattle rustlers? Nancy's eyes were suddenly as round as apples. But why? Because, a little more than 4 months ago, our ranch began to lose cattle. Just 1 or 2 here and there. He looked at her significantly. Just like here in Russet's Reach, Nancy said, almost as if to herself. Exactly the same. Small gaps in the fences, not enough cattle going to cause suspicion at first. The very same men who are stealing cattle here were the ones who stole cattle from us. Men? So, it is not one man working alone as Ashley Carrow seems to think. It's 2 men, Nancy. You've seen them? No, I never laid eyes on them. So how do you know? Nancy shook her head. How can you tell there are exactly 2 of them? From the sightings in Angel Springs before they skipped town. And I followed them. I have followed those men from town to town, and it has taken me these last months to discover very little. What I do know is that there are 2 of them, and that, wherever they can, they get some local knowledge. They find a way to sweeten a local man, and they get his help. Which local man? If I knew that, I'd be able to get the sheriff to help. But can't you go to Sheriff Clayton anyway? Can't you tell him what you already know? I have made that mistake before. I just cannot risk the rustlers finding out about me. I need them to not know that I even exist, or I will never find them. And I have to find them, Nancy. If I spend the rest of my life looking for those 2 men, I must find them. But I don't understand. How many of your cattle did they steal? Not many, but that's not the point of it. They took far more than just cattle from me. Cassidy raised both hands and began to massage his temples. What happened? They killed my brother, he said simply, and Nancy almost gasped with shock. We were out night after night, patrolling just as your friends, the Carrows, have been doing. And, just like them, we were having no luck whatsoever catching them at it. We were out there and they seemed to be one step ahead of us all the time. If we were one side of the ranch, the next day we would find out that they had been at the other. It's only now that I realize that they must have had an accomplice somewhere in Angel Springs. Someone who knew just enough to be able to tell them our habits and talk about our efforts in searching for the rustlers. Once I have found these rustlers, then I will return to Angel Springs to find their accomplice. As far as I'm concerned, they are guilty of murder, even if they had no idea how far these men would go. So, your brother disturbed them? Yes. We were heading out on the east side of our ranch as planned when James decided that we ought to split up. I wasn't happy about it, but James was the eldest and such a capable man that I just went along with it. We'd given our ranch hands a break from it all, and it was only the two of us out there. James said that unless we split up we'd be practically useless and that we might just as well go back home. So, we went our separate ways. We had planned to meet somewhere in the middle after an hour or so. Anyways, when I went to the meeting place, there was no sign of him. I waited in the darkness of the early hours and could hear nothing. No hooves, no whistling, nothing. I just knew that something had gone wrong and I knew I had to find James. Cassidy paused for the longest time and swallowed hard. Nancy, almost feeling his emotions for him, silently reached out and took his huge hand between her own. It didn't really need saying, the two brothers had been close. I went the whole length of the west side of our ranch lands, just plodding along trying to find him. I called out and got no response. I just shouted his name over and over, and I knew, before I'd even found him, that my brother was dead. You did find him? I did find him. Well, I found a gap in the fencing first. It was fresh. They'd obviously cut it just that night, or maybe even got their accomplice to cut it earlier in the day. I got down from my horse and I stood there and listened. His horse was nowhere to be seen, and I'm guessing I'd be right in saying that they took it with them after they killed him. After all, it would just be something else for them to sell. Oh, Cassidy, that's just awful. When I got to the break in the fence and there was no sign of him, I tied up my horse and I climbed through. They hadn't done much to try to hide him, just dragged him over to the edge of the woods and dumped his body there. I'm so sorry. They had beaten him, Nancy. No quick and easy gunshot, no knife, they'd simply used their fists. They beat my brother. They beat the life right out of him. Cassidy's voice broke and his head dropped. Nancy knew that the poor man was struggling hard, fighting against the tears that would not be denied. I'm sorry, he whispered. You have nothing on this earth to be sorry for. Nancy leaned hard against him and tried to encircle her small arms around his great frame. He was your brother and you loved him. He was more than my brother. James was my best friend. And they left town that night? Yes. Cassidy let out a great sigh, almost as if to rid himself of his grief for a moment and throw himself into the business of telling the rest of his story. I suppose they thought they'd worked in complete secrecy up until that point, but the body was just a step too far. It's one thing getting put in jail for cattle rustling and quite another to be hanged as a murderer. So, when did you leave? When did you start tracking them? Just a couple of days later. As soon as we had buried James, I knew I couldn't let it rest. I know rustlers can be pretty desperate people, but these two are just about the most dangerous men I could imagine. What they did to him, Nancy. That should never happen to a human being. Were there no clues to their identity in Angel Springs? The sheriff drew a complete blank. The truth of it is, he's a real good sheriff. That just shows you how well organized and devious these two are. How did you manage to keep up with them? It was hard at first, but I've kind of developed a skill for it now. Every time I go to a new town, just a few questions is normally enough to realize they are either there or have at least been there. A few thefts, just one or two cattle going missing, that sort of thing. And how do you know that they have an accomplice in each town? Isn't that a little risky? I only realized how they operated when I got talking to a drunk in Talbot Ridge. Just a few beers was enough for him to tell me that they had approached him and asked for the lay of the land. They wanted to know about the ranches, which were the biggest, how many people worked there, that type of thing. Just the general habits and day-to-day routines of honest working men. They even asked the man if he would break the fencing for them, but he didn't go quite that far. It doesn't seem like such a sensible thing to do to enlist a drunk to help. After all, drunks' tongues tend to get real loose. Nancy was squinting and deep in thought. Ain't that the truth? Cassidy gave a mirthless laugh. They certainly made a big mistake with that fella, and I think they had quickly realized it. Unfortunately, I hadn't. I trotted off to the sheriff and told him everything, and he was going to keep an eye on the old drunk and wait to see if he could catch the man's paymasters coming back to give him what they owed him. But they didn't. I reckon they skipped town. I reckon they were spooked. That's the problem with being so open about what you're doing. It might have been something as simple as one of the sheriff's deputies talking about it with a friendly neighbor. News just moves, doesn't it? It moves from one mouth to another, and it's my guess that the rustlers got wind of the fact that we were onto them. I guess they are choosing their accomplices a little more wisely now. I turned out to be a victim of my own success in Talbot Ridge. You don't know that, Cassidy. For heaven's sake, what other man would have managed to get as far as you have? Nancy spoke with the sort of firmness that she reserved for the people she cared about the most. It was a tone she only deployed when a person she loved was tearing themselves down. The problem is, from that time on, I've been able to track them from town to town, but I've never got close to finding another accomplice. Nancy thought now maybe she could help. Apart from drunks, what other men would be so easily persuaded? Someone who's real poor? Cassidy shrugged. Poverty is a pretty good persuader at times. If you're hungry enough and somebody waves a few dollar bills under your nose, what do? I guess. Nancy chewed at her bottom lip. But how can they be sure that the person they're speaking to, however poor, doesn't have a rigid backbone that would lead them all the way to the sheriff's office? I don't know how they're doing it, Nancy, but they are doing it well. They are getting away with it time and again. Maybe they're not looking for something quite so simple in their accomplices anymore. Nancy scratched her head and looked at him. Maybe they go a little deeper than finding somebody in need of a few dollars. Maybe it's something more than that. Whoever it is, they have to be perfectly at ease with the idea of betraying their townsfolk. Then I guess these two rustlers have been doing it for years. It seems as if they've got it down to a fine art. Nancy shook her head vaguely. So, what do? All I do is just keep doing what I've been doing. I try to get to know a few folks in the town, see if anyone stands out as a potential accomplice. Then, at night, I go out and patrol. Out on foot, in the darkness, I don't stand out in the same way as a rancher on horseback who is obviously looking for a thief. I get to creep about. And you've been up to the Carrow Ranch? Several nights a week. That's why I asked for directions in the first place. I had wondered why Claudine had never seen you there looking for work. Nancy smiled at him warmly. I should have realized what a sharp brain you had the moment I spoke to you. Cassidy laughed, and something about it seemed to break the horror and sadness of the spell that seemed to have descended about the entire barn. I miss nothing. Nancy chuckled. Nothing. Anyway, straight away that first night I went up there looking. I think that was even before the Carrow family had realized that the thefts were taking place. But there was nothing doing. It's just such a huge ranch, so much ground to cover. They sure do own some land out there. Yes, and they run things very efficiently, Cassidy said, nodding appreciatively. They cover a lot of land with just a few ranch hands. They certainly know what they're doing when it comes to ranching. The problem is, when you have just a skeleton crew of men, you don't have any resilience when it comes to something like this. You don't have anybody to spare when the time comes to go looking for the sort of men who would take your livelihood out from under your nose as if they had every right to do it. But what if you'd found them? What would you have done? I don't know, Cassidy said, and his countenance darkened. Maybe I could have followed them back to wherever it is they stay, because it certainly isn't in the town anywhere. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would do even now. All I know is that I have to do something. All I know is that I cannot give this up, for the sake of my brother. So, you're going to carry on? I have to. Just promise me 2 things. Yes, what? Firstly, you be careful, Nancy said, her voice breaking just a little. And secondly, don't you skip town without saying goodbye to me. I don't care if you are hot on their heels, you give me 2 minutes of your time in which to say goodbye, do you hear me? Sooner or later, Nancy, I might have to skip town. I might leave town, but I'm not leaving you. Cassidy paused long enough to put his arm around her and pull her in towards him. I don't know how to make this work, but I promise you that I will. I'm not ready to leave you behind, even if I do have to leave. I'm relieved to hear that. So, now you know it all. I will keep it to myself, I promise. Who knows, I might even be able to work out who the accomplice is. I know just about everybody in this town. No, Cassidy said, suddenly vehement. I don't want you anywhere near this business. These men are dangerous and I cannot risk losing you too. Tell me you understand that. Tell me you won't go looking. All right, Cassidy, I'll stay out of it, Nancy said, with almost no intention of doing anything of the sort. You promise and don't go asking none of the questions that you seem to think are not obvious. Cassidy laughed. Could you really tell? I mean, all of it? Nancy looked up at him, her cheeks reddening just a little. Nancy, you are just about the most obvious nosy Parker I ever met in all my life. Cassidy threw his head back and laughed. But I love you for that. Nancy couldn't help but laugh. In truth, she knew she wasn't the world's most discreet interrogator. Oh well, since you found me out, I have just one more question. Nancy grinned. And that is? Where on earth are you getting your laundry done? Cassidy laughed and told her all about that as well. Chapter 17. Where are the girls? Ashley asked as he, Joss and Whit walked into the kitchen of the ranch house. Evelyn and Amelia have taken the cart into town with the vegetables for Mr. Pulver's grocery store. What about Annabella and the kids? Annabella has taken all but baby Julia down to the riverbank to play. She packed up some bread and butter for them and they're going to have their lunch outside. The baby is fast asleep in her crib in the sitting room. So, the 3 of you are left with your dear old mother. I don't mind at all, Ma, Joss said, laughing. Unless there's nothing to eat, then we do mind, Whit added. Is there something wrong with your nose, child? Can you not smell that wonderful soup your ma has made for you? Claudine rose from her seat at the kitchen table where she had been taking 5 minutes rest before her boys had come back for their lunch. Making her way over to the stove, she lifted the lid from a great black pot on the top and gave it a stir. Sure does smell good, Ma. You still know how to look after us then? Ashley teased. I'm not sure I ever really stopped looking after you. Claudine bit back with good humor. Although, it does ease the pressure now that you have wives. I shall always be grateful to my 3 wonderful girls. I guess they water us down a bit, don't they? Joss laughed. They sure do. Claudine set the lid of the soup pot to one side. Now, one of you 3 lift that across to the table, please. Claudine nodded her head to indicate the great pan. Joss took the pan and everyone settled down at the table. As Claudine blew gently on the spoonful of scalding hot soup, she looked at the top of 3 blonde heads. Each and every one of her sons was leaning in towards the soup and blowing on it just the same as she was. Every time she fed her boys, they immediately went quiet, and Claudine found something most comforting in the predictability of their little ways. It was almost as if, just occasionally, they hadn't changed since they had been little. Ma, this is really hot. Whit looked up at her. Forgive me, son, for not serving you stone-cold soup. Claudine laughed and Ashley and Joss followed suit. You tease worse than Daddy used to. Whit laughed and shook his head. I reckon I picked it up from him. Claudine lifted her soup spoon once again. Maybe he picked it up from you, Whit added. Your daddy was just about the cheekiest boy in all of Russet's Reach by the time we started courting. He didn't need any help from me. You still miss him, Ma? Ashley asked quietly. I miss him every day. Claudine smiled sweetly as she looked into Ashley's eyes that were so much like Harlan's. But then I have you 3 and the girls and all the grandchildren, and it helps. The 3 of you remind me of him so much, and I cannot tell you what a comfort that is. But I guess you can't live like that forever, Ma, Ashley went on. Claudine nodded slowly and then realized that both Joss and Whit were concentrating hard on their soup bowls. They weren't eating, exactly, rather staring at the steamy fluid. Suddenly, Claudine realized that there was some kind of understanding between the 3 of them, and that somehow Ashley had become the spokesman for it. Was this going to be the moment she had dreaded for so long? Was she about to suffer the disapproval and disappointment of the 3 people who meant more to her than anybody in the world? Had they somehow discovered that she had accepted Jesse's invitation to dinner? After all, a monthly card game in town with a large group of people all of the same age was one thing, but an intimate dinner between 2 people, a man and woman, was quite another. I get by quite nicely, was all that Claudine could think to say, and she felt such a coward for saying it. This had been her moment, and yet she had let it slip by. She looked down at her soup for a moment and knew that she could not even pretend to eat it. Her mouth had gone dry and she suddenly felt queasy and just a little nervous. I reckon there's more to life than just getting by, Ma, Ashley spoke as his brothers continued to stare into their bowls. I more than get by. I didn't mean it to sound quite so desolate. Claudine gave a nervous laugh. My life is very full. I know it is, Ma. It is full of our lives, and I'm not sure that that is enough. What do you mean? I know you have us, Ma. You have the 3 of us, you have the 3 girls, and 6 grandchildren. And sure, that's enough to keep anybody busy. But maybe you need a life of your own now. Ashley smiled at her in a tentative way, one which suggested that he might suddenly find himself in trouble with his mother. Not that he means we don't want you here, Ma, Whit said suddenly. Thanks, Whit. Ashley nodded at him. I've got this. He grinned. So, what are you trying to say? Claudine didn't know whether to feel nervous or hopeful. So far, she hadn't felt any disapproval, at any rate. I guess I'm just trying to say that it's just fine for you to get out once in a while and meet up with other people. Well, I have the card game. And we do 2 nights a month now instead of 1. Claudine shrugged. Well, yes, Ashley said slowly. And you have dinner with Jesse Vanhorne next week, Whit added helpfully. Claudine almost swallowed her own teeth. She hadn't gotten around to telling them yet and had been so worried about it that she had found herself mute every time she had tried to broach the subject. Oh, you know about that. Claudine gave up the pretense of eating and laid her spoon to rest in the bowl. Whit, you're not helping. Ashley looked incredulously at his youngest brother and shook his head from side to side in an almost comical fashion. I mean, I know you're trying to, brother, but I wish you wouldn't. Both Whit and Joss began to chuckle quietly. So, I take it you disapprove, Claudine said, feeling her heart sink and yet suddenly finding the courage to hold Ashley's gaze. No, Ma, we do not disapprove. Ashley spread his hands wide and looked upwards, almost as if appealing to the heavens for just a little more patience. I'm trying to tell you that we do approve. We want you to have a nice life. The 3 of us never expected you to carry on life all alone after Daddy went. It's been 10 years, we want you to live a little and maybe start again. Oh. Claudine could not think of a single thing to say. She had been sideswiped by a huge wave of emotion that she had not quite been expecting. It was a mixture of relief and the purest love and gratitude. What sort of sons did you think we were? Surely not the kind who would watch your every move and growl like guard dogs at every man who came past. Anyway, that's not what Pa would have wanted. He would never have expected you to be content to watch our lives going on at the expense of your own. You know, there were so many times that I wanted to talk to the 3 of you about this, but I just couldn't. Claudine shook her head. And I cannot believe that I have been so stupid. I should have known that I had raised the 3 of you to have more sense and compassion than I truly gave you credit for. I hope you can forgive me for that. I think you should just stop trying to find reasons to blame yourself for everything, Ma. Life is too short, Joss finally added to the conversation. Oh, I see you're piping up and chipping in now it's all done, Joss. Ashley turned to look at him. Yeah. Whit added. There is no need for a yeah from you, Whit. You weren't exactly helpful, were you? I don't know why the 2 of you are arguing about it, Joss went back at them both. Boys, Claudine said, but could not help but laugh. As she slowly retrieved her soup spoon, Claudine closed her eyes to enjoy the sound of her 3 boys teasing one another. Clearly, they were as relieved as she that the conversation had not only been had, but had gone well. There really wasn't anything else left to say on the matter, and so she continued to eat and enjoy the moment. Chapter 18. By the time Nancy had returned home, she found herself incredibly hungry. Remembering that she had not taken anything at lunch at all, and had exerted herself greatly with her ride back and forth to the barn, she decided to make herself a dinner of cold meat, potatoes, and salad. While she waited for the tasty but small potatoes to boil, Nancy picked at the meat and the lettuce leaves. As she did so, she could not help but wonder what it was that Cassidy would have to eat that night. No doubt he would have something arranged for himself. A man did not grow to be as tall and as broad as he was by missing too many meals. She had wanted to return to the barn that evening with a meal for him, but he had refused. He told her that he wouldn't be there. He had intended to go out on the edge of the Carrow lands that night and keep up his silent vigil. Nancy had known better than to protest, even though the very thought of it frightened the life out of her. After all, knowing what she knew about the two cattle rustlers, she could not help but think that Cassidy was in the greatest danger. What if they confronted him the way they had confronted his brother, James? What if they beat him too? Nancy shuddered and stopped chewing for a moment. In truth, she could not bear the idea of losing Cassidy because she knew, finally, that she loved him. Picking up a small knife, Nancy prodded at the potatoes that were now bobbing and dancing about in the boiling water of the pan. They were still as hard as bullets, and she knew it would be a good 10 or 15 minutes before they softened up enough to be eaten. Deciding to give up hovering by the stove, Nancy pulled out one of the kitchen chairs and sat down at the table, leaning her elbows heavily upon it. So, she loved him. Of course, Nancy had known it for a good while now. She had known it but had refused to admit it to herself because, as both Claudine and Annabella had rightly pointed out, she was tightly and pointlessly bound by the chains of the past. All right, Nancy Hopper. You have until those potatoes are boiled to sort this thing out once and for all, she said to herself sternly. Almost as if she were taking advice from another, Nancy sat bolt upright in her chair and prepared to do the one thing she should have done long ago. It was time to look at her past and let it go. Nancy sailed back in time some 12 years to her wedding day. At just 22, Nancy had been just about the most excited person in the world that day. She had known Peter Thornton since he had moved into Russets Reach 6 years earlier, when she had been but 16 years old. At 20, he was just a little older, but nobody had blinked an eye when he had begun to court the 16-year-old Nancy. After all, he was a respectable man. A blacksmith of some skill. He'd moved from Primrose Plains in search of work, finding that his youth and inexperience in smithy work was no match for the reputation of the man who had worked in Primrose in just that role for 40 years or more. Peter had taken the very best of lodgings in Russets Reach, but worked hard enough to be able to save for a place of his own one day. He was a man who had big plans, and he talked of them often. It was his exuberant confidence in the future that made Nancy love him so very much. When finally he had spoken to Nancy's father, asking for her hand in marriage, Bill Hopper had been overjoyed and presented no argument. With her mother long since passed and Bill yet to find himself a new wife, the mother of the bride duties had quite naturally fallen to Claudine Carrow. In many ways, Claudine and Harlan Carrow had been almost like a spare set of parents to the young Nancy. And Claudine had loved every minute of it. With her own sons still young and nowhere near marrying, Claudine had thrown herself into the wedding preparations as if Nancy was her very own daughter. They had spent many happy hours looking at lace and writing off for samples of fabrics to each and every one of Bill Hopper's contacts in the haberdashery business. When the best dressmaker in town began to work on Nancy's wedding gown, Claudine had attended every single fitting, never missing a one. As the day drew ever closer, Nancy's excitement soared. However, with every day that Nancy's excitement grew, Peter Thornton seemed to lessen. He became withdrawn and seemed almost to refuse to even talk about the upcoming wedding day. "I reckon you have it all covered, don't you?" was the line that he often served her when Nancy wanted to talk about their big day. Although Nancy had a niggling doubt at the back of her mind, she kept it pushed well away, doing her best to ignore it completely. She convinced herself that Peter was simply suffering from a little last-minute nerves, a little bit of prenuptial cold feet. It never occurred to her for a moment that he had indeed had a complete change of heart. It had also never occurred to Peter to mention it to her. He just carried on with everything, swept along in many senses, without a word to her of his doubts. If only he had told her before. It would have been painful, but nowhere near as painful as it ended up being. At least it would have been private. On the day of the wedding, Claudine arrived at the crack of dawn to help the young Nancy get ready. Between them, they made her glossy blonde hair look truly beautiful, with the neatest ringlets and the prettiest flowers of the season. When finally Nancy had stepped into the immaculate cream gown that had been made to fit her perfectly, Claudine's eyes welled with tears. "Well now, you are just the prettiest little bride that I ever set eyes on, Nancy Hooper." "Oh, don't cry, Claudine. You'll make me cry too, and I'll be all red and puffy by the time I get to the chapel." Nancy had giggled and sniffed all at the same time, joy and other wonderful emotions threatening to overwhelm her. When Nancy had taken her father's arm to walk the few minutes through the town to the little chapel, the look on his face almost had her in tears again. Never had Bill Hopper looked prouder, and yet still he wore the sadness of a man who was about to give away his only child. As the music began to play and Nancy took those last few steps down the aisle towards her husband-to-be, she felt the purest surge of happiness. With her safely delivered, her father released her and took his seat in the closest pew. Silently, Claudine had helped her lift her veil, and Nancy looked into the face of Peter Thornton. There, in his eyes, she saw her worst fears revealed. Before the minister had even spoken his opening lines, Peter took a step back away from her and began to shake his head from side to side. "I'm sorry," he said. "Nancy, I'm so sorry." "Peter?" Nancy had found her heart thundering so hard it was almost painful. "Nancy, I can't do it." "Peter, don't do this." Although the two of them spoke quietly, there was silence in the small chapel and every word could be clearly heard by all present. Nancy could hear a shuffling and knew that her father was getting himself to his feet. "I can't marry you, Nancy." "Then why did you ask me?" Tears began to roll down her face and Nancy could feel her whole body shaking violently. "Because I thought it would be all right. I thought I would want it when it came time." "But you don't? Do you even love me?" "I care about you. I don't want to hurt you, but I can't go through with this." "Do you love me?" No, Peter looked absolutely desolate. However, Nancy could not for a moment concentrate on the feelings of the man who had just torn her heart out. The idea that he could be hurt by the situation would not occur to her for a further 12 years. Bill Hopper was on his feet and gripping his daughter before Peter had even time to make his hasty way out of the chapel. Bill was not going to have Nancy suffer another second of it and, taking her by the hand, he led her quickly away. "Don't even look back," he said, keeping his voice as steady as possible. "What am I going to do, Daddy?" she had sobbed miserably. "You're going to carry on, Nancy. You're strong and bright and beautiful, and you are worth 10 of Peter Thornton. Let him go." In truth, Nancy never really had let Peter Thornton go. But, as she looked at him now through the eyes of her 36-year-old self, she realized that it had been a very, very long time since she had actually loved him. It wasn't Peter that she had allowed herself to remain attached to for all those years. No, it was simply the fear that had stuck around, and it had only managed to do so because she had let it. Nancy had refused to look at the situation for long enough to realize that she had hurt herself far worse than Peter ever had. He was simply a young man who had found himself in a comfortable relationship with a pretty young girl and had got as far as nearly marrying her before he'd found the courage to let her go. In the end, there was no real crime there. He could have been braver, he could have made it more private, but he had just been overrun and hadn't found his voice until the very last minute. It was a dreadful thing to have happened, but it was not, and never had been, the end of Nancy's world. With a sigh, she drew an image of each man to mind. She thought first of Peter Thornton and secondly of Cassidy Taylor. "There's no comparison," Nancy said with a giggle. At that moment, she realized that Peter Thornton had done her the biggest favor of her life. Even though it had taken 12 years for her to realize it. He had left her a free woman, unencumbered by the ties of marriage and lying in wait to meet the only man she would ever really love. Cassidy Taylor. Nancy rose to her feet and strode towards the stove. Picking up the small knife, once again she prodded at the potatoes. "Perfect," she said, and hurriedly took them away from the heat to the sink and drained them. Now who on earth would have thought that would have been so easy? As she tipped the potatoes onto a plate with the cold meat and salad, she laughed. Suddenly, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Suddenly, she felt free. Chapter 19. I don't know if this is the best pork and potatoes I've ever tasted or if it's simply the fact that I am so surprised that you have cooked so well. Claudine laughed as she took another forkful. Well now, I don't know if that was a compliment or not. Jesse laughed also. So, I guess that leaves both of us not knowing. It sure is good, Jesse. You've done yourself proud. Claudine smiled. To be honest, Claudine, I shut up shop early. I've cooked this meal 100 times and could almost make it with my eyes closed. But, I don't know, I guess I just got kind of nervous. I have never peeled potatoes with such care in 20 years. Despite Jesse's apparent seriousness, Claudine burst out into hearty laughter. Jesse smiled and leaned back in his seat, regarding her with his kindly eyes. I'm sorry, Jesse. I really am so sorry. But that is just so funny. To imagine you here getting yourself in a state over pork and potatoes. It's not as if you don't know me. I know. Jesse chuckled. I don't know what got into me, but, whatever it was, it made its mark. I just thank the Lord that you were bringing a sweet pie for dessert. I would never have managed to make that too. I don't know why I'm laughing at you. If you feel any better, I changed my dress 4 times before I left the ranch tonight. Claudine shrugged a little shyly. Well, I don't know what the first 3 looked like, but the one you have on now is certainly a winner. Jesse winked comically. Well, I thank you for that. In truth, Claudine really was very impressed. The pork had been cooked perfectly and Jesse had made some kind of spicy gravy to go with it. And the potatoes he had roasted were also really very good. It wasn't just a plain little meal, Jesse Vanhorne had gone to a good deal of effort. As they sat in the lamplit kitchen, Claudine felt herself strangely at home. Jesse lived above the mail office and the rooms were surprisingly very much larger than she would have imagined. The kitchen was a huge square which Jesse kept neat and tidy. The sitting room they had gone into initially for a drink before dinner was also a very pleasant space. The couches were comfortable and someone had made some real homely drapes and cushion covers for him. A fire was burning gently in the grate and the room was cozy and warm. I'm real glad you came tonight, Jesse said, a little shyly. As am I. Claudine said, and was surprised at just how much she meant it. Ever since she had spoken with her sons, Claudine had wondered quite how she could move her relationship with Jesse on a little. She hardly thought that she could tell him that she had her son's approval and therefore would be pleased to see more of him. It just didn't seem like quite the right thing to say. However, she knew herself to be extremely out of practice in all matters romantic, in her own life at any rate, and began to wonder if she and Jesse would ever move on. There seems to be something just a little bit different about you tonight, Jesse ventured. How so? I don't know, really. I guess you just seem a little more relaxed than normal. To be honest, Jesse, I think I am a little more relaxed. I was kind of worried that you might not come in the end. Why? I guess I know how difficult it is for you. I guess I know what that feels like, and it's hard to know how to move on with life. Especially when you get as rusty as we are. Speak for yourself, Claudine said with a laugh. I'm not intending to squeak with rust for many years to come. Well, I sure am glad to hear that. Jesse laughed. So why the change? It's just something one of my boys said to me. What was that? Jesse put his knife and fork down for a moment. Life's too short. Claudine smiled. Simple, I know. Simple, but true. I think I'm ready to move on with my life, Jesse. Claudine could hardly believe that she was speaking the words. She had actually taken the bull by the horns herself, and the words had come almost of their own volition. Well, I sure would be pleased to be a part of that moving on, Jesse said hopefully. When I think of moving on, Jesse, you are pretty much all that I see. I think we could make it work. I think we could make it work without too much effort at all. I agree. Claudine laughed. Especially if you keep cooking like this. They both laughed and then continued eating, but something had indeed changed. Chapter 20. With her meal eaten and her pots and pans washed, dried, and neatly put away, Nancy found herself feeling curiously restless. She had set herself a little fire in the grate and had sat down on the chair in front of it to enjoy a hot cup of coffee. However, Nancy could find no peace. As relieved as she had been to find out the truth about Cassidy, she suddenly realized that this relief had come with fresh concerns. Now that she had relaxed into the idea that she could trust him, that she could hand him her heart with gusto, Nancy suddenly began to worry about his safety. If Cassidy had been tracking these cattle rustlers for over 3 months without success, just how much longer would he need to keep putting himself in danger? Nancy had known with certainty that his determination to keep going until he found them was set in stone. No amount of pleading or reasoning would get him to give it up, and, in truth, Nancy could fully understand why. In her mind, she had returned time and time again to Cassidy's heartbreaking story of how the cattle rustlers had beaten his brother to death. She could hardly imagine that anyone would be prepared to do such a thing for nothing more than a handful of cattle stolen over a few nights. There just seemed no sense in it at all. Of course, Nancy knew that rustlers could be violent. What had happened over on the Carrow ranch to Whit and Amelia in broad daylight had certainly been proof of that. But surely, in the dead of night and with no witnesses, the two men could simply have knocked James Taylor unconscious instead of killing him. What was wrong with a person that they would be able to beat another to death with their bare hands? At the very thought, Nancy was suddenly on her feet. Standing uselessly in front of the fire, her back ramrod straight, Nancy held her coffee and wondered what on earth she could do to help him. Cassidy had strictly forbidden her from trying to find out who the russets' reach accomplice might be, assuming that there was one. Again, she could completely understand it. Cassidy had already lost somebody he loved, and he didn't want to lose another. Yet, if she really put her mind to it, she could be discreet, couldn't she? Surely, she could ask a question here and a question there without seeming to be poking around. Still holding her coffee cup, Nancy began to pace her little sitting room. She could not remember a time in her life when she had felt quite as helpless as she did at that moment. Even when Peter Thornton had left her at the altar, it was better than this. Of course, the situation was very different. Back then, Nancy had been suffering from a broken heart and some very seriously hurt pride. But now, pacing her small sitting room, Nancy was worried about the mortal safety of the man she loved. A man she loved far more deeply than she had ever, or could ever have, loved Peter. Even knowing that Cassidy did not want her to help, Nancy could not see how she could do anything other. At least, if she could work out the identity of the accomplice, then surely that would be enough for Cassidy to take the matter to Sheriff Clayton. Sure, Cassidy had been let down a little in Talbot Ridge. There had been some loose talk and it had made its way to the rustlers. But with that lesson learned and Hal Clayton being just about the most sensible and efficient sheriff that Nancy could imagine, surely there could be a way for it to work. Still, the whole thing rested on Nancy being able to discover the identity of the accomplice. How on earth was she supposed to do that? Especially if the rustlers kept their eyes open for drinkers or down at the heel men. The saloon bar in Russets Reach was not a place that Nancy frequented and, if she did suddenly decide to make an appearance, she would stand out like a sore thumb. It wasn't as if she could get a few beers and make some seemingly innocuous small talk in the way that Cassidy had managed to do in the bar at Talbot Ridge. She just wasn't a drinker, and everybody in town knew it. As a woman, if she went into the bar for even 5 minutes it would be the talk of Russets Reach before she opened the haberdashery the next morning. Not a drinker. Something was beginning to prod at Nancy's brain. Something about drink. With an exasperated sigh, she retook her seat in front of the fire and finally kicked off her tiny ankle boots and stretched her legs out to warm her toes. With Cassidy picking up odd jobs to keep his identity of a drifter alive, and then out several evenings a week searching for the rustlers, how on earth was he ever going to find time to work out who this accomplice was? Wasn't it going to be harder than ever since Archie Carter had got half the town thinking that Cassidy himself was the rustler? Archie Carter. Archie Carter is not a drinker. Nancy began to think about the Carrow ranch. It was a fair distance out of town really, and not a place that the people of Russets Reach tended to head out to. It wasn't really on the way to anywhere, so there would be few people who knew the lay of the land too well. And apart from the ranch hands, it seemed unlikely that anybody else in Russets Reach would have a good idea of the routines that went on up there. Something was really beginning to prod at Nancy's brain now. Oh, my lord. She rose sharply to her feet again, so suddenly this time that she spilled coffee everywhere. Not bothering to clear the spill, Nancy hurriedly put her ankle boots back on and laced them tightly. Taking a heavy shawl for the second time that day, she wrapped it tightly around her. It was full night now and she would certainly need it. Before turning to make her way out of her little home, Nancy stopped at one of the kitchen cabinets and opened the door. Reaching in, she took out the gun that her daddy had left there for her. Nancy hated guns, but she certainly knew how to use one. And she couldn't let her distaste for them make her naive. These men were dangerous, murderous even, and she couldn't take any risks. Tucking the gun firmly into the waistband of her skirt, she hurried out into the night, dashing across the path at the back of the building to hurriedly saddle Barney once more. Claudine had enjoyed her night so much she did not want it to end. She could see that Jesse felt the same way and she felt as if something momentous was about to happen. As he walked her to the door and her waiting horse and cart, Jesse suddenly seemed shy. His head was lowered and he was finding it hard to look at her. Claudine knew him well enough that she said nothing. It was best to wait it out. He would say what he had to say tonight or another time. Her sons had told her that life may be short, but she also understood patience and that she had time. As they reached the door, Jesse took her right hand in his and raised it to his lips. It was such a simple gesture, and yet at the touch of his skin on her palm she found her heart fluttering and her stomach all a twirl. Their eyes met and it took her breath away. "I was going to take things slowly," Jesse said, "but I guess I'm just too old for that. I love you, Claudine Carrow, and I would like to ask if you would do me the honor of becoming my wife." Claudine felt her breath ripped from her body and her heart was pounding so hard she could hardly think, and yet she answered immediately and from her heart. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I would love to be your wife, and yes, I love you too." Gently he pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. It was a slow and tender kiss, and yet it awoke in her feelings that had been buried for far too long. That kiss spoke of trust and love and a future together for many years to come. Putting her arms around him, she kissed him back and then pulled away, laughing like a young girl. That was how it made her feel, young and excited and with all the world spread out before her. She could not wait for her new life to begin. As Cassidy walked the northern edge of the Carrow Ranch lands, he suddenly realized how very hungry he was. Having spent a good part of the day with Nancy, explaining everything to her, he'd found that he had little time to get himself a meal at Mrs. Denton's dining rooms. In the end, he had simply chosen to go without. He would hardly starve, after all, and he would treat himself to an immense breakfast the following morning to make up for it. Although the moon was not full, it was not far off it, and he found that he could see better than he had done for several nights previous. He had been silently walking along, keeping a little to the wooded area that bordered the northern edge of the ranch, when he first heard a noise. He knew that it couldn't possibly be any of the Carrow ranchers because he had seen them already that night. As he did most nights, he looked to see where the patrols were taking place and made his way in another direction altogether. Cassidy had silently helped them cover their entire land every time he had been there. Of course, he had done much the same at the ranch of Harvey Wilson, but, unfortunately, by spreading himself between the two ranches, he had missed the rustlers on every occasion they had struck. As fate would have it, whenever he silently patrolled one ranch, the rustlers seemed to strike on the other. Suddenly, Cassidy wasn't hungry anymore. He was almost hardly aware of his own body at all and seemed to have gone into a different state of consciousness. He was completely alert, almost like a bird of prey, and felt as if all his senses had suddenly increased in power. Holding his breath, Cassidy looked out from the cover of the trees and concentrated hard until, finally, he saw the movement which matched with the sound he was hearing. Creeping slowly in the moonlight were two men. Cassidy could see their outlines clearly and could also see that they were gently leading two cattle away. Each man was encouraging one of the beasts. Cassidy stared in the direction that the men were moving and very quickly saw the gap that they had cut in the fencing. So, he had them at last. Moving with all the stealth and silence of a big cat, Cassidy began to make his way over to the place where they would surely exit the ranch lands. With his gun in his hand, he suddenly knew what he must do. Nancy had ridden hard all the way out of Russet's reach in the direction of the Carrow ranch. Her mind had worked overtime all the way there, wondering what she ought to do for the best. Her first instinct had been to go for the sheriff, but, if she was wrong in any way, then she would surely spoil all of Cassidy's hard work. Furthermore, since Cassidy had had little success in tracking down the rustlers on the Carrow ranch thus far, there was a very good chance that that evening would be no different. All she needed to do was ride Barney gently around the outer edge of the Carrow land and silently search for him. The moment she found him, she would simply tell him everything and hope that he would listen to reason and leave it all to the sheriff. Of course, there was also a chance that she herself might happen upon the rustlers, and, when she thought of how the last bunch had treated poor Amelia Carrow, she felt justifiably afraid. The moon was bright and it painted the land a sickly monochrome but gave little detail. Still, the pounding of her heart seemed to have heightened her senses, and Barney was sure-footed and steadfast. She was making good progress. Nancy slowed Barney to a walk when she found herself on the edge of the Carrow land. Instinctively, her hand went to her waistband and found the butt of the gun she had stowed there. She almost shuddered when she touched it, and hated the thought of ever having to use it. In truth, Nancy did not truly think that she would be able to, but this was hardly the moment to start searching her soul on that question. As she rode Barney on, she wondered quite where the Carrow boys might be that night. At that moment she fully decided that, should she happen upon them, she would simply tell them why she was there. After all, there would be nothing to explain her presence otherwise. At the same time, Nancy felt chewed up by the idea of breaking Cassidy's confidence, especially since she had promised faithfully that she would tell no one of his business. If she were to happen upon them, Nancy knew that she would be caught between a rock and a hard place, and she would have to make the best decision she could and hope it was the right one. In truth, she thought it far better that she found Cassidy only, and she began to search the moonlit plains with her keen eyes for any signs of Claudine's sons on patrol. Nancy had been riding for no more than 20 minutes around the edge of the ranch before she heard a cry followed by some muffled shouting. She hauled Barney to a halt and tried to listen. It was no use. The sound seemed to have ceased and she felt her heart thundering. The blood rushing through her ears made it hard to hear, and she could feel her hands shaking on the reins. Who had cried out? Who had shouted? Oh, dear Lord, where was her sweet Cassidy? Guessing at the direction that the noise came from, Nancy could do no other than pick up the pace. She heeled Barney's side and urged him into a trot. It was so dark as the moon passed behind some clouds, and she scoured the land for any sign of movement. There seemed to be nothing but scrub land up ahead. Maybe she had heard an animal? No, she knew the sounds of the land, and the noise had most definitely been of the two-legged variety. Finally, at the very edge of the ranch lands on her side of the fencing, Nancy could see some movement. It was just yards away, and she quickly drew Barney to a halt and slid noiselessly down from the saddle. With a clammy hand, she drew the gun from her waistband, hating the feel of the cold metal against her skin. Holding her skirts with one hand lest she trip on them, Nancy hurried around some bushes to get a better view. "You killed my brother." Nancy heard Cassidy's voice as clearly as if he had been standing at her side. Immediately, she began to run towards him. "Cassidy," she called out, still running. Cassidy looked up at her for a moment, his confusion clear in the moonlight, but hurriedly he turned his attention back to the two men on the ground. "What are you doing here?" "Nancy," he said gruffly. "Now, stay back. Don't come any closer. I want to help." "Nancy, you need to stay out of this." "But I've worked it out. I know who the accomplice is." "I thought I said I didn't want you poking around." "You shouldn't do this, the danger you've put yourself in." "We ain't killed nobody. You got the wrong men." One of the two men on the ground spoke. He seemed to be moving just a little, and Cassidy trained his gun fully upon him. "You move another muscle and I will kill you," Cassidy said in a voice which led Nancy to believe that he truly meant it. Nancy turned her attention to the other man and could see that he was lying motionless. "Cassidy, is he dead?" "No, Nancy. I hit him on the back of the head with the butt of my gun and he is knocked out." "But no, he's not dead." "Thank the Lord," Nancy said. "But he will be in a minute." "No, Cassidy, you can't," Nancy pleaded. "They killed my brother. I can't risk them getting away with it. I can't risk them doing it to someone else. You've caught them red-handed. They won't get away. They won't get away with cattle rustling here in Russets Reach. But they might get away with murdering my brother. But there's more evidence. Just think about it. I have worked out where they were getting their information. Go on, Cassidy said, not taking his eyes from the men on the ground for a moment. It was Archie. Archie Carter. And how do you know that? Cassidy looked at her briefly. Where have you been to find that out? I haven't been anywhere, I have just been thinking about it. It was something that Claudine said to me some days back. One of the young ranch hands had got himself into a little bit of trouble with her son, Ashley Carrow. Not much, just a little. He'd rolled into work late and was hungover from spending the night before in the bar. Claudine said that it was out of character for the young man to have more than a couple of drinks, but that Archie Carter had somehow encouraged him. The thing is, Archie isn't a drinker. He is not a man who spends much time in the saloon bar in Russets Reach. I think that these two hooked up with Archie somehow and that he saw a chance to get somebody else to do the dirty work for him. The poor ranch hand was just an unwitting victim. He'd been plied with beer and asked a question or two about how the Carrow boys were dealing with their search for the cattle rustlers. I'm absolutely sure of it. I guess he did go out of his way to make me look guilty. Gathering that crowd and hunting me down and what have you. Cassidy seemed to be thinking about it finally, and Nancy felt her stomach unclench just a little. She was getting through to him, she felt sure of it. Cassidy, you have to stop. They won't get away with it, I promise you. You and I will get them tied up good and tight and we'll walk them at gunpoint back down to the ranch and wait there for the sheriff. But if you kill them, if you do that, you'll never come back from it. Your life will end as sure as your brothers did, and it will be by their hands. Don't let them take any more from you than they have already taken. You've done what you set out to do, Cassidy. You've done what nobody else could. You tracked these wicked men down and you have it in your power to bring them to justice. There will be somebody in Angel Springs who can identify them. Didn't you say that there had been a sighting? That's what you have to hang on to, Cassidy. You have to have faith that the right thing will happen and it won't take you doing the wrong thing to achieve it. Tears were rolling down Nancy's face. I love you, Cassidy. I don't want to lose you to the hangman's noose. I love you too, he said quietly. Do you have anything to tie them up with? Nancy gave a great sigh of relief. I sure do. And with that, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and tugged at the hem of her petticoat, tearing off great strips of fabric. It's the finest and strongest cotton that I sell in Hopper's haberdashery. Cassidy was suddenly laughing, and it seemed as if a great weight had been lifted from him. Epilogue. The rustlers were soon tied up, but before they started to walk them from the ranch, Cassidy turned to Nancy. There is something I have to say, he said. Nancy felt her blood run cold. It was happening again. He was going to leave her and once more she would be alone. This time she wondered if she would ever recover. Go ahead, she managed, even though her throat was dry and she could feel her knees shaking. Cassidy came over to her and put his hand beneath her chin. His strong and calloused fingers raised her head until she was looking into his beautiful blue eyes. I love you, Nancy Hopper, he said, and she felt her heart soar. However, I don't come from Russets Reach. I have a big ranch and responsibilities in Angel Springs. I know, she said as her heart dropped like a bird shot from the sky. You're going back there. Yes, I am, he said. Would you marry me and come back as my wife? Nancy was not sure she had heard him right, and she felt her jaw drop open. For a moment or two it opened and closed as she tried to comprehend what he had just said. That he loved her, that he wanted to marry her. It filled her with joy, and yet she could not quite believe it. Say something, he said. Put me out of my misery. Nancy felt a smile come over her face and her heart filled with joy. Yes, she managed. Yes, he asked. Do you mean it? I love you too and I would love to be your wife, she said, and she threw herself into his arms. Cassidy caught her and pulled her to him. Somehow, he found her lips and kissed her. They were sweet and soft and filled him with joy. It was time to let go of the past and to build a new future. For a long time he did not think it was possible, but now he knew it was, and that the future could be something amazing. He had his reason to go and he could not be happier. Nancy had never tasted a kiss so sweet. Cassidy was gentle and yet, as the kiss endured, she could feel the passion behind it. This was a new future for her. She would be leaving behind everything she knew and yet she could not wait. For long moments, they kissed beneath the moonlight and then he scooped her up into his arms and carried her back to Barney. Once he had placed her in the saddle he returned for the rustlers. With Nancy riding behind, Cassidy walked the men all the way back into Russet's Reach and the sheriff's office. Well, this will be a day that neither one of us will forget in a hurry. Claudine smiled at Nancy. And you really are the prettiest little bride I ever saw. Nancy grinned with sheer joy. You, Claudine Vanhorne, are the prettiest bride I ever saw too. Nancy threw her arms around Claudine. In the end, it seemed like the natural thing to do to have a double wedding. Nancy and Claudine had an almost identical list of guests and well-wishers, and they had quickly come to the conclusion that a double celebration was just the very best thing for the townsfolk of Russet's Reach. You know, I would never have imagined being so glad to have been jilted at the altar all those years ago, Nancy said with a chuckle. Well, you've taken a little time coming to that conclusion, but I knew you'd see the funny side of it in the end. Oh, Claudine. What would I do without you? Well, I guess you're about to find out. Angel Springs is a fair trek. 6 thumbs is not enough to keep me away from you, Nancy said defiantly. 6 thumbs? Claudine looked at her in confusion. Oh, just ask Annabella. Nancy giggled. And anyway, don't forget, I will need to come at least once or twice a month to see how the business is doing. I will take very good care of it, honey, you rest assured. When Claudine had accepted Jesse Vanhorne's proposal of marriage and had decided that she would move down into the town until her new husband chose to retire, Nancy had struck upon a very good idea. Knowing that Claudine would not be happy to sit idle while her husband went about his day-to-day duties, Nancy had asked if she would manage Hopper's haberdashery for her. Although she was marrying into a successful ranching family, Nancy was not keen to let go of her own heritage. Hopper's haberdashery was her own little world and, even though she knew she would never work there again, she still wanted to be its sole proprietor. Claudine had jumped at the chance of something new and exciting to keep her going, and Nancy knew very well that her dear friend had seen it as an opportunity to keep the bond between them alive, even over a distance of 30 miles. It would be a reason for Nancy to leave Angel Springs once or twice a month and give her very best friend all her news in person. I guess everything is changing, Claudine. It is changing, but it has to. We have to move on with life sometimes, even if there are parts of that make us sad. You have been like a mother to me. You know that, don't you? Nancy's eyes filled with tears. I will always think of you as a daughter. Claudine reached out and touched Nancy's cheek, wiping away her tears. But since you are at my wedding and not my funeral, you might as well dry your eyes. Claudine smiled broadly. Oh, Claudine! Nancy said, shrieking. And don't forget, you're at my wedding too. Well, that being the case, I think that you and I ought to join the rest of the party and thoroughly enjoy our wedding day. Come along then. Nancy smiled and held out her arm for Claudine to take. The two brides walked out into the sunshine where all of their friends and relatives were enjoying a wedding breakfast. As they emerged, two men saw them and came striding across. Jesse took Claudine by the hand and led her to a quiet corner. There they sat and talked as they picked at their food. Claudine looked around at the ranch that had been her home for many years and knew she was ready to move on. Cassidy picked Nancy up and carried her to a makeshift dance floor while she squealed with delight. There he put her down and waited for the fiddler to start up a new tune. Together they danced, laughed, and enjoyed the sunshine. "You are the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Mrs. Taylor," Cassidy said as he leaned over and claimed her lips. Nancy felt a thrill at hearing her new name on his lips. "Why, thank you, but that is lucky, for I dare say that you are the most handsome man that I have ever seen, Mr. Taylor." "Then we make the perfect couple," he said, picking her up and twirling her around in the air. Nancy let out another shriek before he placed her lightly back on her feet. "I can't wait to take you home," he said. "I'm so looking forward to it." Nancy was surprised that she really was. Yes, she was leaving a lot behind. All her friends and everything she knew, but she had met his family and some of his friends. Soon they would be her family, and her friends, of that she was very sure. With a few discreet questions she would soon know all about her new life. So, she threw herself back into his arms and enjoyed this glorious day. Thank you for listening to the fourth book in author Indiana Wake's The Brides of Russets Reach series. If you enjoyed Claudine and Nancy, love will find you. You don't want to miss the final book, Never Give In. Subscribe to Indiana's YouTube channel today and be the first to know when she releases new free audiobooks.